Today, I attempt to do a feat that somebody my age just should not be attempting to do. We are going to stream for 12 hours. We are going to draft as many drafters, championship teams we can. Let's just get right into it, shall we?
Three, two, one. Liftoff.
You heard right. 12 hours of drafting today. I know marathon streams are everywhere right now, but we are doing one that is specifically for one site. We are going to be doing it strictly for drafters because, in my opinion, this is the tournament you should be drafting this particular weekend. The overlay is huge. The tickets they're giving away is massive. And let's look at it before we jump into our first tournament this morning. They are still quite far away from filling this thing. It's 117,000, almost 118,000 for a tournament that has 186,000 people in it. And if you look to the right side of the screen, you can see that for every 6 teams you draft this long weekend, you're going to get a free ticket up to 5. So 30 teams is actually 35 teams. I think I did that math correctly. Good morning, self. Good morning, Love Stars. Please make sure you're hitting that like button on this stream in particular. As you are in here, I don't expect you all to hang around for 12 hours, but if you do, Godspeed to you. I don't know how I am going to get through a 12-hour stream. I am old, just so you guys know. One of the oldest out here doing this. Very, very old, Rob. So that is what's going on for their tickets. They also have regular tickets on top of this. For every 10 you draft, you get a bonus ticket. For every 25, you get another bonus ticket. 50 is 2 more. 100 is 3. So you can get a ton of bonus tickets on the tournament that is probably going to overlay as well, right? So we're going to go chase some overlay in this tournament today. We're going to see, I don't know, I'm hoping to get through 15 teams in 12 hours. I feel like we can do 15. So we might actually probably get closer to 20, right? If all things go well. If people aren't sandbagging in the tournaments. The other thing I want to tell you about before we jump in is if you have not signed up for drafters, if you use promo code SPIKE, you get 100% deposit match, I believe up to 100. So you can get a free $100 that way. So you can get so many free tournaments in this tournament. Let's get into it, shall we? Let's go ahead and adjust my screen a little bit. Let's get jumped into one of these $15 fasts. We join. Looks like the slows are all closed, as they should be. And we are in. We need 9 more for this first one. We are in this tournament. We are going to win it. I am excited. We're going to start with music. I don't know how many hours I'll be doing music today, but we will be going through our playlist back and front and back. Maybe we'll dive into some of the stock StreamYard music. Maybe I'll make one of you freestyle in the comment section. That's something that could happen. That's what we all need. Much like John Cena, I am now too old to be freestyling. Back in the day, I could have given you one of the worst freestyles of all time. Today, I can't even muster that. So there you go. I have no plan for this, by the way, in terms of 12 hours. I'll have to run my dog outside a few times here and there. I made salads. The only thing I did prepare was some food for myself. All right, and while we're waiting, we're going to figure out how I want to present myself on screen. What is going to be the best way for you guys to see everything in a drafters tournament? Let's start fooling around with it, shall we? We'll go to the classic look and see if there's a way to make myself larger that makes sense on the screen. The only thing I could think of is doing something really weird with it. No, I don't like that. I don't like that one bit. We're going to stay like this for now. Maybe throughout the day. Jesse says he'll swing by and use the bathroom so I don't have to. Appreciate it. Thank you. Very, very much appreciated. What's going on? Carl's, Carlise, Frosty Mate's in here. We're all ready to draft. Did anyone get in this first draft with me? I see Moxie's in here. He's got 42. I have a measly 7 entrants in this draft, so we need to start firing this thing. I'm one of the assholes that did not hit I am ready. Let's draft. That is on me for sure. As Jesse is in the chat right now, it is important for me to remind you that Jesse has made all of the custom music for this channel, and we very much appreciate him allowing us to use that music because it is nice to do something different than others. So we'll jam out for a bit. I don't know if we'll do 12 hours of music. Maybe I'll just start singing at some point. I'm sure Delirium will kick in after about 45 minutes. Oh yes, the 10 tab 10 team challenge. Where are we drafting from? I didn't even look to see what spot we had. We had the 5. The 5. I'm wondering if we just make this the Bijan challenge. We see how many Bijan teams I can draft on drafters. Can we just do it? That's what we do, Jonathan. That's how we. So it's called audience baiting, Jonathan. Just so you know, we're trying to bait everybody in at the top of a 12-hour stream. Can you go to X videos and get a 12-hour stream? Probably not. But here at Spike Week, we allow. I've already been flagged. 7 minutes in. We're gonna grab Bijan because we're gonna kick this stream off correctly with the best first-round pick. Is what we're gonna do. The one thing I need from StreamYard is to allow like concurrent songs to just play into the next one. The fact that I have to switch the songs is lunacy. Speaking of lunacy, I love that Jamar Chase is starting to go like borderline end of first round in most drafts because he's might not play week 1, which I will have to see to believe. Did decide to wear the AJ Brown shirt today because the Kelly Green is great. We love the Kelly Green. We have football on Wednesday. And Thursday, right? Wednesday and Friday. You would think, see, I know week 17. I know there's some stupid Wednesday games during week 17, I believe, or the week before. I already have proven that I've lied to you before the end of the second round of the first draft. I don't know the dates on anything. I'm lucky to know my old birthday. I told you that I was old and that I don't know what's going on. I don't know how I was coerced into a 12-hour stream. I am going to reach out to HR at some point and figure out how that happened. Moxie starts with a Marvin Harrison, Jahmyr Gibbs. We see Puka getting paired with Devon Achane. The Rams FUD is one of my favorite things to talk about for the next 12 hours. How just everybody hates the Rams all of a sudden. Seems great. Seems like that's going to work out well for everybody. Malik is going really high in this. I like Debo. You like Debo. We all like Debo. I'm going to draft Debo. I'm sure we will get some Bijan, Malik Neighbors teams later. But for now, let's just let's settle in, right? Let's settle in. Let's get our sea legs, as they say. Let's get ready to draft for 12 hours. We have 11 hours and 50 minutes left of drafting. And do I have a headache already? The answer is yes. But we are trying to take care of that with our refresher. And then it's water for the rest of the day. That is the game plan. Get 3 wide receivers from the one hole. They go CD, Devontae Adams, and Stephon Diggs. And if you're unfamiliar with drafters, you should know that this is a cumulative scoring contest. There are no playoffs. It is the best scoring teams through 17 weeks. So you're not trying to advance teams. You are just trying to get the best scoring team possible. So it alters things quite a bit. I really want, let's grab an Eagle. Let's grab Devonta Smith right here. So cumulative scoring, no playoffs. We're drafting the best teams possible. ADP on certain players is historically off in this tournament, just based on Jonathan. Oh my God, what's his name? I wanted to say Jonathan Stewart. I was having flashbacks because I'm old. Oh my God. Jonathan Stewart is still on the Panthers, but the name I'm looking for, of course, is Jonathan Brooks, which I would not have been able to pull without scrolling down 12 minutes into the stream. That's how out of it we already are. But Jonathan Brooks is not as viable here as he is on the other tournaments. Stuff like that you want to look out for. Nick Chubb doesn't, we're not looking for a late Nick Chubb situation to pound in the playoffs. We do see a 3 RB start here out of the 7 hole with Breece Hall, Saquon, and Derrick Henry. I think it's an interesting build to watch. See how they play it out in this format. What can you do with that 3 RB start? Maybe we'll try it at some point. I don't know if that's the 3 I would start with, which is probably a leak, to be honest. Get our first tight end off the board. Kelsey goes. K-State is setting up a Kansas City thing over here, which she's not going to get. There's 0% chance that Mahomes makes it back here, is what I am willing to go out on a limb and say. But there are interesting spots here with that whole situation. Now that Rice and Kelsey are going so early, if you wanted to try to set up this Patrick Mahomes, Xavier Worthy set on this area of the board, it's a lot harder. Because who do you grab first? Do you grab Worthy? Do you grab Mahomes? I actually think maybe we'll try something here. It's just never going to happen. But if it doesn't happen, it's okay. So let's grab Worthy and see if we can actually push Mahomes to the 5th with no other stacking options that's viable other than Hollywood Brown, who could miss games, so he becomes a little bit more dinged in this format. So are we able to draft Xavier Worthy with the Chiefs on this side of the board and still land Mahomes in the 5th here? Now, if we don't, it's fine because we grab the wide receiver. But grabbing Mahomes makes that a lot tougher to stomach when you don't hit that specific spot. If you were wondering if we had the lab on Tuesday, we did. And I said I was probably not drafting Kansas City stacks in this tournament. And on the first tournament, the very first one, I am trying to set up a Kansas City Chiefs stack. The very first tournament. So if you want to hear me, just start lying, come to the lab every Tuesday night, which I believe we haven't talked, but I'm pretty sure we're going to have a lab this Tuesday night, even though drafts are finishing up. Might be good to just do a reflective lab and sort of talk about the things that we think we did well. Saw that Zay Flowers Lamar combo coming from 8 miles away. I love it. That's a good one. All right, this is the guy I'm worried about taking Mahomes. But he takes Amari Cooper. I also don't know if is that Sean Siegel? Is that Steven Seagal? Maybe it's Sean Siegel. Maybe we are drafting with the Sean Siegel. Oh my God, we got it to push through. Look at that. We got the Mahomes worthy stack with Mahomes in the 5th round on our first draft. Somebody is trying to drive their shitbox really fast down my street, as you just heard. But I'm shocked. I did not think we were going to get that. I was fine with not getting it. I was fine with the Mahomes getting scooped up, but with sharp drafters that know Mahomes just doesn't work for their teams. Obviously, he was never coming back to me past this part. Is Walker going in the 4th consistently now? I don't know if he's going consistently. We'll monitor it. We'll see where he goes on the next draft. If he is, he becomes one of those players that I get blinded to because I never draft him there, so I probably don't even see his name. It is one of the biggest leaks that I have, and I don't know if I'll ever correct it. Because I think it's human nature, and I think when you're talking about 260 players, you're going to have blind spots. We got Jack in the chat saying good morning. He's in the one spot, new to the stream, but been in the Discord for ages. Good luck. Makes sense. Makes sense, Jack. Welcome into the stream. Glad you're here. Glad you're in the Discord. If you're not in the Discord, what the hell are you doing? There is a link, L-E-E-N-K. There's a link in the description for what I think. Obviously, I'm biased, but I do think it is one of the best. God, I hate saying best ball. It's the worst to say. Best ball. Discords in all the land. So you should be jumping in that Discord. You can go to our drafters section for best ball. You can go to an underdog. You can go to all the different companies. But we also have a food channel that we yell at each other in frequently. You can see pictures of bad pizza from around the rest of the country. If you're not in the Northeast, I don't know why you're even attempting pizza. Also, X out Rhode Island on that, because whatever the hell Rhode Island has decided to do to pizza is an abomination. And the fact that it is legal in the state of Rhode Island, as well as the other 49 states, is just, mind-boggling. Maybe in a couple hours while we're drafting, we'll look up bad Rhode Island laws and try to figure out why some of those are laws, and yet they can serve whatever the hell Rhode Island pizza is. But it's disgusting. And my grandmother loves it. So she used to cater family events with Rhode Island pizza. And I was always perplexed, upset, shocked. I ran all the gamut of emotions on that. I kind of like Kittle over Ingram. I think we're going to draft Kittle. We'll get a San Francisco thing going on here. to go with our Kansas City situation. We have Bijan for one running back. We've filled every position. We are drafting like it is our home league draft, which I have tomorrow. There is no Sunday Sicko Show because this is your Sunday Sicko Show, a 12-hour stream. Jesse, we're not even going to begin to talk about Ohio pizza. Should I be doing the pizza talk in the first draft? I've already claimed that I've only made salads for this stream. Should I be doing Ohio? Should I be doing pizza talk? Screw it. I'll tell the Ohio pizza story after this. It's nothing major, nothing crazy. I didn't get beat up with a pizza or anything like that. Nobody hit me with a pizza. If that's what you were hoping for, you were going to be so sad by this story that I'm going to bring up. Yes, I ate one slice of last night's pizza and I would have rather starved to death. It was cardboard. It was legitimately cardboard. So we do not count whatever that pizza is as part of Massachusetts. They've been exiled. We don't like it. We don't like it. God, we are going for some real boomer bust plays in this one, but I think we're going to be super sharp and grab the top of the board here. I know you guys are shocked. I know you guys think, what is it, motorcycle day? Is that what's happening? Am I doing multiple drafters drafts? Famous Jay, buddy, do I have some news for you? I am doing 12 hours of only drafters drafts. You will only see drafters drafts today. You will not see anything else. I am only doing drafters drafts. Why, you may ask? If you look at my name, you see that 7 next to it. That is embarrassing. I'm embarrassed that I only have a 7 next to my name. Now, for those of you unfamiliar with drafters let you know, drafters shames you as you enter a draft and lets everyone know how many of this particular tournament you've drafted. So this is my 7th drafters draft. Embarrassingly low. I look at my entry fees and I chuckle because I'm like, man, I'm way behind where I want to be. And I still have a lot of money tied up in best ball. So I'm still behind though. Doesn't mean that I'm not behind, but I do like to have 100 or so in this tournament usually. I'm behind like 50% in the 3 big tournaments this year. Obviously more so in this one, but I will be behind like 50% just based on life things, traveling and stuff for work. Really didn't plan out my drafting schedule great this year, but I had some wrenches thrown in that. Do you have a violin, Jesse, that you can start playing for me and my best ball woes? I think that's what I need at the moment. Yeah, so we'll be doing drafters drafts all day. And again, it's the weekend to do drafters drafts. They are, not only do they have their normal ticket promotion, which we showed, which is like you draft 10 teams, you get a ticket. Every 6 teams you draft this weekend, you get a ticket to this tournament, up to 5. So you draft 30 teams. Let's make our selection real quick. Let us take Jameson Williams. So we're going for like a true hero RB build here with Bijan, and we sprinkled in a little bit of QB and tight end, and we're just trying to make sure that we stay up ahead at wide receiver as well. Trying to juggle a lot here on this team, but I think it's coming together quite nice, to be honest. I think we are in a good position that RB2 that I like will come back to us. I say that knowing that the one hole is double tapping running backs right here. So it is Jack. He is going to grab. Who's he going to grab? Ramondre and Zamir White? Oh, he grabs Jalen Warren. I thought we might get Warren coming back to us, but we didn't, and I'm fine with that. I am more than okay with that. We were probably talking about something that I've already forgot. We got Balaji in the 9 spot, battling for Chiefs players. We are. The battle has commenced. I am going to be just fine with any of the running backs that came back. I would have been fine with Stevenson, Javonte Williams, and I am more than fine with grabbing Tony Pollard in this spot. So we will grab Tony Pollard as our second RB. Team is shaping up quite nicely, I believe. We got Patrick Mahomes, Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Debo, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Christian Watson. God, man, these freaking motorcycles are absolutely just blowing my mind today. Jameson Williams and George Kittle. We have a Kansas City stack. We have a San Francisco team stack set up. I am enjoying the team so far. You see a huge RB run in this 9th round, where the first 5 picks were RBs, followed by the quarterback in taking here with Caleb Williams and Jerome Ford going after that. So it is setting up nicely. What is my highest best ball finish? I think that depends on you'd have to be like more tournament specific for that. So like the one that everyone goes to is Best Ball Mania, right? I finished 74th in that tournament 2 years ago. I believe they are, Boofy. I'm not a FFPC guy though, but I believe all FFPC are tight end premium. Pretty positive on that. So 74th in Best Ball Mania. I don't remember what my highest finish is in this particular tournament, but I came in 7th in the high roller last year on drafters. I finished in the top 12 in the Mastiff last year as well, I believe, which was one of my most controversial teams I've ever drafted. And I slow drafted that team and posted every single pick on that. I went back at one point and looked at the last 2 rounds, and I had a 2v2 decision because I think I drafted from the 112, and my 2v2 was Kyron and Trey McBride last year versus Cardinals backup running back and someone else. And thank God we went with Kyron and Trey McBride. We are hoping so, Boofy. We are hoping we get 100 points a week with just that start. We are hoping so. I have been very high on Bijan since tournaments kicked off this year. It's been one of my biggest stands, is trying to get a ton of Bijan Robinson across all tournaments. One of my highest player exposure players on every single site is Bijan. So we're not going to be changing that on drafters by any means. We will be coming up on the clock here in a second. And what I want to start to do, I know I'm talking through this. I know I have people watching that are behind me, but what I want to do is I just want to see if there's San Francisco drafters behind me. There's a Christian McCaffrey team. What is Anthony Richardson? But I'm trying to see where Ayuk is, right? If I can find Ayuk, if he's in front of us, then we're probably... So Salvani might take a Purdy, who actually goes right there, which is weird. But okay. We're going to grab... I wanted to grab Shaheed, but I think we might grab Dowdle. I know Dowdle's not coming back. I know they're probably neither of them are coming back. Let's grab Dowdle. Let's grab our third RB. We have 5 wide receivers. Shaheed would have been a fun pick there as well, but I know that some of these guys, with the exception of Salvani, really need RBs. So we're going to try to push Rashid Shaheed. Is the play here. Knowing that Rico had a 0% chance coming back. And there's some wide receivers that I like. So I think that Dowdle is the correct pick at that spot. Oh no, Alexander. Have you not heard that Bijan is the play this year? Have you not heard? Ooh, Jake still grabs Shaheed. Okay. Don't hate it. Don't hate it. Doing a true 0 RB. 80 Mitchell goes. That was a target for us as well. We might flip the script on him here because there is a player here that I like in these tournaments quite a bit more than every other tournament. And I am really big on Chuba in this particular tournament. So we're going to grab Chuba. And I think we can still grab more wide receivers after. We have a 1-4-5-1 build right now. So we could look back. This could be a pivotal spot in the draft we look back on. And we're like, maybe we should have grabbed Judy or Gabe Davis or something like that. I could, Boofy. We'll see if we hit our college football bet today. I bet on college football today, and I don't really ever bet on college football. But let's. I bet on college football. Wow. Don't worry about that, Echo. What did we bet? I'll let you guys know what my college football bet is today. We did a parlay, a 4-pick parlay. I've got Penn State money line. I've got Georgia minus 10.5. I've got Virginia Tech minus 6.5. And I've got Oklahoma State minus 6.5. None of that is looking great at the moment. Plenty of time left, though. Yeah, I mean, that's fine. That's part of drafting late here, Alexander. We know that some of these players are pulled up, but we'll be fine with it. With this particular one. My bigger concern is the Rashee Rice stacks. Like, that's my biggest concern on that front. That is my biggest concern on the player pull up front, where I'm just probably not chasing Rashee Rice, Mahomes stacks at the moment. So I think what I was saying has come to fruition, where the better play at that point in time would have been to grab the wide receiver rather than Chuba, just based on our team. But I think I'm going to lean into it a little bit, and I think I'm going to grab Dobbins on this team. And I'm not going to say we're done at running back because we do have 20 rounds. Also, if you're unfamiliar, it's 20 rounds in this. Yeah, Rashee Rice in the 80s was crazy. That's my biggest regret with this tournament. So I smashed Rashee Rice, Mahomes stacks in the other two, and every other tournament that I did, even some drafters $2 stuff. They had a great couple great $2 tournaments. So I had a lot of Rashee Rice, Patrick Mahomes, and that stuff. But this tournament is my one regret, not getting 20 to 30 teams in early just to take advantage of that stack. So I do regret that a little bit. All right, we're going to be coming back on the clock here momentarily as we scroll through the doldrums of the draft board and notice that, yes, it is vile, quite vile. May have a couple special guests dropping by today. Wasn't able to confirm anything. I did put this together very last minute, and it is a holiday weekend, and I am very respectful of everybody's time. So if they are able to free up some time and jump on, it'll be great. If not, you will have to stare at my face in this draft board for 12 hours. You're not allowed to leave now. You're here. You are locked in. We are doing this together. And Leggett goes. That is not great. That is not what we wanted to see. Oh my God. Am I going to draft my first Adam Thielen share? I don't like it. We're grabbing McMillan. I don't want... if I have to do Adam Thielen, it's not going to be on the first team we draft. I can't do it on the first team. I have some dignity. I have some dignity here that I just cannot do Adam Thielen on the first team. Yeah, that's the other thing, Famous Jade. The time and wallet, time and money. It's tough to get as many best ball teams in as you want sometimes, and totally sympathetic to both. Right? Last year, much easier for me to get into the tournaments after the World Series of Poker score. I was able to, and I had a lot more time last summer. So like the combination of doing well in the World Series of Poker and then having the free time in the summer allowed me to get more volume down than I probably ever will again in the future. So totally understand that. I think I just need an IV with Dunkin' Donuts refreshers. I really am going to want one around like 5 or 6 o'clock tonight. But I do not like door dashing anything now. The markup on DoorDash and, Uber Eats and all that shit is terrible. Unless DoorDash or Uber Eats wants to sponsor this stream, then it is the greatest thing ever. And I will tell you to use promo code SPIKE on those apps. But for now, they're not sponsoring us. So just the markup on that is crazy. Dark horse. Question mark. I don't know what this means. Elaborate a bit, please. Are you saying like best dark horse player? Am I a dark horse to win everything? Yes. Absolutely. We are on the clock and we hate it so much. We got a falling Cole Kmet here. We do have a Packer. We do have a Detroit Lion. We also have a Luke Musgrave. Let's do a team stack build out. Let's grab Musgrave to go with Christian Watson, even though we don't have Jordan Love. Build out some Green Bay Packers. What is my dark horse player? Well, the one guy I was grabbing that I don't think is a dark horse anymore, that I was making sure I was above weight on, which I'm still trying to. I'm not going to say his name yet because I might try to draft him. Hold the thought. How about that? How about we hold the thought and we will draft him and then talk about him. Unless Jake in the one hole tries to steal him from me. And then I will have to verbally attack him in the Discord if he does that. You're not allowed to steal players from me and begin the Discord. It is part of the contract when you enter our Discord. The clock is ticking down. We're at 11 seconds. What's he going to do? Is he going to steal the player from me? He's got 4 seconds to figure it out. He hits the 0 and he grabs Geno Smith. Not my dark horse. I will confirm that Geno Smith, not my dark horse pick. And he takes Yoshi, which is a fun pick. Also not my dark horse. And we see Deshaun Watson go. We are just 2 picks away from drafting our dark horse that may or may not be Cole Kmet. Maybe it's Cole Kmet. Maybe that's who the dark horse player is. Is it? Will we see D. Salvani draft Cole Kmet? We are on the clock out of nowhere. And we're just going to pull him up. We're just going to draft Malik Washington in the 15th round because we have 30 drafts to do. And I want Malik Washington in the first one. Malik Washington was a guy I was making sure that I was getting in drafts all off season for multiple reasons. I do think he is just completely a huge upside play. Everything's breaking right for him for the most part in the Dolphins camp. And more importantly, if you are unaware, I am fading certain first rounders. And one of those 2 first rounders I'm fading is Tyreek Hill. So if I'm fading Tyreek Hill, some of the leverage I should be looking for is a guy like Malik Washington, right? So that's one of the guys that I like. So we'll pull Malik Washington up to the 15th round because he's been rising quite heavily over here on drafters and all tournaments. I think 10% Washington you're going to be quite happy with. I think you're going to be very happy you have 10% Malik Washington. So we'll grab him here. Pull him up a bit as our 7th wide receiver, which I'm fine with. I think we have a good core. Quasi has 20% Malik Washington. I actually wish I had 20% Malik Washington. I don't, but I would love to. That would be great. I have a decent amount on DK. I was really hammering Devontae Walker in the 20th round on DK, but Malik was a guy that I was grabbing still, just not at that level, and I probably should have been mixing him in just a tiny bit more. But I'll still be overweight, I believe. Let me see what I'm looking at here for some Malik Washington exposure. Should just pull it up on the desktop, but my brain goes to the computer. Sitting here with one quarterback. Let's grab Tracy as a giant backup. Not in a uber rush to get my next quarterback. Probably get him on the turn here, maybe. I was looking at my Malik Washington exposure on the other sites, and at the moment I have 12% Malik Washington total on UD, and on DraftKings I don't think it'll be as high. I don't think so, but we'll gander. We are at 9% on DK, which I think I think that I should be at more like 16 to 20% on DK. That was probably a mistake on that site. What's going on, Scott? Am I close to maxing drafters? Let's get back to that question in 1 second. Let's draft. Oh, God damn it. We were going to draft Daniel Jones. That was the play. Daniel Jones was the play. We'll do Bryce Young, which I don't love. We only have Chuba with him. That's what we get for teasing the Adam Thielen pick. We still get Bryce Young, and we vomit. Still have to do a Carolina thing. We're okay with it. We'll survive. Am I close to maxing drafters? No. At the moment, this is my 7th drafters draft. Really got behind on this. Part of the reason for this marathon. So I would love to get to 50 by the start of the season. I'm hoping to get like realistically 15 to 20 of these done today. But with the tickets and everything that they're giving, I am hoping to I like to hit this tournament late usually. I think it was a bit of a mistake this year. I think I still could have done a lot of this late, but I do think in the future I am going to make it a priority that once ADP settles on every site, I'm like talking with a lisp and I never talk with a lisp. Once they have ADP settle on every site, I'm going to want to make sure I have 20 to 25 in the main tournaments across the board. And usually drafters, I don't worry about it until the end. I really like drafting on drafters late, but I still want to take advantage of certain situations, especially if I'm targeting stuff like we were talking about earlier, the Rashee Rice thing. So that's what I am going to be taking out of this draft season, which you would think I would already know, doing this for years now. But I think I just really think that the Rashee Rice helped clarify that for me, because I was never scared to draft him. It was just, I'm just going to hit this guy as much as I can for as long as I can at his current ADP. But also take mental breaks. So make sure that you are in the correct mental space to draft, which is why I did not get as many drafts in as I normally would this year. I'm going to grab Justin Fields too. I don't like 3 quarterback builds, but I feel like this is a fun spot to grab Fields. So we're going to do it. Yeah, drafters is legit. There's always tickets. There's always overlay. And if you cash in this tournament, you min cash. So $15 if you cash is $30. And I know that, you know, we're shooting for first place, but ROI does matter a bit. Like when you're drafting in volume, ROI matters. You're not drafting one $15 team. I mean, like if you are drafting one $15 team, ROI does not matter. But if you're putting volume into best ball, you're looking at return. And a tournament that's overlaying like this, let's grab Carson Steele, I believe is what I want to do here. Right? Sure. Let's grab Carson Steele. Let's grab another Kansas City Chief. So it does matter. And when you're doing a cumulative scoring tournament on top of that, when you're just shaving the bottom of that tournament list off and making it easier to cash in this thing because you're competing against less teams, it is huge for your portfolio. And that's why this is currently the best tournament to draft in. No matter what else is open right now, objectively, like just being real, I know we're doing this 12-hour drafter stream, but I'm doing it for a reason. And that's because right now, this is the best tournament to draft in for your money. Yeah, there's no shade to Underdog, Carlos. I have friends that work in Underdog. I like Underdog's platform as well. But just liking a platform isn't enough. Underdog does some really fun tournaments that I really like playing. Best Ball Mania is Best Ball Mania. Everyone likes that. But I like to make sure that you should be attacking spots that are best for you as a player. And I think this is one of those spots you should be attacking. If we're just stepping back and looking at where we should be putting our money. And I also think that if you have friends that are getting into best ball, I always tell them to start with drafters. Cumulative scoring is much easier than try with the game strategy, right? Than trying to teach people like about playoff formats and being like, well, you know, this guy's actually a better pick, even though this player A is a better pick, even though player B is a better player based on playoff schedule when they're right next to each other. And just like going over all that stuff when you can just tell them draft on drafters, it's cumulative scoring, best team wins. Period. There is still game theory. You are still doing stuff like that. Dan Jeff and Juju Smith-Schuster. Gross. Let's take a flyer on Calvin Austin to go with Justin Fields. So our very first team: Patrick Mahomes, Bryce Young, Justin Fields, Bijan Robinson, Tony Pollard, Rico Dowdle, Chuba Hubbard, J.K. Dobbins, Tyrone Tracy, Carson Steele, Debo, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Christian Watson, Jameson Williams, Jalen McMillan, Malik Washington, Calvin Austin, George Kittle, and Luke Musgrave. Let's go back to the lobby and get in our next tournament. And as we jump in this tournament, just reminder about the tickets, man. That's the other great thing. Let's get in and we'll look at them real quick. We need 2 more. But your first 10 tournaments, you get a bonus ticket. Your first 25, you get another bonus ticket. 50, they give you 2 more bonus tickets. Draft 100 teams, get 3. Max enter the tournament, you get a $100 bonus and a t-shirt. And that doesn't even count the... Are we in the same spot? No, we got the 6th spot. Doesn't even count the tickets they're giving away this weekend. Yeah, I'm not a huge pick'ems guy, Johnny, but probably, I would assume. I actually like some of their in-season, like their weekly drafts, sort of their battle royal style stuff on drafters. I was doing some of those last year as well. Some of their bigger buy-in stuff, which isn't huge buy-ins. But I did a few of those last year. Overall, not my... The dailies are not my bread and butter or my cup of tea overall, but I did like some of the drafters ones that I was doing last year. We are on to draft 2. We are drafting the 6 hole. How amazing would it be if we just went 5, 6, 7, 8, 9? Oh, Dean is in here. Shout out to Dean. Who else is in here? Anyone? So we do have Dean in the chat. Dean's going to jump on stream with us later tonight. Absolutely, man. We will welcome to have another voice on here. I am totally fine with that. As we are on to draft number 2. Dean is fired at this thing, baby. Dean's got 92 entrants in here. Let's go. Let's go. And we get a flip with the first 2 picks. Christian McCaffrey goes first this time. CeeDee Lamb second. Chat, do we build another Bijan team if it comes to it? Do we do another Bijan team? Oh, hells yeah, Johnny. We're doing 12 hours. I know others do 24 hours, and maybe one day we'll do it. But my 12 hours is tougher than their 24 hours. You might be asking yourself why. I'll tell you why in a second. This is marketing. This is me selling myself on why me doing half the work is more beneficial than those that are doing 24-hour streams. I'm not doing Garrett Wilson at the 6 hole. We're not doing it. I've never said I won't draft Garrett Wilson, but I will not draft him at 6. God damn it, Schwartz. He takes Bijan Robinson from our hands at the 5 hole. We have been absolutely devastated. This is a train wreck. This is a murder, I think. I think that this is just an absolute murder of epic proportions from K. Schwartz. Doesn't even have the decency to have a picture up. Just comes in like Jack the Ripper, takes my guts out, leaves them on the street side. That is what Jack the Ripper did, if you guys were unfamiliar. Grabs Bijan Robinson and then just tells me to go F myself. Absolutely devastating. We could have started this stream off with 2 for 2 on Bijan Robinson. Like, not even K. Schwartz 1 could do it to us. It was K. Schwartz 2 that had to come in and just remove our heart from our body and draft Bijan Robinson. You hate to see it. You absolutely, positively hate to see. Do we have sad music? Do I have like the saddest music? Where's Jesse? Get him back in here. Jesse, I need the saddest song of all time. Oh no, Johnny. Oh no. I don't like that. We are on the clock. We are devastated. We are crying. We're going to grab Malik Neighbors. I really want to grab Achan, but our heart's already been ripped out of us. We're going to grab Malik Neighbors. Oh my God. How do we get through this? Do we end the stream at 1 p.m.? 1 hour into it? I have 11 more hours to go. Jesus Christ. What are we doing? Oh, so I should probably explain why my 12 hours is tougher than others doing 24 hours. And this is called ghost math. And within ghost math, I did an overnight investigation last night, meaning I got home super late from a paranormal investigation. And I did not get my normal allotted sleep because I still have to wake up super early because the dog is on a schedule and my dog runs the house, of course. So I am already teetering on delirium at 1 p.m. And I'm old. I don't know if I've mentioned that I'm old yet because I'm old and I don't remember things, but I'm old. I am probably older than people think, which weirds me out because I think I look my age. But yes, I'm old. I did ghost things last night. Spooky season is officially upon us. And I'll be running myself into the ground over the course of the next 2 months. So yes. About to be back on the clock here in a second. Let's see what K. Schwartz, aka Jack the Ripper, does now with his 13 seconds of clock. Down to 4 seconds, 3, looking for what's going to be the most maximum pain pick he can make on me. He grabs Derrick Henry. We're fine with that. I'm actually going to grab Kyron here. I'm find the Kyron news LOL funny, and I think I'm still just going to smash him in the third round. I don't care about the punt returner thing at all. And the Blake Corum thing, I find pretty funny. I don't think that he's going to have the carries that he had last year. But that doesn't mean that he's not going to be... I still think he's going to be one of the higher percentages in the league. Even though he's not going to be the highest, right? So I think Corum's going to take some. But go read the Blake Corum blogs of him coming out as a prospect. Right? It's nothing... And I'm not like the ultimate prospect take guy, but it's not like it was a glowing review. In fact, as I recall, we only wanted him if he went to one team at one point. So I think Kyron's fine. I think I'm going to be drafting Kyron in the third round still. I don't think it's bag defending. I think the logical argument is the Corum argument. I don't think that the logical argument is the punt return argument. Number one at each position in my eyes. Well, running back is Bijan for me, for sure. Who is going to finish number one for fantasy? So I think that Bijan's going to be the RB 101 this year. Wide receivers a little bit more tricky. I gonna guess I hate being like so by the book with answers, but it definitely feels like it is lining up for CeeDee Lamb. But we'll go with the one everyone's scared of right now. We'll go with Jamar Chase. How about that? Not just because we drafted him in this draft, but we'll take Jamar Chase. Let's take Trey McBride. I think that Trey McBride actually is in line to be one of the number one tight ends, but I'm if I had to put money on it, it would be Mark Andrews. And QB, I just really love the Lamar Andrews stack overall, so I think Lamar might be the 101 of QBs this year. So we'll go Bijan, Chase, Andrews, Lamar is my guess. Hopefully that makes sense. Hopefully no one's gonna... I don't think anyone can really fight me on that one. Well, I mean, like, you can have your opinions, but I don't think you can come in and tell me that I am an idiot. There'll be plenty of reasons to call me an idiot in the next 11 hours, but I don't think that will be one of them. But I do like Trey McBride a lot. I do like Arizona stuff this year. Is the Baltimore defense still nasty? They were historically good last year, and they are due for regression. I believe they lost their defensive coordinator as well as some of their players. So it is looking like there'll be a regression in the Baltimore defense this year, which was going to happen even if they didn't lose pieces, most likely, just because of how historically good they were. I believe I heard John Daigle talking about this on the Legendary Sickos podcast. It was either Daigle or Rebar, but I believe it was Daigle. So I mean, you got to grab Kincaid here, Schwartz. That's the play. I don't fully understand that pick, but to each their own. But now I'm a little thrown. We're never gonna get Andrews, but let's grab Lamar because I think he can still do some fun stuff with Lamar late. And I want all different variations of Lamar teams. So let's grab Lamar. Yeah, I think the Ravens. I mean, like, go back to that Detroit game last year. Imagine if Detroit was able to do anything, right? They were able to just do anything. Are we in or out on Bateman? I grab Bateman. I probably have too much Bateman because I like Lamar. So I am in on Bateman to the extent that I think he can be viable. I'm not saying that he's going to be a top 10 wide receiver by any means. I'm also not saying that Garrett Wilson's going to be a top 10 wide receiver, which, you know, controversial apparently. That I don't think a guy that's never sniffed the top 20 is going to be a top 10 wide receiver. But let's save that debate till later. Dark horse quarterback, though. I know it's like people like the team, so it's not like as big a dark horse, but I like the Green Bay stuff quite a bit. Speaking of which, we will grab Jaden Reed as our wide receiver 3. Thought I might have tipped my hand a little bit too much there. But I am also aware that I'm a bigger Jaden Reed bull than others. So I just think that the upside that he could potentially have is insane. They only have 2 wideouts in Baltimore right now. Well, they have God, they still have Aguilar, don't they? Did he get released? I doubt it. I can't imagine. Let's look. Let's gander. Oh, did they actually? No, they got Aguilar. It's Zay, Bateman, Aguilar, Tylan Wallace, Devontae Walker, who I still grab some, Deontay Hardy, and Isaiah Washington is on IR. I also like Wicks, but I like the way I've decided to play Green Bay is just draft them. Oops. Like I obviously, like others, you know, I think Reed's my favorite, which is a hard, shocking take since he's the first drafted. I like Christian Watson enough that I draft him. We drafted him on the last team. He's fine. I like Wicks. I take Dobbs somewhat. Dobbs is the hardest to take of all of them, in my opinion. Eric and myself did a Green Bay team that I really liked for the Drafters High Roller the other day. So the way we drafted the Drafters High Roller between Eric and myself is some of my favorite ways to think through teams. I think we did a really good job with that one. Pat ourselves on the back. Let's grab Brian Thomas. So I don't love starting with 2 rookie wide receivers generally on a drafters team. It's not my favorite way to build them, but I almost think that you just don't look at Malik Neighbors like a rookie at this point. Just I think his volume is just going to be there day one. So I do take Claus. He's asking if I like Bo Melton as a last round dart. I do take some Bo Melton on Jordan Love teams, and I think I've taken him on other teams as well, but definitely Jordan Love stuff. Thoughts between Musgrave and Kraft. I'm the Musgrave guy at Spike Week. I think that this is going to be his opportunity year, but I'm not, it's not one of my stronger takes in terms of I'm 100% sure this is going to happen. I lead Musgrave, but if we finish the year and Kraft is above him, I'd be like, okay, that makes sense, right? It's not going to blow my mind if Kraft somehow ends up being the guy there at the tight end position. And the third option is I wouldn't be shocked if the tight end position doesn't matter too much in Green Bay. I do grab a decent amount of Musgrave because I target Jordan Love, and as a stack, I will have some Musgrave, and occasionally I will grab Kraft. But that's more rare than it should be. I should have more Kraft than I do. But I like a lot of the late round tight ends too. Like, a lot is probably not the right word. I have late round tight end targets that I am a fan of. Like Juwan Johnson, I think, is still one of the best picks on the board. So I usually target him. On occasion, we are coming back up on the clock. I think we have some avenues here that we can take. There's something I want to do. But I'm not sure we're going to be able to do it unless we try it a certain way. And I think the way we have to do that is by grabbing Jordan Love first. Don't look at my player pool, anybody that's drafting on this side of the board. There's no signal for who I want to take right now. You have no idea who it is. You have no idea what I'm trying to set up here. Why I had to take Jordan Love first. Inconsequential. Stay in your own lanes. Mind all of your own businesses. Multiple businesses, mind them. Make sure your taxes are paid on those. Do not look at my draft board. You're not allowed to see it. Just keep drafting Zamir White and Joshua Palmer and Chase Brown. That's who you guys want to draft. We know it. Everybody knows it. Oh my God, I forgot Jack the Ripper's behind us. I forgot that Jack the Ripper is right here. Oh my God, I feel him sharpening his knives right now as we speak. They're making that knife sharpening noise. Ugh. The arms reaching back. Oh my God, Biggs, what are you doing? What are you doing? You have Joe Burrow. You have T. Higgins. Grab Chase Brown. For the love of God. That's where you should have been, but we're going to grab Jalen Warren and be fine with it. I understand you need a receivers. I could have interested you in a nice Joshua Palmer. Yes, Duke. I'm going to do 12 hours. We're at an hour 13. It's not advisable, probably. Probably not advisable. What I would say. So we got two studly quarterbacks with Lamar Jackson and Jordan Love. Running backs are Kyron and Jalen Warren currently. We have Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Jaden Reed, Brian Thomas, and Trey McBride at the moment. I don't think so, Self. I think he's going to be worked into this offense at a decent clip. I'm not saying that he's going to be a top 5 tight end for the year. He's probably going to hover. I think he can hover around that top 10 range, though. And he's shown the ability for the spike week. So I don't think it's week 17 hangover, even though like he just lapped the field at the tight end position on week 17 last year. I just think he's a viable pick overall. Versier. Yes, we're doing 12 hours. 12 hours on drafters. It's going to be fun. We are on our second draft. But you should be taking advantage of these drafters tickets as well. If you are drafting on drafters. We are on the clock. And the word that is circling around our head is shit. What do we do? We don't love it. We might have to grab Rico again. Yeah. We're going to grab Rico. We're going to go with the sandwich method that apparently Moxie created, according to Eric Time4. We will be doing the sandwich. Thank you for coming up with that, Moxie. We appreciate it. It's a great metaphor. Great strategy. Very well thought out. You're a man of leisure. And scholar. I wonder if I should change the color of my ghost at some point. Delirium will kick in and we'll just start altering colors, layouts, figuring out how to slowly take over this draft board, show my dazzling smile. My AJ Brown t-shirt. It would be comical if we do like 20 drafts and we don't get any AJ Brown. That would just be silly, right? All right, so Georgia's on the board, up 6-0. Penn State we have. They're winning. That's good. I don't even remember who else I bet. Does anyone else? I brought them up. There was 3 teams that are playing right now that I bet. Perhaps we gander again? Because I forget. We'll make our pick. We'll figure out who that third team was that's playing right now. 21% AJ Brown. That's fun. When do I start to reach if I do? Buddy, I don't know if you're familiar with my draft streams, but I will take Bijan Robinson at 101. Gladly. If you mean in the later rounds, I'm fine with scrolling around anywhere. Depends what type of team I'm building. I don't always let the ADP dictate what I'm doing. It does look like it a lot because I'm setting things up on my drafts. But as you saw earlier, if I want Malik Washington, I'll scroll down. Exactly. First here. I just use ADP as a template of the team I want to build. So that's kind of the way I play it. Berserk came to kick off his psychology class, which I'm all for. Penn State, Georgia, Virginia Tech. Oh, good. Well, that bet's dead. Virginia Tech is getting absolutely blasted. This is why I don't ever bet college football. Never. But we did it today for fun. And we're having a blast watching Virginia Tech be down 17-0 right now. It is such a hoot. Got a quarterback run starting here from the 12th round where Herbert, Rodgers, and Tua go. We're all done ourselves at the position with Lamar and Jordan Love. We're back on the clock here in the second. We're going to lean into wide receiver. We're going to grab Jalen Poke. It really thins out at this point. And my preference is a running back here. But I think we're able to push the board a bit. So that's why, although I don't care about ADP too much, in this particular situation, where I prefer running backs, but I know one of these two picks I want to be a wide receiver, we grab the wide receiver first. Yes, Virginia Tech is getting crushed. He has a psychology degree. Oh, bump him up the ranks. He's going to know how to get into the head of Mike McDaniel, and get on the field. Do you think he can talk Tyreek Hill into retiring by week 7? Is there a prop bet for that? Adam is telling us that he used to have an interview with a demonologist who's had 40 years of investigations. 4 or 5 were totally insane, and was the first to witness the Conjuring House and gave it to Ed Warren. Too crazy for him. I've been to the Conjuring House. I am very excited that I got to go there when I did, because I'm sure no one else in this chat will know what the hell I'm talking about, but it sounds like you will, Adam. The owner of the Conjuring House right now is insane. And until she gives up the house, there's no chance in hell I would ever go back there. So this woman is so insane. She ended up getting the business page for the Conjuring House taken down off of Facebook. She, when I say insane, she I'm not trying to make fun, because she, based on her post, legitimately needs some sort of mental health. I feel like Tyreek Hill has been leaking that he wants to retire for 2 years now, to be fair. But also, booking the Conjuring House is the price on that. When she took it over, she raised it, which was already one of the more expensive houses to book for the evening. To book the Conjuring House overnight, I believe it's $1,200 to $1,500 for the night. And we are on the clock. As much as I like Dobbins, let's grab Ray Davis. Actually, let's grab Jordan Mason. Let's pull Mason up to the 13th round. You can't stop me. We'll grab Jordan Mason. So yeah, it's $1,200 to $1,500 to start. There are things that could escalate that up to $800 more for the night. And there's just a whole litany of things with that house that you should not go there. I don't think that many people on this channel will be considering going there, but if you were thinking about it, Adam, do not go to that house anytime soon. I hope that woman gets the help she needs, though. She was losing her mind live before everyone's face, online. It was tough to see. I also live in Massachusetts, sir. Or ma'am. I don't know. Don't want to assume, but I do assume, sir. Do I have any full fades this year? South, have you come to the right guy? I am. They call me Mr. Fade. I don't know who they are, and it's never been said to my face. But the way I like to play best ball is through fading and being overweight certain situations every single year. And my fades start in the first round, and I think I will have fades in the first round every single year. Because one of the ways I like to play best ball is to be overweight on studs, but to do that, you have to be underweight. Dorchester. My best friend owns a pizza place in Dorchester. So go buy every single pizza from there right now, actually. And also bring me one, because boy, are we getting hungry. All right, we are coming up on the clock, and then we will talk more about fades. That might be the one. You may have nailed the one that he owns. You may have nailed it. So, in terms of fades, I have 0% Tyreek Hill across all tournaments. I also have 0% CMC across all tournaments. And I know how that beats me, right? I'm not going to be one of those guys that comes on here and says, you absolutely cannot drop this player because blah, 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 blah. You know, all that stuff. But I went with age and potential regression with the players in the first round that I wanted to get rid of. And they also are ones that when I move them out of my player pool, it allows me to bring up and get overweight on almost any player that I want to be overweight on. So that's how I play that. Who's calling me on a Saturday? Does anyone else get shocked when their phone rings? So those are my two big fades in the first round. Now there's fades throughout the entire tournament for me. I will always fade James Conner because I like to. I don't care how good of a pick he is. It's one of those things. Like, you know, you get in those spots where like it's like, I don't care how good this is. I'm fading them. We're going to take Marshawn Lloyd here. Yeah, that's what I want. I want Lloyd. So we're going to take Marshawn Lloyd. But there's fades throughout the board, like that I have. But we start with round one because there are certain ways we want to build it. And sometimes those fades like will come around at the back end here too, to be overweight guys up here. I didn't do that as much this year. I was getting mixtures, but also might be a little underweight on certain players because I'm trying to get certain combinations of back end guys. So I'm looking at the board just to kind of go over that. I faded Saquon Barkley. He just got a little too high for me. I faded Jahmyr Gibbs this year. Jonathan Taylor I have none of. My Pacheco ownership is too low. Derrick Henry's low. I didn't draft Travis Etienne. I have no Josh Jacobs. So as you can tell, I was doing hero and zero RB quite frequently. Other than that, I fade Michael Pittman every year. But that's where we're at. Like, that's how I play it. I have fades. It allows me to be overweight certain players, and sometimes it works out, sometimes it doesn't. And my process is generally sound with the exception of James Conner. 32% Pacheco is a lot. I don't hate it. I don't hate having... So we were in the lab on Tuesday night, and I actually think my biggest mistake this year was fading a couple of those running backs that I named, especially when I'm so into the offense. And I think it's a mistake I've made over the last 2 to 3 years, where I'm not saying I need to be overweight them by any means, but if I like the Green Bay Packers enough, like if I rank my top 5 offenses and I'm not drafting their running back, that's probably a mistake. Right? So, yeah, I don't have a lot of Rashad White either, Brassear. So, that's sort of the stuff that I consider when I'm doing my reflection on drafting. Let's go ahead. Let's draft Yoshi Boss. We already have Jamar Chase, even though we don't have the quarterback. We do like to bet on Cincinnati once we take Jamar Chase. And we want more Yoshi as well. But that is a part of my process with best ball and anything that I do is I try to reflect at the end of the year, or I even do this throughout the year. I need to lay out the things that I did right for the draft season and what mistakes am I making. And I don't think a lot of people are honest with themselves, and not just in best ball, but in life in general. You ready for your psychology class? I think to get better at things, you have to look at things that you are doing that is a good process and what is a bad process, and improving upon them. And I think the biggest mistake people make is when they mistake something that went right for good process when it could have been bad. Just because you get the desired outcome doesn't make the process right. So that is something you need to be looking at through everything. And I can give you an example of that, of where I think I had a bad process and it worked out for me this year after our next pick. We'll do that. Tank works. I also like Estime here. Let's grab Estime. Pull him up a little bit. So I think something that I did that's going to end up correct, but I think was just overall bad process, was my fade of Ricky Pearsall this year. I looked at the 49ers roster. I knew the Ayuk stuff was happening, but I do think there was a legitimate chance that that ends in a trade, a decent percentage of the time. And I think fading Pearsall was, I know he got hurt, and like everything broke my way on it. But just because everything broke my way on it doesn't mean that I shouldn't have been drafting some Ricky Pearsall and making sure that I had they drafted him in the first round. There's first round draft capital. It did look like it was setting up as a redshirt season right when he was drafted, and that stuck in my head. And I didn't reevaluate the situation enough until it was too late. And by the time I did that, it didn't make sense to draft him. That was bad process. Doesn't mean I should have been at 16, 24, 30% Ricky Pearsall. But I probably should have been between 6 and 8%. Right? Like, that is good result with a bad process. Yeah. So those are the things that I think as you're drafting best ball teams, and you're not going to nail everything. You're not going to be able to remember everything. You're not going to be able to grade every individual thing you've done in best ball, but certain things like that you need to be looking at and just storing it in the back of your mind for the following year. The reason why I was on the Rashee Rice thing was because we've had situations like this in the past, and we knew exactly how, well, not exactly, but we knew the likely outcome for a situation like that. He was either most likely not going to get suspended this year based on past seasons, or it was going to be early and it didn't matter on most formats. So it was an easy process to draft Rashee Rice at the end when people were freaking out about him. We are on the clock again, and we are gonna grab, let's grab Noah Brown for the LOLs. Mostly undrafted guy, 18th round, just gets signed by Washington. Could step in and have some spike weeks. Nice. That sounds fun. That sounds like a fun team. You've been taking Parasol on the 200s on DK? That probably makes sense. I mean, the bet is different now, though. Like the reason, and obviously the price is different too, so totally understand the 200s. But I'm just saying, in general, there are things that I do wrong that I need to make sure. Got Dean in the chat here. Did not notice. To be fair, I noticed I am dealing with a actual chat for the stream. But yes, I saw your message before it was too late. So take that. We were ahead of it. So yes. This is a good question, Versier. I struggle when things seem obviously good, i.e. Lamar plus Mark Andrews stacks is pretty easy to get. But does that make it bad? I don't think it does. Because I do think that although it's quote unquote easy to get, I don't think it was happening enough, maybe. We'll have to dig into the numbers to see how frequently it was drafted together. But I don't think it was bad. But I do get that sentiment. But I also think those are edges to attack. I think when something seems that good. So if you go back and listen to Legendary Sickos this week, I think a perfect example of that is Pat Carrane talking about how he was with Breece Hall last year, where the price seemed obviously good. He thought he was taking crazy pills because of how good the price. It was like his exact quote. You know, you should still go listen to the show, but I think this is a great example where when you see something and it's that much, and the thing is you shouldn't be seeing it too much, but if you see one or two of those during a draft season, you should absolutely be attacking it. We're going to draft Devontae Walker in the 19th round here because we just want to set up more stuff. We have a 2-6-9-2 build with Lamar and Jordan Love at QB. We have Trey McBride, Isaiah Likely at tight end. I think it allows us to do that stuff. But I think when you see something significant like that, you should be attacking it. Correct, Paulino. I still like to fade that particular one because it was so much more common than others. It was just because they were right next to each other and the first round. So that's probably going to have more ownership from last year than Mark Andrews and Lamar this year. But it doesn't mean you shouldn't be drafting it at all, right? So I get that. I can see that argument being both ways on that one. Yeah, I can see still liking Pearsall. My problem with Pearsall at this point isn't even just the Ayuk signing, it's the rookie injury thing. That's more of my concern with him at the moment. Getting him up to speed to get in the offense for if someone does go down. Let's take a peek at some of these tight ends. They are gross. Nobody likes them, from what I hear. By any means. We're about to finish our second draft. We got more to go. Let's get it. Let us just gandering, just taking a little scroll. Where is he? I couldn't find him. I should have just did the search. Got too cute, but we can add to the Denver thing. So we went with Lamar and Jordan Love, Kyron Williams, Jalen Warren, Rico Dowdle, Jordan Mason, Marshawn Lloyd, Audric Estime, Jamar Chase, Malik Neighbors, Jaden Reed, Brian Thomas, Jerry Jeudy, Jalen Polk, Yoshi, Noah Brown, Devontae Walker, Trey McBride, Isaiah Likely, Greg Dulcich. So usually don't need 3 tight ends on this team. I wanted Eric All on this team to go with our Cincinnati team stacking without the quarterback. But we got some Baltimore stacks. We got some Green Bay stuff. Did some Denver team stacking as well on this one. Is it my favorite team? No, but I think it's fine. I also think it's time to jump into another draft. Of course, let's join another draft. Halfway to earning our first ticket, maximum of 5. Do I think Emmanuel Wilson will be a smash because of the rookie injury to Lloyd? Maybe early in the season, but I think that Lloyd is setting up to have potential as well. Yeah, we could have done Tucker Kraft as well. I mean, that could have been something that we did, but we didn't do it on this team. I will do it in the future, probably. Waiting for this to fill. Let's answer text messages. I have people asking me what best ball tournaments they should be entering. Is what's happening. And I can't write the word believe. All right, let's go draft. Let's click the button. We are drafting from the 12 hole this time. We see Wydad in here. Anyone else? Anyone else? Anyone else? Yes. Famous Jay's in the 3 spot with his 16th draft. We're at 9. So we're almost at a ticket for 10 in theory. And then we are halfway to a ticket for 6. So that's what I'm talking about. Drafters is just giving away tickets this weekend. Why are you not drafting on Drafters? We are going to smash this 12 hole. I can already feel it in my bones. I have a feeling that this room is going to leave Bijan to us at the 112 because they're all very kind, especially you, Dad. I know you would let him fall to the 12 if he made it to the 11. And I think it's just going to be the greatest Bijan team ever created in the history of best ball. Name a good backup in the last round. In the last round of drafters, it ain't pretty, is what we will say. It ain't pretty. Are you taking Garrett Wilson at the 103? Brees Hall, obviously. Obviously. So let me ask you this, Famous Jay. Why don't you believe in Garrett Wilson? Why do you hate Garrett Wilson if you're not willing to take it? 104 Devon Achane. Let's go. Love to see it. Can't wait to see what this team is. I like shit like this. I love seeing this stuff. Bijan goes. Bijan goes. We are sad. We are very, very sad. We are sad. Are you going to let me have AJ Brown at the 112, Dad? I'm wearing his shirt. Look at this. I'm wearing an AJ Brown shirt. Do you know how great the player Puka? God damn it. Why, Dad? You weren't going to give me 112. I just wanted 112 AJ Brown. Come on, bro. All right, we'll grab Puka. We'll cry a little bit for not getting AJ Brown at the 112. You could have just set me up so nicely. And we're gonna grab Drake London. We're gonna do a Puka Drake London team. There, have your AJ Brown, Marvin Harrison. Why, Dad? And your picture is Keep Hope Alive, and you wouldn't give me AJ Brown? Hashtag Keep Hope Alive, and you wouldn't give me the hope of getting AJ Brown? What a day. We're not even 2 hours in, and I'm tilted. Not even 2 hours in, and I'm tilted. Just absolutely shambles that I couldn't get AJ Brown at the 112 once in my life. I have this Kelly Green Eagles shirt on. We have the Kelly Green throwback Pro Line helmet signed by Randall Cunningham. The reason I watch football, the reason why I still sort of root for the Eagles, even though I live in New England and I root for the Patriots. Just absolute shambles. I'm showing you like you can see it. I forgot I was this little flick of a person in the corner. Let's just show it since I brought it up. I have the Kelly Green Eagles helmet that you just absolutely left me in shambles on. God, now I've ruined my camera. I have 12 hours to fix it. I'm gonna get hungry. I don't have food. I have salad. Some really good chicken that I did make yesterday. I'm angry. This is all Y Dad's fault. How are you gonna tilt me on the third draft of the day when I'm doing a 12-hour stream? Think of the gifts you would have had in your life if you would have given me the gift of AJ Brown. Like, what a gift that would have been. Where's my dog? I'm going to have him track you down. Gotham. Shocking he didn't come when I called him. Absolute most stubborn breed of dog there is. Just the most stubborn breed there is. But we get Puka Nacua and Drake London, players that I do like. Some are saying that Puka Nacua and Drake London are going to have more yards combined than AJ Brown, and I believe them. Is Virginia Tech down 1,000 points now? Probably. Oh, they're only down 14 at halftime? Great. This is a good point, Frosty, mate. It's funny how all our Emmanuel Wilson shares from March and April. How about January? How about our January and February Emmanuel Wilson shares? How about that? Because we were drafting him in January. I actually think he might have been one of my most highest exposed players in the big board. I'll gander after my next two picks. But I think I had quite a bit of Emmanuel Wilson in the big board tournaments. Might have went a little overboard there. Where do we want to go? You know what I want to do here? I don't think I've been doing enough Zay Flowers, Lamar. I know we just did a Lamar team, but let's pull them up. Let's do a Puka, Drake London, Zay Flowers, Lamar Jackson team. Let's do that. Let's gander at our big board exposure and see how much Emmanuel Wilson we had. Well, maybe it wasn't as bad as I thought. Oh, I'm not even going to say it because I'm embarrassed at how little I had. Man, in my brain, I drafted a lot of Emmanuel Wilson on the big board. We have 1%. What was I drafting? Who was I drafting if I wasn't drafting Emmanuel Wilson? Revoke my sicko status because I feel like not having Emmanuel Wilson is a leak for the time. What an absolute stick of dynamite to the face that I thought I had like 30% Emmanuel Wilson. Did I look at the right name? Let's gander one more time. Change the song real quick. Wilson. Yeah, I drafted 1% Emmanuel Wilson. I also drafted 1% Zach Wilson. Why that happened, who knows? Does anyone want to guess my top exposure? Oh my God. What is this exposure? All right, we're going to make a new rule going forward. I'm never allowed to look at my big board exposure right before the season kicks off. I never want to see how dead my teams are in my life ever again. My top exposure wide receiver, does anyone want to guess? Because it's not great. Not great. It's Malachi Corley at 33%. Malachi Corley at 33% in the big board. What was I doing? Troy Franklin is number 2. Somebody said Troy Franklin. 32% Troy Franklin. 32% Troy Franklin. At least Jamar Chase is number 3 at 23%. That's exactly right. Sounds like a villain name. Perfect for our team. Have to draft Malachi Corley based off the supervillain name. That is 100% the analysis I used for drafting Malachi Corley. Either a Bond villain or a horror movie villain. Malachi Corley. You nailed it. Absolutely nailed it. That is what we did. Holy shit, Malachi Corley. The running backs ain't much better. I mean, they are better. I will say they are better. Let's just stack on Atlanta. Kyle Pitts. Great way for us to get a Kyle Pitts Lamar Jackson team. And let's take Fat Keenan. Did a Doomsday go? Yeah, Doomsday went. Let's grab Fat Keenan. Full point PPR. Hells yeah. Why is that song so short? Yeah, A-Rod is not a big fan of rookies. See Devontae Adams. All right, do we want to do the running backs next? Because although bad, not as vomit-inducing. But my top two running backs are 38 and 37%. Oh my God. There's someone that I have 27% of that makes me want to light my phone on fire. Oh my God. 27% of this guy? Oh. Oh. That's not my top exposure, though. No, I wish it was Bijan. Bijan was 28% in the big board. We did 28%. I'm looking at my running back list, and my big board teams are dead. Nope, not Kendre, not Zeke. Rookie. Rookie at 38%. Top two are rookies. 38 and 37%. Not Eli. Just running backs. We're just doing running backs right now. It is fine. I will say that the top two are fine. All right, Salf, you nailed number one. Shipley is 38%. We have 38% Will Shipley in the big board. %. Final call. Oh my God, I don't even want to see what I have for Berserker. Izzy is not number two, but Izzy is the 27% that made me want to vomit. So you nailed that one. 27% Izzy Abanikanda. Yes, absolutely a Slytherin name. But 27% Izzy Abanikanda? What are we doing? I have 37% Braylon Allen in the big board. 37% Braylon. Feels good. I like that we can do this during the 12-hole drafts. We can do these fun little activities of just dunking on my player exposure. It makes me feel great. It makes me really excited to draft for 10 more hours. Being able to look back and dunk on all the things I did wrong drafting back in January really gasses me up to be like, I can't wait to draft 50 more teams today for all of you. 45% Algier is good, sir. We have no running backs, which is fine, I guess. Really like Aaron Jones. We haven't drafted him yet today. Let's draft Aaron Jones. And let's grab Cortland Sutton, because I think Cortland Sutton is a smash in his spot. You'll send me a Jet jersey? Garrett Wilson? So I think there's a big misconception that I hate Garrett Wilson. I think there's a giant misconception. Like, Jets fans just got so mad that I said he's not going to be a top 10 wide receiver. My dream for the season is that Garrett Wilson finishes as the number 11 wide receiver. The bid equity alone on that is phenomenal if he finishes as the 27th. I mean, the 27th, the 11th wide receiver. They claim to be out there like that. 23% H-hand is great. What else do I hate? 27% Kenneth Gainwell feels really bad. That feels like I'm going to die a slow death on that one. We have 18% Michael Carter. That happened. That's a thing I did. So, RIP to all of these teams, really. Let's look at our first big board team. That is labeled first draft of 2024. Do we even want to read this first draft of 2024? Do we even want to read I'm scared. I'm not even like looking at it. It's a 2882 build. It is scaring me to death. We drafted out of the 4 hole for it. You might be fine with that Justice Hill, but you hate both now. It's great. Welcome to Best Ball. Versier just gave you the 6-month Best Ball seasons, like the 4 seasons of Best Ball that happened within 6 months in 3 messages. Started out by drafting Justice Hill in the winter. Loved it. In the springtime, he switched over. He's drafting some Rasheen Ali. Maybe hit some more Rasheen Ali in the fall, but in winter, hated them both. Welcome to the Best Ball experience, where you draft every player and at some point you scream that you hate them. I don't think that's terrible. I think 35% is pretty good in the big board for Blake Corum. All right. Well, after these 2 picks, we will do some looking at. I do feel like I'm underweight Zach Moss more than I'd like to be. Let's draft Zach Moss, and I do like Singletary for points. Yeah. I mean, we just absolutely smashed the top of the draft queue. Well done, us. Go return those punts, Kyron. All right, so our first team that we drafted this entire offseason back in January. Was I a year younger then? My birthday's in January. I think it came out right after my birthday. I think I remember my stomach dropping when it came out, too. I was like, no, not yet. I need more time. All right, we have Jalen Hurts and Bo Nix as our quarterbacks, which I think is fine. I think we did okay there. Running backs? Actually, oh my God. Wait until you hear this last running back name. I know it doesn't matter as much anymore. But I just want to say that we were the first on this guy now. I am going to say that we were the first on him. Running backs: Tony Pollard, Jalen Warren, Khalil Herbert, Jerome Ford, Braylon Allen, Will Shipley, Marshawn Lloyd, and Carson Steele. We drafted Carson Steele in our very first draft of 2024. I want the record to showcase that I might have been the first person to draft Carson Steele this year. There is a chance that I was the first. All right. So when Carson Steele scores a touchdown, I want you to think of what I did and how I paved the way for a Carson Steele. Let's go over our wide receivers on this team. I know, not the one we're drafting. This is my very first. So the running back room there is pretty good. God damn it, why, Dad? How dare you? So the running back room's good. We are good at quarterback, and let's go to wide receiver. We did Jefferson, DK Metcalf, Zay Flowers, Chris Godwin, AD Mitchell, Marvin Mims to get the rookie stack with Bo Nix, Devontae Walker, and Tutu Atwell. Tutu Atwell is the worst pick on this team so far. Tight end, Sam Laporta and Dallas Goedert. This team feels super live. With Tutu being the only player that we're like, he'll never see the field in his life again. That feels great. For my very first big board team, because after hearing those percentages, we can go look and find some of the worst big board teams that were ever drafted. That first one feels great. I'm excited for it to finish 7th out of 12 and not advance. I feel like I just cooked everybody in that draft, and then I just look at it and like, oh yeah, we never did anything with that team. How dare us victory lap it? But we're going to victory lap it now because I know we're not going to be able to in 4 months. At all. Crazy. That team feels fun. I'm glad I have it labeled. We are on the clock here. Anything makes sense. I suppose Kirk Cousins makes sense to go with this Atlanta double. Let's press that button. And maybe we get double old and we combine Tyler Lockett with Keenan Allen and make the oldest wide receiver in the league. Let's do that because I never draft Tyler Lockett. So gives us a 2-3-6-1 build right now. I'm shocked that you guys are not throwing more confetti in the chat after hearing that big board team that hypothetically, won the big board in some universe because it's so live. I'm actually offended. First, I get AJ Brown stolen from me, just ripped out of my arms by Y-Dad. Then he dunks on me for drafting the first fullback in best ball history. On some say, in some circles, I have heard that team that I just gave you that I totally remembered and didn't just read for the first time in 6 months, 8 months. It's the best big board team that's out there. I've been offered money for that team in my head after reading it. Just throwing it out there. But that's where we're at. Dr. Foreman will be on a team by week 2. It's the stupid veteran thing. Honestly. And don't even be shocked if he's back in Cleveland. But it's that dumb contracts are fully guaranteed if you're a veteran, if you're on the roster week 1 bullshit that they cut these guys and bring them back week 2 or whatever. Probably some sort of backroom deal between Foreman and the Browns. Is my guess. I mean, you can be worried about him for other reasons, but if it's roster based, I don't think you have to be too concerned. Oh, did they? So I missed that. I didn't even realize that they released Huntley. So yeah, and I mean, it seemed pretty fair. All right. I mean, and then when we saw the 4 quarterbacks, we knew something was going on there. I mean, I know we think of Huntley as like a good backup quarterback, but the last time I remember watching him play, like he had that decent season, but I think he looked really bad when he was on the field last time, wasn't he? Big running backs in rounds 12 and 13 here. Well, I definitely want Bucky. He was on the radar. And I think we're going to do another Lamar likely team, but I think we're going to just cut it at 2 tight ends this time. That's kind of my game plan here. Rounds 15 on will probably be wide receiver and running back. We might have to do some stretching throughout the next 10 hours. Speaking of stretching, hopefully we are going to hope that Virginia Tech is stretching in the locker room and doing something. Okay. They're only down 7 now. Georgia's up 13-0. Penn State's up pretty well. We need Virginia Tech to win by 6.5. I think I might took them at -6.5. So they better get their shit together, or I'll have to go to Vanderbilt. Where's Vanderbilt? Oh, was I by? Where is Vanderbilt? Oh, it's in Nashville. I went to Nashville last year. Not bad. Nashville is adequate. Did Austin this year. We're doing New Orleans next month. I grew up close to New Orleans though. But I've never done New Orleans as an adult. Oh, buddy, I am not a college football guy. You do not want me to give you college football bets. We are clicking buttons when it comes to college football bets. I might bet on college football 2 times a year. I'm not a college football head. Which is weird because, like I said, I grew up. So I was born here in Massachusetts. And when I was 8, we moved to Mississippi. And then we moved back when I was 15. But I never got into college football. So college football, not my bag. There's 1,000 million smarter guys to get college football picks from than me. I would never tell you guys to tail my picks. Legitimately button clicking. I threw together a 4-team parlay for fun. And that's where we're at. And it looks like nice. Both click-in buttons. Yeah, we took Virginia Tech -6.5, and they are not doing great. Although they're about to get the ball back down 7, so perhaps through sheer will, Michael Vick will step back on that field and lead them to victory. What's up, Devin? Welcome in. Welcome into this marathon drafter stream that we're doing, that we're having fun, and people like Wydad are already sniping players from us that shouldn't be taking, even if it is the correct pick. It no longer becomes the correct pick because I wanted them. We need some RBs here. What's going on? What is this? Tank Bigsby, I guess we'll grab. Who else? Oh, Estime is an easy pick here, right? Grab some Estime. Maybe we could have went receiver. Maybe we should have looked a little longer. Maybe we could have went a little longer. For last Sunday tomorrow without NFL football, huh? That's exciting. We're excited for that. Very excited for football to be back. Very excited for this draft stream. So close, Versier. We are ready. I am ready to light up that game day chat in the Spike Week Discord. Are we doing weekly video like last year? I don't even remember what we did last year. We were doing weekly during season. I don't know what our content schedule is going forward when the season starts, to be honest. I'll have to talk to Eric and see what his plans are. I might have trouble being on stuff September and October. But I could probably carve out a night. There's probably a night. I mean, I could make a night work. I think it might have been Wednesdays. I think you're right. Wednesdays would work. I wouldn't mind doing that. And what could be really fun, I didn't get in as many as I wanted. I only got like 40 in, and then I think I got one big eliminator in. But weekly tracking of eliminator teams. Oh, I never gave the Ohio pizza story, did I, Self? What are my favorite pizza toppings? Well, God, I feel like such a politician sometimes. That really depends on the location that I'm getting the pizza from. If we're just going what I really like to get for pizza toppings. First things first. When I go to a new pizza place, I have to get their cheese pizza first. You have to know what the base is, right? Like the base of their pizza. If their base isn't good, can't do anything else to make it better. I, being in the Northeast, really like linguiça pizza. When you get like a shredded linguiça pizza and it's good, it's really fun. I might order one later now. Thanks. But linguiça pizza is really good. I like sausage pizza as well. I like most pepperoni. Pepperoni's good. I'll do a pepperoni here and there. I do like pineapple on pizza. Chicken Alfredo with broccoli is a good one. The only thing I don't like on pizza is I'm not an onion fan, so I don't do onions on pretty much anything. So I do not like onion pizza. Which will send the chat into an uproar, I'm sure. Not liking onions. What do you mean you don't like onions? Only kids don't like onions and blah, 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 blah. I'll make it even weirder for you in a second. After we make our picks. Let's grab Jordan Whittington. And also, let's grab a Jalen Naylor stack. Share is the word I was looking for. I don't like onions. I really don't like raw onions the most. Like raw onions I can never do. I love onion rings. Doesn't make any sense. Big fan of onion rings. Don't like onions on anything else. I can deal with cooked onions, though. But raw onions are gross. Famous Jay, you don't like ketchup or mustard? What are you putting on certain things? I'm very confused. Do you eat hot dogs? Because how do you not put mustard on a hot dog? I mean, barbecue sauce is good. Are you doing barbecue sauce on your hot dogs? Give me your hot dog. Hot dogs are plain? What? I do not need to try French onion soup. Do we need to go over the soup thing? Don't get me into the soup thing. Raw hot dog? You're just eating a hot dog with nothing on it. Are we not doing relish or? I am shocked and appalled at the moment. We're doing hot dogs without a condiment? Do you live in America? Because I think that is illegal. I do think that. Let me Google it. Is eating a hot dog without a condiment illegal? I'm not finding a law for it, but it feels illegal. We're going to have to write our local congressmen and women. And we definitely need to figure out what is going on here. 4 plain hot dogs with french fries and barbecue sauce on the side. Okay, well, I can't do 4 hot dogs. 3 is my max. 3 is my absolute max. I don't know. So some of you might not be aware of the fact that a couple of years ago, Eric and myself did a hot dog eating contest draft stream. And I couldn't eat a hot dog for a year afterwards. Because I can only eat 3 hot dogs like when I'm really, really hungry. Like 3 is my limit. And I think I ate, if anyone in the chat remembers, it was like 7 or 8 during that draft stream. And it was absolutely disgusting. And I just can't do it. Yeah, Wilson's fun. Let's grab a wide receiver. I like Jalen Hyatt. We went Lamar Jackson, Kirk Cousins, Aaron Jones, Zach Moss, Devin Singletary, Bucky Irving, Tank Bigsby, Audric Estime, Emmanuel Wilson, Puka, Drake, London, Zay Flowers, Keenan Allen, Fat Keenan Allen, Cortland Sutton, Tyler Lockett, Jordan Whittington, Jalen Naylor, Jalen Hyatt. We did a lot of Jalen stuff going on. Kyle Pitts and Isaiah Likely. Let's jump in another draft. Hopefully we're going to try to do something different. We'll try to build a different team soon. It has to come together properly. I can tell you my weird hot dog habit though, if you guys want. Oh, dude, yeah. Sometimes you can, like Tyler says that he chased red Gatorade, vodka with red Gatorade one night in college 15 years ago. Haven't had a red Gatorade since. Yeah, there's stuff with drinks like I can't drink tequila ever again. We are at the 9 spot this time. Take AJ Brown now. Why, Dad? Take him now. So my weird hot dog thing is when I eat a hot dog in a bun, I don't eat the very end. I can't eat, like, I can eat the front end of a hot dog because you have to. It's required to eat the hot dog. But I can't eat the other butthole of the hot dog. It grosses me out. So, like, when I eat a hot dog bun, I sacrifice and I eat the first butthole. But I cannot eat the second butthole of the hot dog. So that last little piece is always left with the little bit of bread. So I have a 1 butthole per hot dog rule. And if I cut up the hot dogs, I do cut off the buttholes and throw them away. So that is my weird hot dog. I guess it's weird. I think it's reasonable. Not looking for hot dog buttholes. In fairness, I think it's perfectly reasonable if you think about it on a level. This is what we're doing for the next 9.5 hours, probably. So hopefully you guys are all buckled in for that. So just say no to buttholes on hot dogs is where we're at. Versier's favorite kind of spaghetti is without red sauce, butter, and Parmesan cheese, salt, and pepper. I mean, like, that's acceptable to eat that, but what state are you in? Where are you getting your red sauce? I am very, very particular about my red sauce. I think it's growing up with mostly an Italian family. Coakley, not a very Italian name, but my grandfather's name was Anania, which is very Italian. And I'm very particular about my red sauce. I cannot eat store-bought red sauce. Oh, Versier, you should be getting all the red sauce then if you're in New York. Although, let me tell you what an Italian restaurant did to me in New York. This was upstate New York, not New York City. I think I was, I don't know where I was, to be honest. But I went to an Italian restaurant. I sat at the bar because when I go on work trips, I'm obviously by myself. And I ordered chicken marsala, which is one of my favorite meals of all time. Like, I love chicken marsala. And chicken marsala is generally served the same way everywhere. It's the chicken usually over the pasta with the marsala sauce over it and mushrooms. These psychopaths, they were like, do you want pasta or something else? I'm like, pasta, of course. They bring out my chicken marsala on a plate by itself, just the marsala and the sauce. And then they give me a bowl of pasta with red sauce on it. How are we mixing marsala sauce and red sauce? Like, what is that? What is, who was in the back and was like, we absolutely have to serve red sauce with marsala sauce? That is a war crime. They don't go together. I was so annoyed that was a situation that happened. All right, we're gonna grab AJ Brown because why Dad can't do it. It's not allowed. We have the AJ Brown shirt on, so finally. You're a culinary chef and you spent a summer in Italy and learned the secrets of making great sauce. That sounds amazing. Yes, we are. Look, all my drafts devolve into food stuff anyways. There will be so much food talk during this marathon. Like, that is what these marathons are for, right? It's to draft teams. We talk through some players, but we're really like, you know what? We need to just talk about food. I'm gonna grab my salad, I think, after this draft, just so I can eat something. I might have to order a pizza later. Might have to. And my salads that I make personally are very basic. I make it cucumbers, tomatoes, usually goat cheese, and I grill chicken on the grill. And then I do like usually some sort of balsamic dressing. Favorite cookie. I'm very plain on this. I wish I had a better answer for you, but I am a chocolate chip guy. I like chocolate a lot, so a lot of like stuff like that I usually have some sort of chocolate answer. Barista Bijan variance is 4-1. Mine is also 4-1, the reverse. Vanilla wafers are good, but I like them. Let's draft. Let's focus. We haven't drafted Nico today. Let's draft some Nico. Let's get an AJ Brown, Nico Collins team. That feels fun. Vanilla wafers are really good in was it banana cream pie with vanilla wafers on top? I believe it is really good. Tate's cookies. Have I had Tate's cookies? I don't know. Oh, are we talking like store-bought cookies? So my store-bought cookie thing is it's either Mega Stuff Oreos in the freezer or the double stuffed Keebler Elf fudge cookies in the freezer. Those are, where did my, oh, there it is. Wait a minute. Oh, good. Virginia Tech's down 10 points now. Love it. We're so excited about that. Oreo casters. Thoughts on JD from Washington? Tate's from the store. I don't know if I have had Tate's. Maybe I'll give it a try. Maybe we'll give Tate's a try. Yeah, those slow drafts are starting to come around pretty fast. I only have 3 slow drafts right now, so it should be good. I don't think I'm on the clock and anything. We're 4 picks away, so that's good. Yeah, so like sweet stuff, desserts, I am generally a chocolate guy. I mean, there's exceptions, of course, just like anything, but give me some sort of chocolate cheesecake, some semblance of chocolate in there. The tuxedo cheesecake from, I believe it's the tuxedo cheesecake that I get usually from the Cheesecake Factory. Cinnamon roll or glazed donuts? God, that's a good question. I think when they're both at their peak, like if we're talking like both are at their absolute stone peak, let's grab Rasheed Rice here, maybe. Yeah, let's grab Rasheed Rice. But I'm going to be making a point to not stack him with Mahomes. Is my play. When a cinnamon roll and a glazed donut are both at their absolute peak, like freshly baked, I don't think the glazed donut touches the cinnamon roll. However, I think that you'll get more consistency with your glazed donuts. Like, I think they're a safer bet, if you know what I mean. Because it's really hard to have a bad glazed donut unless they are super stale. And I think cinnamon rolls, I like my cinnamon rolls relatively like warm at minimum. So yeah, that's my take on that. Cinnamon roll is probably better, but I think you're going to get more consistency with the glazed donut. And I do love me some Krispy Kreme donuts. We don't have many around here, as you know, because you're also from around here. And our local donut place, I know everyone's like, things aren't like they used to be, and you have to hear that from the olds. But I'm pretty sure we grabbed Jalen Hurts to stack with AJ Brown here. I'm pretty sure that Dunks used to get fresh donuts every day. And I don't think they do anymore. I think it's every other day now. Oh, this is incorrect. Unless New York is not the closest. Unless the one that I'm thinking of is no longer there. But Mohegan Sun in Connecticut had a Krispy Kreme donuts. Just to let everyone know that was the thing. And the one thing I will give New York, I mean, I give New York a lot, but New York bagels are next level. I've said this before in the Discord and stuff. New York gets all the credit for pizza, and rightfully so for the most part. but their bagels just trump the rest of the country, and it's not even close. Like, New York bagels are next level good. Their bagel itself is good, and if you go to the right bagel places, which is most of them, that fresh cream cheese that they whip up is really good. And I've had a few flavored ones too. I did a chocolate chip one last time I was in New York, and it was amazing. See, I'm calling bullshit. I don't think they do anymore. I don't think they get them fresh every morning anymore. I don't. I'm sure that there are still locations that do, but I don't think every location is. This is what everyone says, that it's the water that makes the bagels great, which I'm sure is true. I'm not dissing the take. I'm sure that is a large part of it. For me, though, it is that light fluff, like cream cheese that you get from those places is just what sends it over the top for me. We're on the clock. Do we just do a double Kansas City thing and just get Rice and Worthy, but no Mahomes? Hells yeah. Let's do it. So we'll do Brown, Nico, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. Take a lot of that Kansas City passing game without having to get Mahomes. We got Hurts with AJ Brown. And I think on the wrap here, we can continue to do some team level correlation. Maybe I spoke too soon. Maybe whoever I just took Xavier Worthy from is going to get really mad and not allow me to. He grabs Kamara. We do see Ridley and Odunze go at the wrap. And we are on the clock next. The countdown is on. What will the Garrett Wilson drafter do besides lose because they have Garrett Wilson? They grab Ingram. We're going to grab Joe Mixon. We'll do this Houston thing. We're building through 3 teams right now, but I think I like it as something a little different, a little fun. Next time I come to New York, go to A&S Bagels in Franklin Square, the best bagels ever tasted. Where is Franklin Square? I was actually supposed to be in New York this past week, but our project finished early. We do have a big project coming up next year, though. I'm sure I will be back in New York, which I'm not thrilled about. I'm sure making a bagel is more consuming than I... Oh, cool. It's in Long Island, just outside the city. I did some Long Island while I was out there. I was doing I think I was staying in Garden City, but I was technically in a different town working. Or something. I was in the Garden City area for 2 weeks. So... when I say I'm a bit familiar, I just know I was there. I could not tell you anything about it. But I was there physically this summer. I can tell you there was a Chick-fil-A and Popeyes right next to my hotel. One of the weeks. I think it was actually my least favorite hotel that entire summer going to New York. But they had good Wi-Fi, which is all that matters, because I have to stream while I'm on the road. I do thank you all for jumping in and hanging out on this stream for this 12-hour Drafters Marathon. It is much appreciated. Thank you very much. Hopefully you guys all have long weekends and are able to just relax, hang. Stroud goes unstacked in round 7 here. I wasn't expecting to get Stroud back, but it was definitely a possibility. Let's grab Christian Watson again. I think that it works for this type of wide receiver room we're building. I think having guys like Worthy and Watson for spike weeks after getting A.J. Brown, Nico, and Rashee Rice is the way I like to play it some of the times. I need to cough. Devin says he likes drafters, so thank you for drafting there. I also like drafters. I think, again, I said it earlier. I'll say it again. I'll probably say it again. I think this tournament is the best tournament to be drafting in this weekend. I think this is the best place to spend your money this particular weekend. You should be firing this tournament if you're firing drafts. Between the overlay, just the cutting of teams because of that overlay, making it easier to min cash, the tickets you're getting. Did we get a ticket yet? No, maybe we got one after this. So I think this is where people should be investing their money over the weekend. But again, not financial advice. Do what you want with your own money. If you want to draft other tournaments, by all means, go do it. But I think that this tournament at the $15 price point with the tickets, with everything else, is the place to be drafting this weekend. There you go. I got some steak tips to cook up tomorrow. Obviously cannot cook them up tonight, but I would love to. But we're going to start with a salad, and we're going to see what we're going to do for dinner after that around 7 o'clock. Might have to order a crazy overpriced pizza. Might have to do it. I definitely should have peed before this draft. That was a mistake. But we're gonna endure. We're gonna get through this draft. You're on the clock. I'm going to grab Javonte Williams. I'm Javonte Williams. Look at us getting a full starting lineup. We're that guy right now. We're the starting lineup guy. Well, I guess we grabbed 5 wide receivers. I guess we're not technically the starting lineup guy. We just had a vote in my home league last week so our home league has been running for 15 years now, I believe. Our home league is so old. It started with the standard scoring where there wasn't even decimal points. So it's done a lot of evolution. Devin, you want me to explain overlay to you. So the best way to explain it is just basically the tournament's not going to fill, right? So I don't want to get out of this, but let me look and see if I can pull up how many. Just do another tab here. So right now there's 118,000 people that have bought into this tournament. There's 187,000 spaces, 186,000 spaces for it to fill. It's not going to hit that. So basically all that, this twofold for this tournament. The overlay is the money, meaning that the site either isn't going to make its rake for the tournament. So there's no rake in the tournament. All the money that is in the prize pool is going to go to players, and the site's not going to make any money off of it. And also it's easier because there's less players. It's easier to cash, right? That's me breaking it down to its simplest forms. So that's what overlay is. There's, say, 20,000 people don't sign up for this tournament, like there are 20,000 entrants light. That tournament is overlaying, that percentage of money. But that is, you can get a little more into it, but that is like the simplification of what overlay is. So you want to attack tournaments that have overlay, especially a tournament like this where there's no playoff format, because you're just trying to hit the leaderboard to score, like to min cash on some of your teams. And it's easier to do that with 10,000 teams and not 20,000 teams, just to make it, an easier number. So if 10,000 teams didn't show up to a 20,000 team tournament, then you're going to have a much better chance at min cashing and making more money with those teams that do get drafted. So that's why Drafters is the place to be drafting this weekend, in my opinion. And we are about to be on the clock here with a 1-2-5 build at the moment. Jalen Hurts being our quarterback. We are on the clock. Chase Brown has fallen a little bit to us. He seems fun. I have trouble getting behind this Addison click a little bit. I don't really love any of these wide receivers. I think we just take Chase Brown to go with Mixon and Javonte Williams. I have not looked to see what's going on with Goddard. I'm probably going to stay away from him this next pick. After we get our next pick in, I'll explain what I was talking about with that vote we had in our home league. I'm the commissioner, so I don't vote on anything in that league. It's a 10-team league. It's always been a 10-team league. You can dunk on us for that, but kind of just one of those things that it's been a 10-team league for so long. But we voted on something, and I thought for sure it was going to go a certain way, but almost everybody voted the other way on it, which kind of shocked me. We are on the clock here in a second. We do see Jonathan Brooks go. I think we have a chance to do some more of this team building thing. We might be overdoing it with Dontavian Wicks. Let's take Taysom. I want more Taysom tight end stuff, so we can do it in drafters. Let's take a Taysom Hill tight end in round 10. Don't want to do it frequently at round 10 prices, but he's a lot of fun to have. So what I had them vote on, which was someone else brought up, was our league is 1 quarterback, 2 running backs, 2 wide receivers, 2 flex, and a defense. And we got rid of kickers for another flex spot. The vote was to get rid of defense, to add a 3rd wide receiver spot, keep the 2 flexes, and everyone wanted to keep defenses. Yeah, I've seen a lot of the Jaleel hype, Duke Dean, and I believe the beats out there. I think he is a good spike week guy, and I think he makes sense for certain builds. I think drafters, he's tougher. I think Jaleel is the perfect example of a tougher running back on drafters itself, because you can tell yourself the story of Jalil getting the spike weeks in playoff tournaments. I think he's going to have a harder time hitting lineups in these tournaments. And I like Javonte Williams coming off the second year of that injury a little bit more, especially for this tournament. Jalil, I haven't drafted him much, to be completely transparent, but I would prefer him on other sites. He's not a target for me on drafters. So if it's 10 to 15 times, then he should be getting drafted more. If that is actually accurate and he's going to get 10 to 15 touches a game, he should definitely get drafted more, especially in those other formats. Do I ever tack on a backup quarterback with the last round picks? I have done it in the past on DraftKings and drafters, not as much, but DraftKings I think is the perfect place to be doing stuff like that. But not, I think it's tougher on, I mean, technically I did it earlier. I took Justin Fields, right? I think that is an outlier bet though. I think we're looking at a different situation there. But theoretically, I did do that in drafters. I think it's easier to do on DraftKings. Again, we're doing cumulative scoring here, so every week matters more in these tournaments on drafters. Week 1 matters as much as week 17. Missing games, sitting out as the backup quarterback gets a bit tougher to click the name. It's got to be somebody in a very murky situation, right? Like, you're never taking Josh Allen's backup in this tournament. I know that's like one of the easiest examples, but you're not grabbing Carson Wentz for Kansas City. You're just throwing away upside of a pick at that point. Like you're like, not only is Patrick Mahomes going to get hurt, you're predicting his injury to be weeks 1 to 5 at that point in drafters, because you need to score points every week. So I think Jameis Winston is a perfect pick, mostly on DraftKings. I think he's okay on drafters once or twice. Let's get our pick in here. Oh my God, they grabbed Goddard right before us. What are we doing? And you have Laporta. You didn't even need him. But we need some AD Mitchell on this team. So we're going to draft him. Oh, sorry for that cough. I usually mute those. I think it would be harder to do Winston on drafters, but if you wanted to do it like once, I guess it's okay. I just think it's tougher to do in this format than it is on DK. Oh, Virginia Tech has tied the game. But as I go to see that they tied the game, they just gave up a 41-yard pass. So ebbs and flows, the yin and yang. What about Drew Lock? I'm not doing Drew Lock this year, man. I wanted Drew Lock to be a thing. I just can't do it. If I'm doing anyone, like if you want to get like wild with that backup QB thing and do something slightly fun, let's make our pick here real quick. Are we sitting on here? A 1-3-6-1 build. Let's grab Poke. Right. Or do we want to grab Dobbins again? Let's grab Poke. Let's do a heavy wide receiver team here. I think we can do that. Oh, let's take off auto. If you want to do that with like a wild backup quarterback, that actually does make sense when you think about it. It's Michael Penix Jr., right? If you want to just try to hit on a playoff format only, DraftKings 20 rounds, I would do it with Michael Penix somewhat. I would do some Atlanta stuff, get Penix. And if you want to know like strategy-based stuff, I think sometimes, so I haven't done it, and this is really results orient based, but I'm wondering in certain tournaments, not like Best Ball Mania, not the DK $20 one, but maybe in high stakes stuff, and when stuff is advancing 3 or 4 teams instead of 2 to the next round, when you have an elite quarterback like Jalen Hurts taking their backup instead of drafting another quarterback, and because it's easier to advance because you're doing 4 spots instead of 2. So sort of like I did last year with the Mastiff, right, where it was 6 out of 12 advance and I only drafted 1 quarterback, and we got to the finals of that tournament a couple years ago. Pete Overzet and myself drafted a high stakes team. We usually do one every off season, but I was too busy to even reach out to see if we were doing it this year. But we usually do a high stakes draft, and 2 years ago we drafted the nuts. We had like the high stakes team, and we didn't make it to the finals. We lost in week 16 because Hurts was hurt, and we still almost advanced to the finals, believe it or not. That's how good this team was. And we had 3 quarterbacks on the team. We had Hurts, we had Tannehill, and we had Zach Wilson. And by week 16, all 3 were out. And if we had just drafted our backup quarterback to Jalen Hurts that year, which I think was Minshew. I think Minshew was the backup that year. We would have made the finals. And I know that's results oriented, and you cannot be results oriented when you look at this stuff, but it made me think of it in terms of tournaments like that. So I don't think it makes sense in the big lotto tournaments, but in high stakes stuff with heavier advance rates, I've really started to ponder if that is the right way to do it. And I'm saying that specifically with elite quarterbacks. That is just one thing that I'm trying to work my head around, if that makes sense. And I'm not saying it does or doesn't yet. Let's grab Vidal here. But that is one strategy that I've been working through for 2 years now, honestly, for the high stakes stuff. And I think it's going to be so dependent. I think it's fine though. I think it's fine. I think if you're investing that much in Josh Allen in these 18, 20 round tournaments where you're advancing 4 to 6 teams out of 12, and I think that is the very specific example is 4 to 6 teams, I think taking a viable backup quarterback makes sense with your starter. What is my favorite redraft website? So I don't have a lot of experience with redraft in terms of different sites. I've only done 3 to 4 teams max a year. And I was going to move our league over to Sleeper this year, but I never did it. So our league has been on ESPN for 15 years. I know you're throwing tomatoes at the screen right now after I said that. I know that is an abomination to a lot of you. But we all get content with certain things, right? And we're going to grab Bucky Irving here. We all get content with certain things. And I think we're all in my league just so content with ESPN. I'm not saying we love it. It's just like, whatever. So maybe I'll move it to Sleeper next year. I like ESPN better than I like the abysmal NFL site, though. The NFL site. I haven't done it in years, but when I was doing stuff on that site, whoa, Absolute garbage. But yeah, maybe we'll move it next year. I also thought that we were going to end the league this year, personally. But everyone wanted to do it again. Well, not everyone. We had to replace some players. But really thought that that was a possibility. All right. Moment of truth. Is Virginia Tech ruining my life again? No. They have the ball. They need to score a touchdown, though. They need to score a touchdown. That is what I need. Well, I know that I need them to score a touchdown. What else do we have going on? Oh, Georgia is crushing. That's great. Penn State. So yeah, we need I think I have Oklahoma State too, who's crushing. So we really need, like I said, Virginia Tech to score a touchdown and go up 7 points. Whoa, what are you doing? I don't want to go live. I just want to see the game thing. What are we doing? I don't want to watch. Do I want to watch football? No, absolutely not. That sounds terrible. Just kidding. Just kidding. Just kidding. Yes, ESPN, yikes. Again, 15-year league, though. I don't think I'd ever start a new one on ESPN. But like this league is legitimate. Was it Arian Foster's first year? So it might be 13 or 14 years, but we're close to 15 years. I'm pretty sure Arian Foster's first year was the first year that we had this particular league. So, yeah, but I think I will try to move it to Sleeper next year. I think I was secretly hoping it died this year, but I'm getting jazzed up for the draft. Our draft is tomorrow, actually, the home league. Where are you at right now, Dad? 71? Yeah, but if you get to 150, you get $100 thing and a t-shirt, which is better than maxing most tournaments. All right, do we grab Baker to pair with Bucky? I think that's the play. Actually, let's grab Bo Nix, because I think we can do some fun Bo Nix stuff. We have Javonte. Hells yeah. Bo Nix was the right play here. That'll be a hell of a grind. You'll have to do a 12-hour stream, from what I hear. That's the rumor on the street. Round 16 of our third draft. My 10th overall. 3 hours into the stream. Holy shit, Virginia Tech scored a touchdown. Get the extra point. 62-yard touchdown. I guess I'm swearing on this stream. And I'm just going to scroll down and grab Marvin Mims now, because ADP is a construct. It is not a prison that I am held to. And we're going to do some Denver stuff here. Got some really heavy team stacks on this one. I think it's fun. I think Virginia Tech scoring a touchdown is super fun. They better not let that. I mean, the good thing is Vanderbilt's not going to be able to kick a field goal. So they're going to have to go for the touchdown. Oh no. Oh no, I just got a Dear Xfinity customer thing. Is it 2003? Do I have malware on my computer? We are devastated if so. Please get the extra point. They did. Okay, 27. All right, we need to look at this bet slip. We got a 4-team parlay for college football. We have Penn State money line. They're up 14. We got Georgia minus 10.5. They are dominating Clemson. We got Virginia Tech minus 6.5. They're up 7 with 4 minutes to go. And we have Oklahoma State minus 6.5, up 14. For a plus 501 parlay. So we need to hit that. So let's hope Virginia Tech holds here defensively, gets a turnover, something. Let's also hope we survive. Round 17, 18, 19, 20. I have a game theory in my head on how I want this draft to play out. So I need that to happen as well. I guess I need to change the song. We're trying to do so many things now. Hopefully everyone's hit like on this stream as well. We're not asking for any money or anything, but, you know, a subscribe and a like. Big deal for us. Where you can get 12-hour streams where we only talk about food. We completely ignore that there's a draft going on. Which is probably for the best, because maybe I'm drafting some really bad teams. We will be soon, if not. We will be soon. I'm usually a round number guy too, why Dad? Here's a funny thing. So I knew I wasn't gonna max BBM, and I was at 105 drafts yesterday. And this friend of mine, I sent her, we're gonna grab Sinnott here for a tight end to get her second tight end. But I sent her a message and I was like, 105, 106, or 107. Pick one of the numbers. I didn't tell her what it was in context to. And then I had to retract it immediately because as soon as I sent it to her, I remember that her birthday was 10/5. So I was like, okay, never mind. I know what number you're picking, which is 105. So I retracted my text that I sent to her. I was like, doesn't count. You know what you're doing. And then I got out of my car and there was a big 106 in my face. So I was like, okay, well, we have figured it out. And I made sure that I went to 106 on BBM drafts. That's science, if you were wondering. That is the scientific method of how many drafts you should do. So, and I actually hated the team. So my last BBM team despised it. I thought it was disgusting. It'd probably be my best team. We know how that goes. Speaking of how something goes, can we end this Vanderbilt game already? I'm just watching the ESPN Gamecast, which we all know is 30 minutes behind. Just devastating delay on those. My dog has not shown up in 3 hours. I sent him to daycare yesterday so that he would be tired last night and today. He is out cold most of today. So, mission accomplished. Dog daycare, one of the greatest inventions of all time. The price has gone up substantially over 8 years, but even going up substantially, I can pay $40 to drop my dog off at his daycare at 6 a.m. and I don't have to pick him up until 7 o'clock at night for $40. I don't ever send him that long. Maybe I have once, or like close to that long once. what, 10 to 11 hours where he just goes and runs and plays with his friends and gets absolutely, he can't keep his eyes open on the ride home. And it's just the greatest. For $40. So can't beat it. I think it was $28 when I started sending it. Dogflation. Which candidate is, no, we're not doing that. Which candidate is going to lower my doggy daycare cost? The answer is neither. But we do not do politics talks on any of my channels, because goddamn, what a nightmare. We do like Hyatt. I do think we need another RB. It ain't gonna be Dalvin Cook, I can tell you that. Let's take Trey Sermon. This was the wrong way to do this if I really wanted Hyatt. Definitely the wrong way to play this. It should have obviously taken Hyatt first. Let's get some more Noah Brown. All right, this team is Jalen Hurts and Bo Nix. So we did this Philly-Denver thing. We have a lot of team stacks within here, though. We did a Houston one with Mixon and Nico Collins. Kansas City, we had Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy. So there was all of that. So Jalen Hurts, Bo Nix, Joe Mixon, Javonte Williams, Chase Brown, Kamani Vidal, Bucky Irving, Trey Sermon. Wide receiver is A.J. Brown, Nico Collins, Rashee Rice, Xavier Worthy, Christian Watson, A.D. Mitchell, Jalen Polk, Marvin Mims, Noah Brown. Tight end is Taysom Hill, Ben Sinnott, and Greg Dulcich. So fun three-man tight end room there. We're going to register for our next tournament, and I'm going to run. Oh, look at that. Got a ticket. Boom. Registering with a ticket, I think. You will be charged one ticket. So we hit 10 drafts. We got a ticket. We need 4 more. I'm going to run to the bathroom. I'm going to grab my salad. I'll be right back with you guys. Oh my God, I broke things. Starting in 2 minutes. Go to the draft. Give me this drink so I can get out of the way. We're drafting 4. I'm going to kill music for this draft while I eat. Check the chat. Totally understand, Famous J. Have a great day. How am I building cold stacks? It's tough because I don't take enough Anthony Richardson, but if I do, it's through A.D. Mitchell, and I still like Josh Downs. I think we're probably 2 underweight on Josh Downs. Shit. Gotta open. Oh my God, I'm gonna stab myself on stream. Not on purpose, YouTube. Oh my God. It's going to be an accident. I'm not doing anything on purpose here. This salad dressing is not the easiest to open, but it is damn delicious. It's the Brianna's creamy balsamic. Really good stuff. Got to shake it pretty good. We are drafting, so I will wait to make my pick. And we will cry because Vanderbilt has it first and third on the Virginia Tech 8. I don't do enough Amon-Ra stuff, but let's worry about that later. Let's get ourselves a 104 Bijan pick and go from there. Yeah, Josh Downs just feels like such a great pick. He is actually my most owned BBM player, I believe. He's definitely my most owned receiver. He's right there, and Jaden Reed's right behind him. So it's Downs and Jaden Reed for me are my top two. Salad. As I stated, all the ingredients earlier. Who are we cursing this year? Who did we curse last year? I don't remember who we cursed last year, but I'm fading CMC and Tyreek in the first round. So I guess them. I guess that's the play. We'll curse those two into oblivion. I need the other McCaffrey to do something. I probably picked the wrong McCaffrey, but we don't want anyone to know. Oh, yeah, I cursed Adams last year. How could I forget? According to Twitter, I was trying to curse Garrett Wilson, which is not true. I just said he's not going to finish as a top 10 wide receiver. James Conner is a fade. I actually am fading Devontae again. I think I have 0% Devontae. Another fade. Martingaling the fade. Is it martingaling when you're fading still? God damn it, Vanderbilt scored a touchdown. Not great. We don't love it. We don't love that Vanderbilt scored a touchdown. Worst day of my life. Worst day of my life. Which coach gets fired by week 3? Are there contenders for that this year? Do we just want to build a full throttle Bijan Achane team? I think we do. That sounds fun. That'll be different for us. The doggo has appeared. Yeah, so let's try to build a Bijan Achane team from the 4-hole. Which coach gets fired by week 3? Like, there's not a Josh McDaniel this year, I don't feel like. Like, that just doesn't feel like I know there's like, obviously, coaches are gonna get fired. We'll grab DK. We're gonna have to start hitting wide receiver now. But there just doesn't feel like there's that, off the top of my head, that Raiders Chargers stuff that we had last year with coaches. Like the main one you would think in my brain, but he's just too tenured that they wouldn't do it that early in the season, is I could see the whole Broncos Sean Payton thing being a fiasco. Like, but because it's Sean Payton, I don't think that happens. Saints aren't going to get rid of Dennis Allen that early, right? Like, so just as I'm going through teams in my head, I just can't think of one that would happen that early. Usually do everything I can to not eat on stream, but I think those rules go out the window when you're doing a 12-hour one. And I think we just kind of roll with it. I do think we're going to have fun building this Bijan Achan team, though. I find Achan fascinating in this format. Like, I think this is the toughest format to click his name in, but yet the upside is just so high with Devon Achan in any format. So, still want to build some Achan teams. I mean, I think that the Saints situation is going to blow up this coming summer. It just, the Saints stuff is wild to me overall, but I don't know if it's going to be till the end of the season. May's going to be in there somewhere in that vicinity, I think. I think somewhere between 4 and 7 for sure. The other one that could have blown up if it just wasn't for tenure. I kind of wanted McLaurin on this team. I guess we'll go Zay. Zay's fine. I just felt McLaurin would have been a better fit as a second wide receiver here. But sure, we'll take Zay Flowers. We won't cry about it. If Pittsburgh, so I'm just going to say this now, they're not going to fire Mike Tomlin by week 5 because it's Pittsburgh and God, they just don't get rid of coaches. Like, legitimately don't get rid of coaches. But I have a feeling like that could be looked at as a situation that could have happened. There is a way that whole team just looks awful this year. They probably won't. They'll probably be fine. And as we say it, we're going to draft George Pickens. We willed ourselves into this spot, I think. We're going to grab Pickens. That being said, Pittsburgh could be terrible. And we just draft. If Watson gets hurt, is a way to write that because I think he already is hurt. I think Winston could be fine. I mean, that look what Flacco did in that offense last year, right? But what are we doing with him in best ball? Like Winston is going to be the problem is Winston's going to get in there for a game and he's going to be like min salary for DFS and everyone's going to want to play him. So you're never going to be able to play him because he's going to be too owned. But for best ball, again, I think you can take some shots at him on DK specifically. I have trouble taking him any other site right now. But I want to be in on Winston. Like I want that Bucks Winston back. All right. God, we are still eating because we are fat, even though it's a salad. We try to justify it. We also had to eat lunch. Thoughts on introducing some crazy build strategies on this stream? I'm willing to do it. I'm looking for the right spots to do it. I want to build at least one of my what I perceive to be a hero wide receiver team. I would like to get one of those in for sure. So if we get the right spot the next draft, I'll try to do it. But I think I have a different definition of what a hero wide receiver team should be. And let me get my next pick in and I'll sort of explain why I think it should be this way. We'll explain what I think my hero wide receiver teams are. I explained it in one of the labs on a Tuesday night, but you'll be able to follow me a little bit better in a second. All right, so back on the clock. Let's grab. God, we talked about Anthony Richardson. Let's do it. Let's grab a falling Anthony Richardson to go with this team. Let me drink some water and then we'll talk about this hero RB thing. Sorry, I said hero RB. I meant hero wide receiver. So I think that hero wide receiver, personally, is looked at through the wrong lens because I think we're trying to fit it into what we consider what we have established as hero running back, which is one running back, and then you kind of punt the position from there on. And I think we try to do that with what we call hero wide receiver, which not a lot of people are talking about that in general, but I think that's been the way it's been defined as one early wide receiver, and then you don't take another wide receiver again for a while like you do with running back. And I don't think that's right. I think if we're talking about hero wide receiver, it's actually two wide receivers because we are fielding at least 3 instead of 2 at minimum per week. So when I build a hero wide receiver build, I like to do it with 2 wide receivers from the first 3 rounds, and then we punt off the 3rd wide receiver for a while. And I think that is what a true hero wide receiver team should be. I don't think it should be you take Jamar Chase and then you don't take another wide receiver till the 9th round. I think we are looking to rotate that 3rd wide receiver spot and flex spot rather than 3 spots, right? And obviously you're rotating all of them, but you know what I mean. So my game theory on what a hero wide receiver team is that. And I think it allows you to get some really fun builds throughout drafts. So depending on draft slot, we'll do that next time. And I think you could even do it with like a Bijan team, right? Like for instance, what we did, we take Bijan Robinson here. We come around, we could grab Malik Neighbors and Jalen Waddle, Devontae Adams. When I'm building those teams, though, I'm very specific about how I do it. I sort of throw player takes out the window. I throw player takes out the window in 2 instances usually. And one of them is that specific. Sorry, we're on the clock here in a second. As Mud Kicker is letting the clock tick down. 2, 1, 0. I think we're going to grab JMO here. Just kind of scrolling to see some stuff. Yeah, so this looks like JMO makes sense here. So I love doing player take stuff because that's just like who I am as a person. I like betting on and against players. I think that's the fun way to play. But when I'm enveloped in a very specific structure or a very specific rule, there's 2 things I do. It becomes positional allocation. So for me, if I grabbed Bijan here and I'm like, I'm doing this as a hero wide receiver build, and Devontae Adams is the best pick in one of these 2 ranges, even though I don't love Devontae Adams as a player, it's going to be who I grab because of what I'm trying to do with the build rather than what I'm trying to do with the player take. The other one is when I pull a player up. I think this is the easy one, but I think a lot of people do this wrong. So when I pull Bijan up to round 1 and we come around to round 2 and 3, like if I put him at the 101 overall, if there's a sliding player that I could normally pair with Bijan, like if we grab Bijan at 7 and let's just say Evans is usually the player, right? That you can get with him, but I pull him up to the 101, but Evans falls to the 212. I'm not grabbing Evans there. I'm trying to get different exposures with this player. The whole reason to pull Bijan up is to do that. And I think some people still look at the value rather than the situation sometimes. So we'll grab Bowers. We don't have any Bowers yet today. So I think when you're doing specific builds and you're planning them out, you need to be cognizant of how you're doing it, right? I think in general, we are building through what the draft is giving us early, but for very specific things like pull-ups and planning for hero or zero, like hero wide receiver, you just got to be cognizant of how you're doing it. So hopefully I explained that well. Virginia Tech is in overtime, which is an absolute nightmare. Just an absolute nightmare. So Dean did say that he was going to jump on in a little bit, which is great. And by a little bit, he said tonight, so be a couple hours for that. But yeah, we're going to be firing drafters for the next 8 hours. Make sure you're getting your drafters teams in if you can before the season starts. And one of the tournaments that you can kind of know where you are every week. You can follow the leaderboard and see like, oh shit, I have a chance at this. Or I have no shot at this with this team. And you can kind of track which teams are doing the best and what builds were working out well. So we got a 1-2-5-1 build. I think I'm just fine with grabbing AD Mitchell now to stack with Anthony Richardson rather than pushing it. Call Joti is, well, that's a good point. I would not win by 6.5. I would be dead. At least I'm not dead, I guess, is the point, right, Self? We're not completely dead. We're only mostly dead. I need to learn the whole Princess Bride routine. He's only mostly dead, which means he's kind of alive or something like that. So I think let's do I'm going to grab Trey Brenson. I was thinking of grabbing Goff there to pair with Jameson Williams, but we have our early season production to start with Bijan and Devon Achane. I have real trouble clicking Trey Benson's name in this tournament for the most part. So I think a start like this makes it a bit easier, and I think I can get some stuff around him behind. But I think I like getting Benson with these guys. But I was really close to clicking Jared Goff there. So we'll see. You know what's funny is I almost did Virginia Tech at 6 and not 6.5, which I'd feel way better about right now. Oh, we might just be dead. That's fine. We will survive. Oh, shit. I was going to bet on baseball today, too. Didn't get it in. It's kind of weird without the music. I needed a little break from it. We'll bring it back the next draft, but we're so limited. I'll start by playing the StreamYard stuff because it's not great, but it's fine. we'll play through the StreamYard list before we get back to our custom stuff. Man, that's a hell of a running back run to start this 12th round. Are any guests joining me today? So I put this stream together much later than I normally would. I know Dean from Roto Grinders is going to join me a little bit later. I'm trying to get some other guys that I invited yesterday, but again, I put this stream together way later. I normally could have gotten more guests, and it's a holiday weekend. We're going to grab Zeke as our 4th RB here. I think that makes sense. So we will have, and Eric was going to try to do a draft, but I'm not sure if that is going to happen or not today. Obviously, Eric's not a guest; it's his goddamn channel, right? But just in terms of he might pop in at some point, which is fine if he does or doesn't. Gonna grab a Charbonnet here. So we talk about a lot of charts and stuff all the time, right? I was just thinking how if you were to take a chart of the amount that I talked each day of the calendar year, this day would be the heaviest outlier of all time, right? Because of how much I'm talking throughout the entire day. So, yeah, it's because I have to do the stream for 12 hours. So I'll be talking more today than I guaranteed that August 31st is the day that I talk the most in 2024. It is probably going to be top 10 of my life, which is weird when you put stuff into that context, right? Like I probably won't talk more than I have today. So guests are appreciated if some of these guys get back to me is what I'm saying overall. But we are here. We have committed and we will do this till midnight. We will get through this. We will eat the salad. Oh, thank you. Are we doing roulette for the name? Yeah, this is a fun team that we're building here, an Anthony Richardson team. We'll go over it after our next 2 picks. I don't think I've really called that out too much. Do you think there's an obvious pick for our next player that we're going to grab? Unless Mud Kicker just comes in and just does the Mud Kicker thing. No, I don't think I don't remember him sniping anyone that we wanted quite yet. That was earlier. He did go to the position, though. I do think Geno Smith makes all the sense in the world for this team to pair with Anthony Richardson when we have Charbonnet and DK Metcalf. Get that Seattle build going. So I like getting that there. Approaching the 15th round. I've already forgotten how many drafts we've done. I think this is the 4th one. So we're on draft 4. I don't think I've put in Sermon on any AR teams yet. Again, I have not drafted a lot of AR is the problem. Just the way I've been constructing my teams. I've either already gotten quarterback locked up by then or I'm pushing quarterback far. But maybe we'll do it on this team. Ooh, see 3 QBs from this first spot. But they didn't take any. Sometimes you see this, you're like, I'm going to scroll up and there's going to be 100 more. Who gives us the most upside here? I like Greg Dortch as wide receiver 7 here. I think Greg Dortch is fun as our 7th wideout. So, little team correlation with Benson. I think we're going to do that. But yeah, the Sermon idea is a good idea. We might do it. I might steal it and call it my own and say South 90. Never heard of them. Preposterous that they came up with my Trey Sermon move. I want all the credit. I am a heel, just so you guys know. Like, if I was a wrestler, I think I'm a face in real life, but I think I would play a great heel. So that's where I'm at. We won't start the wrestling talk now. We'll start wrestling talk later. I'm still thinking about pizza, even though I ate this salad. I think I want a linguiça pizza because we talked about linguiça pizza. I talked about linguiça pizza. I also feel like half of you have no idea what linguiça is, which I'm fine with. I am okay with that. I'm not okay with the fact that Virginia Tech's going to cost me money. Garbage. Thanks, self. It was all me. Don't do it, Mud Kicker. You don't even want him. He keeps doing the position, but I want Johnny Smith on this team. Again, Miami, little Miami bet here with Devon Achane. Seems fun. Drafters Fantasy is in the chat. What is up, Drafters? It is funny you're here because we are doing a 12-hour Drafters stream where we are only drafting Drafters drafts, which is very hard to say. I would like to let you know that we need to figure out a phrasing for that. But we are finishing up our 4th Drafters championship draft right now. 12-hour stream after an overnight investigation. So I'm already delirious. Let's give away a ticket in the chat. Oh my, let me pick a player first because I am more important than the chat at this moment, as they know. And the player we're going to take is Audric Estime. All right, let's do a giveaway to the chat. See, don't you love our streams? You never know who's going to show up. The entire company of drafters just showed up. They want to give you guys a ticket. Let's figure out a game. How do you want to do this, drafters? Do you want me to Do you want me to figure out exposure question on one of my drafters things, and whoever gets it right first, they get the ticket? We can do that. Let me pull up my exposures real quick. Let's do that. Drafters. Player exposures. What position do we want to do? Ooh, I think tight end would be fun. This is going to be my overall drafters. Oh, they're never going to get it. They're never going to get it. All right. From now to the end of this draft, if you are in the chat, if you can guess my most owned tight end on drafters right now. Actually, there's two. If you can guess one of the two, we're going to break it with the most money invested in them. So my most exposed tight end on drafters. Then you win the ticket. I haven't seen the name in the chat yet. I have not seen the name in the chat yet. Oh, we're getting the noise because I'm in the app as well. Let's do some more Miami stuff, shall we? Let's grab Malik Washington. I haven't seen it. You guys have not put it in the chat yet. I was shocked that this guy was my number one. I do like him, but I did not think I was drafting him as frequently as I was. Wow, you guys are not good at this. South, you were very close. South, Jatavian Sanders was right there. I have a tiebreaker with Jatavian Sanders. Yeah, you get one guess. But no one's going to get it. So do I get so drafters, do I get the ticket if no one guesses it? Going through it. No. Ertz? You should have to give us a ticket for guessing Ertz. Didi, pay me $15 for even guessing Ertz. What are we doing here? Ertz? Do I look like an Ertz drafter? How old do I look? Jesus Christ. They think I'm out here drafting drafters. They think I'm out here drafting Zach Ertz. What is happening? I'm flabbergasted. I don't even know what to do now. Chig, I didn't even want to draft Chig. I'm so. That's not the guy, by the way. It's not Chig. I'm flabbergasted. Nobody got it right. You have to the end of the draft if you haven't guessed yet. Bowers was close, Wydad. Very, very close. But it was not. I thought it was Bowers until I looked at the list better. No, I'm telling you, nobody has said him. And it's actually shocking that nobody has guessed this guy. I don't even know what else to say. I'm like scrolling through just to make sure, but nobody guessed him. It is insane that and you guys were only supposed to do one guess. Yeah, we'll do another position because you guys are terrible at this. We're not doing quarterback because everybody would get that. Okay. I think that one's too tough. I think that's too tough. Oh, this one's fun. I think it's too tough. I think some of these are too tough, to be honest. Too tough. All right, we'll try running back. Here's the deal. You get one guess. Before you guess the running back, since you guys can't guess the tight end because none of you got it right, I'm going to let you know that I did a heavy exposure. I maxed out the earliest $2 running back. The earliest $2 running back, the earliest $2 drafters tournament. And I will tell you it is not Bijan, and it's not somebody you draft super early, which doesn't mean that it's someone in the 5th round. It could be someone late. But I'm just letting you know it's not one of the top 20 running backs. I'm giving you that much, and you're still not going to get it. My most drafted running back. You get one guess. And I just gave you so many clues, and none of you are still going to get it. Although if you've been watching the stream, you might. Mostert is incorrect. Achan is incorrect. DD, you will get another guess even though you jumped the gun, just because I didn't give you all the clues yet. Spears is incorrect. Let's grab Labe. Oh, actually, let's do the thing. Or did he get drafted already? Oh, Trey Sermon is already long gone. All right, let's see. Spares incorrect. Charbonnet incorrect. Chase Brown incorrect. Bucky incorrect. I'm going to recap my team. I'm going to look disappointedly on at you guys. Richardson, Geno Smith at quarterback, Bijan, Devon Achan, Trey Benson, Zeke, Zach Charbonnet, Audric Estime, Dylan Labe, DK Metcalf, Zay Flowers, George Pickens, Brian Thomas, Jameson Williams, Adonai Mitchell, Greg Dortch, Malik Washington, Brock Bowers, Jonnu Smith, Chig, because I got so flabbergasted that you guys did not know who I had been drafting at tight end. The tight end answer was Kyle Pitts, by the way. Kyle Pitts was the answer. Running backs are wrong. All right, drafters. They're not good at guessing my exposures. We're going to jump in another one of these because we're just going to keep firing as many as we can. We'll make it easy because you guys are wrong on this as well. This was Will Shipley was the answer to this one. We're going to do quarterback with an asterisk on this. Oh my God. So I think, did he get it in before I said it? Did he get it in before I said it? Did he get it in before I said it? Drafters, are you here to judge? He guessed Hunter Henry for the tight ends, I believe. I believe that was a tight end guess. He did get it in, why, Dad? All right. Drafters, if you're here, why, Dad is a man of honor. He said he got it in before when I said the answer on screen. Will Shipley is the answer, which I was actually shocked by. Just edging out Bijan by 1% at 25% right now. I have 25%. We are drafting at the 12 spot again. There is your winner. Throw. I'm guessing they're going to want to throw your drafter's name in the chat. Congratulations. Nice job. I'm glad you got it in because I would have felt awful if you were guessing it and just missed it. And I knew that he was Hunter Henry because I was looking at the chat when I started the running back one, and that was already in. Just so everyone knows that it is fair. Congratulations on getting that ticket. See, watching me draft teams for 12 hours pays off. Congrats. I was shocked that we QB's Mahomes. QB is Mahomes. Not in this tournament though. Like if we went to just the I'm not even going to say, because you know what? Maybe we'll do one if we do another one later. No, you won. You won. It's been confirmed by the chat that you won it. Throw out your drafter's name so you can get your ticket. When the chat is confirming it, they're letting you, like, men of honor are letting you know that you got it in time. I just don't know if you get it in time because I say it and there's like a slight delay on StreamYard. So, congrats. Throw your username in the chat. And drafters will drop you a ticket. I appreciate it. You've been here since pretty much the beginning. I'd say you've earned that ticket watching through. We are on the clock. What can we do that's fun? I think Debo and Nico is fun. And maybe we'll be doing a bit of that hero wide receiver build we were talking about. So, yes, get your username in the chat there. I'm a loser till I win the millie. Because technically, is it because you don't want to lose your because now you have to say you're a winner because you won the ticket. So you are no longer a loser, so your username doesn't fit, so you're a liar. That's why you don't want to take the ticket. You don't want to be a liar. I'm just joking with you. Throw that name in the chat so that drafters can bless you with a free ticket to this tournament. Get the music going. I'm going to start with our stuff, and then we'll get up to. We'll work our way up to the StreamYard only stuff. We are in the second round. It is 4 o'clock. Virginia Tech lost, costing us millions and millions of dollars. I wish it was millions and millions of dollars, but it was not. Let's close that window. Let's get our stuff organized. Let's try to do this hero wide receiver build we were talking about. It's always good to tell people your plans when you're streaming, by the way. When you tell them the exact build you're trying to do. And I think this is the perfect start for this in terms of showing you, like, okay, I'm doing this hero wide receiver build and I have to throw player takes out the window, right? So that's why you're going to see me draft players that you probably won't see me draft any other time when I do this type of build. Because player takes we always talk about levers. This becomes one of the last levers is player takes. So we're going to work through this hero wide receiver build, which, as I have stated, believe is 2 wide receivers for a hero wide receiver build because of the positional limits on your team. All right. You're going to be on the clock here in a second. Pacheco goes, which is kind of the way I wanted to play this. I wanted to play this through Pacheco. Does make this a little bit more weird, but it allows us to do a Kelsey Mahomes stack, right? Because we are doing this zero wide receiver thing, or hero wide receiver thing. Sorry, wrong name. Yes, please get your name in the chat. Drafters is patiently waiting to give you a ticket to this tournament. Thank you guys for hanging out with us again. 4 hours into the stream. It has actually kind of flown by. We've talked about drafters. We've talked about drafting strategy. We've talked about all the tickets they're giving away just by drafting. They're coming into the chat and giving you guys tickets. We have talked about pizza, which we haven't even touched the entire surface of that conversation. There's a longer conversation to be had probably later on that front. We have talked about other things. God, we've hit on so many topics today. Drafting so many teams. What was that noise? Who knows? Oh, we started by talking about the Conjuring House earlier, which how that owner is just absolutely allegedly insane. We like to use the word allegedly when we're talking about people and events because we don't like to get sued. We're entering the 5th round, trying to do this hero wide receiver build. How am I feeling a third of the way through? I actually feel great. I wasn't sure how I would feel. Like I said, we were doing this off of a very late night, and I wasn't sure. I was feeling around 10:30 this morning. I was like, this might be tough today. But once we started and I started getting into drafts, I will say this: the last week when drafting has felt a bit like a slog here and there, but I'm actually having fun drafting today. I'm having a ton of fun drafting here on Drafters today. But I thought I was going to be more tired than I am. But we still got 8 hours, so we'll see how it goes. Trying to get through it here. Firing through these drafts on the clock. Can't take wide receivers, which means we are definitely going to take Mixon. Oh my God, we might have to do it. No, let's do Mixon. And let's do Pitts. Let's do double elite. Because I think there's a few different ways to build these hero wide receiver teams. Generally, I think that I generally like doing them more so from this mid-range, though, and I like getting Bijan or Breece Hall to build them through is my preferred method for this. So maybe we'll try one more later where we test this out again. But we'll build a funky team. People wanted to see some funky teams, but building funky teams, we still try to do it with some sort of plan in mind, right? But we're feeling good. Feeling good. I will say my biggest mistake for this Shit, maybe I did get some. We were having that cookie talk earlier. I should have grabbed cookies yesterday. I don't think I did. So I went to the grocery store yesterday. I went to Market Basket, which is, I'm sure everyone has like one of those grocery stores around them that just, it's always a madhouse. And I get like super bad anxiety in the grocery store to begin with. And when they're really packed, it's a bit tough for me to be in there. So I was in there thinking I hit it at a time that no one would be there. And I was completely wrong. That place was mobbed. And yeah, I did not do great. And I think I forgot cookies, which would have been a nice little treat at some point. Because I think all I have for a snack is like ice cream, which is a little tougher to put together. But maybe we will get some ice cream later, or pizza or something. Again, this is all just going to be, this is a draft stream disguised. This is a food stream disguised as a draft stream. Generally, that is the Spike Week motto. We are actually a food channel, and we just whisper sweet nothings about food into your ears, and then we draft Roma Dunze. Is what happens on this channel. And then we tell you that soup is mid. Everyone freaks out that Garrett Wilson is the soup of wide receivers. Send all hate mail to Eric, please. Ooh, a bonus round for a wide receiver. So when we do that, I might do it strictly for this tournament. Let's draft here. We're gonna grab Aaron Jones, and we'll grab Zamir. I think definitely grabbing Aaron Jones. Let's grab Ramondre. So we'll do it this way. We're really just trying to push that third wide receiver here. Probably to the next one. We might get one wide receiver in the next round. The next draft area. If we do another bonus ticket, I think what we'll do is we'll do the exposure thing again with one guess, but I'll limit it strictly to the tournament we're drafting in. Since most of you have seen me draft in this tournament for the day, they'll give you a slight edge for actually viewing the stream. How about that? I think that's the way we do it. Now I'm curious who it is. Who is my highest owned wide receiver in this? This is not the question yet. We haven't greenlit it at the moment, so don't guess yet. Oh my God. I don't think we can do it. I don't think they'll ever get it. I don't think they'll ever get it if we do it just wide receiver on this tournament. Don't guess yet. We have to wait for drafters to give the word that they want to do it. But they're never going to get the wide receiver I've drafted the most in this tournament so far. If they've been watching, small chance. I have drafted him today. That will be your clue when we start. I have drafted him today. Wait until drafter says to go, though, when they decide to do it. That is today's clue as we get through our 5th draft of the day, I think. The question, why, Dad, is going to be, we're not doing it yet. The question is going to be the highest drafted wide receiver that I have in the Drafters $1,000,003 Best Ball Championship. So just this tournament, my highest drafted wide receiver will be the question. That's how we're going to play it. And I don't think anyone's going to get it. Which is kind of funny. All right. Drafters has said to release the hounds. Now you only get one guess. So think critically. Khalif Raymond is not the answer. It is not Khalif Raymond. Okay. So to continue what we're doing, this is one of those times that I think we can grab. We'll grab Tajay, and we'll grab Jordan Addison as our third wide receiver in the 10th round. I think this is one we can acceptably grab the third wide receiver. A.D. Mitchell is incorrect. Malik Washington is incorrect. I like that you guys are, some of you are probably scrolling through to see the wide receivers that I've drafted today to try to figure it out. Brian Thomas is incorrect. Reed was close, Duke. Reed is number 2. Reed is number 2. And A.D. Mitchell, I saw someone say that. A.D. Mitchell was number 3. You guys were close, but there was one guy, shockingly, that I have drafted more than those guys. It is not Fat Keenan Whitehead. Not Malachi Corley. Not Malachi Corley. Drafters, I will let you decide how you want to handle that ticket situation. It seems like the perfect time to sign up with promo code SPIKE, though, because not only will you get a deposit match, you would have got a free ticket. We'll get through our next few picks. We'll see if anyone gets it by then. And if not, maybe we'll switch to a different position. Okay, we'll do a clue. We will do a clue. I think that's a good idea, drafters. We give everybody a clue. And then they get a second pick. I'll put in a pick line. So if you haven't taken a guess, if you're trying to win a drafters ticket, you have a few more seconds before we give a clue and reset this. Who is my highest drafted wide receiver in this tournament so far? Just in the $15 drafters million Best Ball Championship. I have not given any clues yet. Mostly. Other than I drafted them today. After my next 2 picks, we will reset the line and figure it out from there. Gabe Davis is like the perfect wide receiver for this. And I think that Lockett works pretty well for this build as well to mix next to Gabe Davis. Okay, so we're going to give a clue. Let me think of what I can do for a clue. He is a second-year wide receiver, and he gets drafted after the 10th round. So from 10th round on, second-year wide receiver. Doesn't mean he gets drafted in the 10th round. I'm taking half the board away for you. Not Wicks, not Michael Wilson, not Malachi Corley or McCorley. Come on, guys. I know somebody can get this. Not QJ, but I knew QJ was going to get guessed. I knew QJ was going to get guessed. Sutton is not in his second year. I'm actually shocked it took that long for the QJ guess, but that's a good guess. Not QJ, though. Sitting on a 1452 build right now. Oh, Hyatt's a great guess, but it's not Hyatt. Downs is another phenomenal guess. You guys only get one, though. Just so you know. One guess until I... So we'll just reset this every time. One guess per person. And I know where the line is, too. Not JSN. Good guess. Bateman's year 3, I believe. I've got to say that this just the way this is typed, drafters, is hilarious. I know it's the username, but you having to say loser, why don't you make an account, is LOL funny. I know the context, but out of context, it's funny. All right, we are almost on the clock here. Any of these guys make sense? No. I do want some more Ray Davis, and I do want some more Josh Downs. Third clue in new round. Let's see. No, I'm sorry to hear that. sorry to hear that. Trying to think of a clue for you guys. All right. His last name is also the name of a rapper. We are guessing my highest exposure wide receiver in the $15 drafters tournament. I don't like, you have to get this. Like, Duke gets it. And Self, you did say it, but it was your second guess in that round. It is Mims. I'm not trying to be a dick, Self, but we did establish rules. But I do appreciate you because you've been here most of the day. You are the man. Duke is the winner of that ticket. I was actually shocked that it was Marvin Mims as well. But that Denver stuff is so easy to set up that I think that's why it is the way it is at the moment. There you go, Michael. I got a cortisone shot. Well, I got multiple cortisone shots in my back at one point, but I got one specific type that was to burn the nerves out of my back, which was so much fun. I said his last name is the name of a rapper. Last name was the name of a rapper. I didn't know what else to do for a clue at that point. I was like, should I say his team is orange? Like, I didn't know what else to do. Felt like limiting it to orange. Although I think everyone would have just like piled Jalen McMillan if I had said that his name was that his team's colors were orange. Maybe that would have been the bet, the play. Duke, throw your name in the chat. Your drafter's name. For drafters. So that you can get your ticket. Oh, we are building a hero wide receiver team. I keep wanting to say zero. With my definition of what a hero wide receiver team is, which is 2 wide receivers in the first 3 rounds, and then taking the third one from round 10 on. And we're just seeing what we can build through it. Currently, it's not too bad. Coming back up on the clock here in a second. Where we will be drafting. We're going to push something here. I think this might end up being a mistake. All right, I know I want Samaje P. Ryan. I don't know how I want to play this, so I think we're gonna grab Yoshi. Oh my god, we grabbed Dotson. I did it too late. I deserve that. 100% deserve that. Congratulations again, Duke. For winning the ticket to this tournament, where you could, once you receive it, you can draft with us tonight on stream. We'll be firing another one of these afterwards. So I wanted Yoshi. Getting Dotson isn't great on this team. Not the wide receiver we want here for this type of build. Really hurts. That was 100% my fault as well for not starring Yoshi when I knew that was my backup player. We need socks for maxing the $2. We do need drafter socks. But that's like a catastrophic mistake, because when you're building through a structure like this, like every pick matters in general, but every pick really matters when you're trying to do something like that. So, that's kind of catastrophic and 100% my fault. But I was trying to figure out what I wanted to do with quarterback. Because, man, I'm really pushing it at this point with QB. Trying to hope something falls to the 17th round. So we'll see if we can stick the landing, though. See what we can get here. I think that might end up being a double mistake. Grabbing first, we didn't even grab the receiver we wanted to bypass the quarterback for, and then we auto Dotson, who is not good. Michael, you must tell me which horror movie you're watching. What is the name of it? I was a little too aggressive there, and I apologize. But I review horror movies as well. What don't I do? Do everything. Some say I'm the Renaissance man of YouTube. I think the easy pick here is we just grab Daniel Jones. We luck box our way into getting Daniel Jones. And then we grab Jalen Hyatt for the stack. And dig our way. I won't spoil anything, but I gave Abigail a pretty good score. I will say I had fun with it. But that's me. You might hate it. There's a chance you do. But I had a lot of fun with that movie. I also love bad movies. I don't consider Abigail a bad movie, though. I would classify it as fun. Red Letter Media is pretty good. I haven't checked Red Letter Media out in a while. Any good horror series other than American Horror Story? So my favorite horror thing that has come out in the last, 7 or 8 years was The Haunting of Hill House on Netflix. But I'm really into ghost stuff, obviously. So like if you like ghost as your horror stuff, That was one of my favorite series to watch. I really liked some of the stuff there. Don't tell anybody, but I haven't watched Evil. I had to film a commercial for Evil, but I have not watched it. Don't send that into them. Don't let them know. But people seem to like Evil and the show From, which I haven't watched yet either, in terms of series. Oh, very cool. Did you watch Lovecraft Country? Because I didn't watch it, but I heard that it was really good. And then it's just one of those things that sort of slips through the cracks now because I completely forget about it. I'm not a huge Lovecraftian style guy. I don't hate it by any means. Like it's just one of those things that like I don't mind watching, but I don't seek out that type of stuff. But I generally enjoy it when I do watch it. If that makes sense. Sounded like I was tap dancing around there, but I enjoy it, but it's not my favorite, basically. Oh, very cool. I have a Cthulhu pop vinyl. It's like a patina one. I think I still have it. Are there people yelling outside of my house? Do they know where I live? I live in Bridgewater, Massachusetts. We don't yell outside the house. Where do you think we are? I just doxed myself because people upset me outside. Also, I live in the Bridgewater Triangle. So there's that. I really hope I bought cookies. I'm 99% sure I did not, but I'm going to check because now we've been talking about food and cookies and snacks, and I really, really wish that I bought cookies. We are on the clock for our last two picks. I would like to get a running back in here, hopefully. Let's grab Trey Sermon again. I want to get him up a little bit. And I think we're going to end with a wide out. Yeah. Everything is gross. Let's do Bo Melton. Oh my God, where is he? So our team is Mahomes, Daniel Jones, Joe Mixon, Aaron Jones, Ramondre Stevenson, Tajay Spears, Ray Davis, Samaje Perine, Trey Sermon. Wide receivers are Debo, Nico Collins, Jordan Addison, Gabe Davis, Tyler Lockett, Josh Downs, Jahan Dotson, Jalen Hyatt, Bo Melton, Travis Kelce, Kyle Pitts. So we built this as a hero wide receiver by my definition of hero wide receiver, which is two wide receivers through the first three rounds. We started it with Debo and Nico. We even got a unique combo from that. Probably not the way to do it because it goes against what I was talking about with scrolling down in terms of these specific builds. So we'll probably try another one of these in a little bit. We're going to jump into our next draft immediately. We're just going to keep firing at these drafts. And we're going to join. We need 7. I am just going to get this salad bowl out of here. And I will be right back. Gotham, thank you for moving. So, bad news is we have no cookies. Good news is I have crackers. Bad news about having crackers, the cracker hound would like to eat all of my crackers, as you can see. He is very much into it. I have confirmed a guest for later. Dean will be joining us somewhere around the 8:45, 9 o'clock hour. So that'll be fun. Ah, very cool, Duke. Which horror movie festival? We are, my other show is signed with Bloody Disgusting. So that is who our other podcast goes through. We go through Bloody Disgusting, which does a lot of horror movie stuff. I mean, that's basically what their industry is. Drafting from the 11 spot this time. Oh man, are we going to have to draft the Garrett Wilson team? Wingfest sounds amazing. Wingsfest sounds like I want to go to Wingsfest. That sounds awesome. You'll have to let us know what the best type of wings you get are. Love me some wings. Big fan. Yes, I know you're there, Gotham. I know you want more. You're going to have to wait. We're drafting drafters teams from the 11 spot because drafters refuses to let me get a top 2 spot. Even though we started this off with the 101, I believe, or something like that. We're close to it. Let's grab some puka. We'll be boring on this one. See, Harrison and London go. You guys want to do a Puka Achan team? Let's do that. Let's do a Puka Achan team. There was a chance that you guys almost just saw me choke to death on a Ritz cracker on this stream. I looked tough while getting it down, but inside I was crying, thinking that this was how it was going to end. Me drafting Puka Nakua and Devon Achan and then just croaking at the desk, eating a Ritz cracker. While my dog doesn't care, he just tries to get at the bag after my body hits the ground. There's a timeline where that happened. Let's be glad that we're not on that timeline. Telluride Film Festival early in the year is Mountain Film. Then in October, the Horror Film Fest. We should come out. If we even began to have time, we would. This October for the Go Show, September, we have a trip to New Orleans at the end of September. I actually have a guest spot for a ghost tour next Saturday. It's just a local one. It's my hometown. They do a ghost tour every year, and just to like do like some community give back. I go and tell some stories for 15 to 20 minutes. So we have that. We have a convention some Saturday in September. I don't even know it off the top of my head. We have New Orleans at the end of September. Then October 18th, we have our first actual live show, which is going to be cool. Then October 25th, we're doing an event that is really awesome. We partnered with Block Island Ghost Tours, and we are hosting an entire weekend on Block Island, which I was scared to death because Block Island is a legitimate island. You can only get out there by ferry or by airplane. And they've got a hotel that has 12 rooms that were part of the package for the whole weekend. And we are co-hosting that weekend, doing investigations with listeners. And we've actually almost sold it out. So I'm really looking forward to that. That's going to be a lot of fun. Yeah, Wingfest does sound too good to be true. Sounds amazing. We are coming back up on the clock here. We got a Puka Nakua, Devon Achan team. Kyron goes right before us. I do want more. I want more Derrick Henry. DeMelch. That's what I want. Please draft him. Oh, God damn it. I want a Tank Dell. Let's build a Josh Allen team. Haven't done that yet. Excuse me. Sorry, I usually try to mute the mic for that. So we'll grab Josh Allen. And we will also grab Terry McLaurin as our second wide receiver. You're all good, man. If you didn't know, I'm here till midnight, so you can take all the time you want, Michael. I was just kidding about the food. I just eat it. I don't actually do anything with food. But yes, we do Ghost. Well, I do Ghost with my other two co-hosts from that show. And I do the fantasy football. That is our logo in the back. It is very fun times. So, yeah, we're looking forward to that weekend of going to Block Island. If you've never been to the Northeast, it's really hard to get to. Block Island in general is just beautiful. And everyone around here basically goes to, when they go to an island, they either go to Martha's Vineyard, which is the most popular one, or they go to Nantucket. But I personally like Block Island more than those two. It's a little more my speed. It's a little more slowed down. I mean, it's still busy in the summer. Don't get me wrong. It's crazy in the summer. There's a lot of people there. But it's got a smaller feel. It's a bit of a smaller island too. So if you're ever in the area and you're looking for like a day trip or just an overnight trip, I'd highly suggest going to Block Island. If you guys want to take a peek at the house we investigated last night, it's called the Emery Estate, and it's in Weymouth, Massachusetts. And it's an exact replica of Mount Vernon. It's a really cool house. The Stanley Hotel, somewhere that I really want to go. Oh, Jack. So that's the cool thing about Block Island is I get to it from Rhode Island, but you can get to it just as easily from Long Island, New York. So that's pretty cool, Jack. I've never done Fire Island. Where is Fire Island? I'll have to look it up. Let me look it up now before I forget. Fire Island. Oh, so that's by the Long Island Sound there. Okay. Stanley Hotel is a place that we do want to get to. We were looking at places for next year. South Shore of Long Island, yeah. That looks... I'll look more into Fire Island. A little tougher for me to get to. Block Island's like an hour 15 for me to get to where the ferry is, and then you just ferry over. Very cool. I've done the Shanley Hotel, which is actually in New York. So, and the craziest place... We have not gone to the Cecil Hotel. We covered it on an episode. We were on the clock. We should probably draft. Let us draft James Cook, because I never draft James Cook. Since we have... And I really don't know what this drafter behind us would have done here. Rome's probably the way I would have gone. I think there's a chance we're never getting both. I think we just take Keenan Allen. He's boring, and he likes food. Devin, I have listened to Astonishing Legends podcast. Are you talking about the Sally House episode? But just so you know, every house has been deemed the most haunted house in America. I sort of eye roll at that statement now. Now, there's places that I've gone that have had more activity and like have been scarier and stuff, but so many places deem themselves as the most haunted. And we even joke around, like we'll title stuff that just because it's funny to us. But yeah. But the Sally House is my dream location to go to. I want to go to the Sally House really bad because it looks terrifying. I will be in New Orleans at the end of September doing the spooky things. Cecil Hotel, we did not go to. We did cover it on an episode, though. We don't go to everywhere we cover. Like what we do, our main thing that we do is we actually just pick a different town every week and we tell the ghost stories of that town. So sometimes it's a large city, sometimes it's a small town. So we did LA once, but we also do really small towns as well. So, and then within that episode, every Tuesday night, we cover all the hauntings in that one town in like a 15-minute pre-produced documentary, and then the three of us talk about it afterwards. And Joe can have fun, and the chat has fun. But we are more of a podcast than a YouTube channel, even though we do pretty well on YouTube. Michael, you are the only other person that I know that knows what Dime Store Adventures is. I actually watched a Dime Store Adventures video before I did this stream today. So that's pretty funny that you said that. So I like him. I think he does some really cool stuff. I enjoy his work. I watched him grab a 1937 self-guided tour today. He went to Newport, Rhode Island. There was a book that had a self-guided tour from 1937, and he just wanted to see if he could follow the self-guided tour, and pretty much was able to still do most of it. But yes, I know Dime Store Adventures. Like his channel a lot. Yeah, I don't know what he does, but I think he is some sort of historian. He he finds some really cool things. It's helped. He's honestly helped inspire me. We'll grab Shakir here. I don't like grabbing Shakir. This is part of the problem with drafting Josh Allen. Is Gotham. We can't be doing that the whole time, bud. It's just really hard to stack Allen with anyone that I like. We're going to be back on the clock here in a second. Take our pick. We are going to grab Cortland Sutton here as our 5th wide receiver. Makes me feel the most comfortable at this point. Yeah, he definitely does a lot of the dives at the local libraries, which is pretty cool. I've gone to... He did one on a pet cemetery that was 30 minutes away from me, and I went to that one because I thought it was really cool. I brought Gotham there. We walked around it. It's an old pet cemetery that has some like famous people's dogs there, just regular dogs. Has some really cool statues. But I saw it on his channel and I was like, oh, I want to go there. Because I'll do cemetery walks on TikTok Live, on the Hometown Ghost Stories TikTok Live. I'll go to a cemetery and I'll walk around it, especially when I'm traveling for work, like I did the Sleepy Hollow one and stuff. So I'm always looking for cool cemeteries to go walk. And, you know, I'm in New England, so I get a million of them around here that I can go do. But I didn't know about that one, and that one was cool. So thumbs up to Dime Store Adventures. Do enjoy his channel. He'll never know that I said that because this is buried almost 5 hours into a 12-hour stream. But if you ever do see it, Dime Store Adventures, great channel. I cannot wait to go visit Nicolas Cage's grave when I go to New Orleans, because I am definitely doing that. Some of you may be saying, Nicolas Cage is still alive. He can't have a grave. Oh, he's already built it. And I will go see it with my own 2 eyes. I will be going to see the Nicolas Cage grave. For sure. For sure. We can probably bury a lot of my best ball teams there by then as well. I'm sure 80% of them will be dead by September 30th or whatever day I'm there. It is a mausoleum. I know. I'm being facetious a little bit. Is it a bad idea to try to get undrafted combos for wide receivers like Kirk and Ridley to the Jameson range, like 3 to 4 wide receivers in that range? I don't think it's bad. I think it just depends on the team you're building. Yeah, I know they're above sea level. The graveyards in New Orleans are really cool. It's been a while since I've been to one, so I'm excited to be able to go do a TikTok Live or something and walk through one. That'll be fun. Yes, give me all the random cemetery stories. We'll be coming up on our next picks here in a second. I am about to be on the clock here with a 1-2-5-3 build. God damn it. Would have really liked to get Brian Robinson there. That would have been the fun pick. Speaking of fun picks, let's do. I should have. Yeah, we're going to do Caleb because Odunze is behind us, even though he has Kyler. Let's do a Caleb Josh Allen team. Since we have Achane and Cook, I think we can take the QB detour, push tight end a bit. Yeah, I like the way that this is shaping up. I was going to grab Brooks as my next pick, but that's okay. See Taysom Hill go. Let's grab Tajay Spears here. That is kind of funny, Michael. Colon, Louisiana. I'm guessing it's pronounced Colin. There's no way it's pronounced colon, right? Nobody wants to say they drove through Colon, Louisiana. Congratulations for having an entire haunted town, Devin. Colleen? No. Unacceptable. Look, I live in Massachusetts where the town names don't make any sense, but Kolin is not Colleen. Colleen? No, it's colon. And everybody was getting embarrassed. Everybody was getting embarrassed, so they had to say, no, it's actually pronounced Colleen. That's what happened there. We're sending Dime Store Adventures to... We're sending Dime Store Adventures to investigate why it's called Colleen and not Colin. That's funny. We have a Florida, Massachusetts. There's a Florida, Massachusetts. There's a... Is it Idaho, Rhode Island? Something like that. It might also be Iowa. I think it's Idaho, Rhode Island. Could be wrong. Wyoming? Oh, I think it's Wyoming. I think it's Wyoming, Rhode Island. Yes, there's a Wyoming, Rhode Island. Also Florida, New York. We're going to have a talk with the Czech. We're going to have a discussion about how it's Colin, and I refuse. I refuse to call it Colleen. We are in the 11th round of this draft. We have 7 hours left of a mostly solo 12-hour stream. Do you think it's harder to do a 24-hour stream with guests lined up? And this isn't me calling anybody out. I know there's other marathon streams going on. I'm just curious what people's thoughts are. With guest or a mostly solo one? Because what I will say is the other people that are doing marathon streams this week, and every time they probably planned it out way more in advance than I did, and it's smarter. Doing this last minute, not so smart. But we're here. And I thought that I would take advantage of all these drafters tickets, and they came through, gave some away. Maybe we'll get some more giveaways later. Who knows? I was not expecting the ticket giveaway. I agree, Jack. I think that it'd be easier to do a 24-hour one if you had guests lined up for the whole thing. But we endure. We persevere. We are on the clock. I'm going to grab Gabe Davis again. Just really fits a lot of these builds that we're doing. I'm also too old for 24-hour anything. And I want to grab Chuba as well. I think that's good. Right now we have Josh Allen, Caleb Williams, Devon Achane, James Cook, Tajay Spears, Chuba Hubbard, Puka Nacua, Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen, Khalil Shakur, Kurt Cool. Jesus Christ. It's going to take me 12 hours just to say Cortland Sutton's name. And Gabe Davis. I have a guest dog that is taking all of my crackers. I could really go for a mango lemonade refresher right now. That would be the nuts. That sounds about right, Michael. I don't have any in self, but I was debating on clicking some buttons, maybe. See if there's anything. Oh, I'm already on drafters. Let's see if there's anything that I'm interested in coming up. Are we on the clock? Is there more? All they're showing me right now is games that are being played. I'd like to see more. Maybe because I have to log in. This is the whole process now. I gotta get a text message sent to me. I lied. I didn't have to. Now I feel like I'm not secure. Send me the text message. All right, let's see. Mississippi State is 26.5-point favorites. That's why college football throws me off so much. I don't know what to do. 34-point favorite Alabama. It's just so much. Ole Miss is 44-point favorites. I have trouble clicking these buttons. Oregon is 48.5-point favorites. Auburn 48-point favorites. Texas Tech 31.2. That's crazy. Notre Dame, Texas A&M. Let me see. What time are they playing? What time is Notre Dame, Texas A&M playing? We're almost on the clock. Check that in a second. We're going to grab Cole Kmet. I know everyone hates him now, but I like him for this team. That was the play that we wanted there on this 2-4-6-1 build. I like Jordan Mason, and I like his price and all that fun stuff. But once we start getting to this range, this 13th, 14th round range, he's not an auto click for me. Again, we're gonna grab Bucky Irving here. My problem is, like, I like him. I think he'll get the work. He'll get some work, obviously, but it just feels like they'll maybe go a little more committee based if CMC goes down. And I feel like a bet like Bucky Irving is a little bit stronger. But again, Jordan Mason, that might edge out because he hasn't been drafted in every draft. Central Time doesn't exist, just so you know. Everything is Eastern Standard. That is the real time zone. Texas Tech. So you're taking Texas Tech. Wait, did you say Texas Tech? You said A&M, didn't you? Disregard. And I wasn't going to get mad. I just literally don't know anything. Oh, they're playing each other in 3-point spread. See, that scares me. I mean, I'm sure it's a fun game. But like, I want favorites that I can bet and use my measly parlay boosters. All right, here's what we'll do. I'm going to scroll through and I'm going to put together a card here. And I'm not telling you to bet this. Don't do it. I don't know what I'm doing. I know nothing about college football. I am going to bet Troy. I am going to bet. I need different music. This is not betting music. This is laid back. Oh my God, we're into the StreamYard music. This is scary. Gonna bet Troy money line. I'm going to bet Rice money line. I'm just putting together a parlay. I'm going to take Louisiana Tech money line, and finally we're going to take Texas A&M. We're going to bet the fun game. Can I not use my wager boost? Probably because of Rice. All right, let's change it up a little bit. I don't even know what to do here. What do we do? I can't get over that Ole Miss is 44.5-point favorites. And the over-under is 60. Do we just bet the over? Let's bet the over. God damn it, I still can't use... Dang. We're on the clock. I don't know, guys. College football's stupid. Trying to bet. It's just so dumb. We are on the clock. We are going to draft. Is this like the right time to draft Chubb in this tournament? At 179? All right, we'll draft Chubb at 179. I don't like it. We're way behind at receiver at this point. Oh, but there's always a Mims. There's always a Mims. Let's draft Mims. Got to keep that exposure up. See if you guys have said anything to draft. LA Tech. What are they favored by a bazillion? All right, so we're doing the over. So I'm changing things up. Oh, I have LA Tech. But I got to bet them with the spread, I think. Where are they? All right, so I'm going to bet LA Tech. Their spread is 7. I'm going to alter it to 6.5. Can I not alter point spreads on college football? Is that not a thing? What in the world? All right, fine. We'll take the full 7. We'll take the full 7. And I'm going to bet the under in the Mississippi State game. This is based off of nothing. Do not follow this. Do not do this. So Texas A&M money line, over 60 in Furman, Ole Miss. Louisiana Tech, -7, under 61.5 on Eastern Kentucky at Mississippi State. This is not... This is not gambling advice. Why do I not get my promos? Oh, because I hadn't hit the button yet. Why can't I get my profit boost? What is happening? I feel like I feel like I'm geriatric. Why can't I get my profit boost to work? Oh, I think I already used it earlier. That's fine. We got plus 1,000. We're gonna bet $60 on it for $692.87 return. If this very well educated and thought out parlay goes together. So, oh, I didn't quite. Why won't it let me? It won't let me place the bet. What the hell? Okay, they won't let me place the bet. What is happening on this app right now? I'm gonna do it from my phone. Oh, because I logged in on my phone, I ruined everything. You guys are riveted by this, huh? I thought this was gonna be a fun little thing. What was I doing? Under in Mississippi State. I gotta scroll slowly and figure this out. I already forget. Over in Ole Miss. Texas A&M money line. And I'm going to see if I can... Was it Louisiana Tech, right? Louisiana Tech. Game lines. Okay, so we're just going to take the spread. Oh, I do get the profit boost if I use my phone. Cool. All right, glad we did this on the phone. We are on the clock. Let's draft a wide receiver because we got behind at wide receiver. And let's grab Naylor. Nicholls State is a scrub team. Okay, well we'll bet them. We're gonna put $60, and we get a $1,000 return if we win. $1,009. Let's grab Will Shipley. Answer to a trivia question earlier. All right. Do not do the bet I did. You will regret it because I did nothing on that. But we'll gander later and we'll hope we'll win. $1,000 would be nice. All right, I'll tell you, but I'm telling you not to bet it because you're not going to win. I have under on the Mississippi State game, under 61.5. I have over on Ole Miss, 60 points. Texas A&M money line, which feels like the death right there. And I got Louisiana Tech at -7, which is the one I feel the best about. And I have no idea. So that's where we're at. That was button clicking, not financial advice. Don't do it. There was no effort put into seeing if that was good or not. But we threw a boost on it. And that's what we did. Hashtag do not tail. There you go. We'll be checking in on it throughout the night. I didn't even see what time the first game starts. 7:30? Is there anything I want to do for baseball? Nah, nothing major. Cool. All right, let's stop looking at sports betting. I almost took Adam Thielen earlier. Brandon Xavier, that's the only way I justified it. I almost did the same thing. We were close, but it was the first draft of the day. And I couldn't do it on the first draft. We have 2 more picks in this draft. We'll read off our team and then we'll fire into another one, but I'm going to run and use the restroom after this. And this was sort of the plan all along for this team. We were kind of punting tight end on this one a bit. We'll see if we punted it too far to do what we wanted to do. We are at 5 hours and 25 minutes. And we have done 7 drafts? 6. We're about to do our 7th. Just a reminder, this is the replacement for the Sunday Sicko show tomorrow. I think that's fair. All right, so the one I definitely want to get is Dawson Knox. I think we're like more than fine. This guy has 3 tight ends. I think we're going to have our choice of the garbage heap here. but we'll pair Knox, and we will grab. He grabs. I mean, I don't care that he grabs Dolcic, but okay. We'll grab Jatavian Sanders. So the team was Josh Allen and Caleb Williams, Devon Achane, James Cook, Tyjae Spears, Chuba Hubbard, Bucky Irving, Nick Chubb, Will Shipley, Puka Nacua, Terry McLaurin, Keenan Allen, Kalish Kerr, Cortland Sutton, Gabe Davis, Marvin Mims, Jalen Naylor, Cole Kmet, Dawson Knox, Jatavian Sanders. So we got a couple team correlations, but we also did Buffalo stack, Chicago stack. Feels very mid. If we're going to be honest, this team feels a bit mid. Feels like it's missing a little bit of oomph from the lineup, but it might be a min casher. I will say that is not my favorite team we've drafted today. If I had to wager, I would say I would not pick that one as number one. Let's jump into another one. Guys, I have to go pee, so I will be back in 2 seconds. Okay, guys, make sure that I draft. I don't think the next draft is filled. I think we're waiting on a few. While we're waiting, I'm going to run my dog outside. Tell them to pause the draft if I'm not back in time. I'm old. I'm out of breath. Whew. What's up, Fantasy Dog? Whew. We ran outside. We got back in time. I'm out of breath. You got it. You got it done. You'd say I wanted to take an almond rod. Do that. Next draft, we want to do a top of the queue draft where we just take whoever's at the top of the queue through 5 rounds. No override. See what we can get out of it. Maybe we'll do that next. I think that would be fun. Fantasy Dog is at 6 with Justin Jefferson. Uh-oh. Maybe it didn't cut out. Maybe I just am so out of breath I cut myself out. Can you hear me now, though? Excellent. So just in case what I was saying got cut out, I said maybe we'll do on the next draft top of the queue, first 5 rounds, no matter who it is, doesn't matter the position, we just take the first 5 no matter what, and we cry if we get a bad start. We just try to work through it. I mean, technically we could do that with this draft because Amon-Ra was at the top of the queue. So I think no matter what, I can still wrangle a decent team. Hello, Gotham. The dog. Yeah, you know what? Let's just do it this draft. This is the top of the queue draft. First 5 rounds, we take whoever's at the top of the queue. Looks like it's setting up really gross for me to take a player that I don't like to take. But I'll do it because it's the rules. I am really happy I'm not on the clock and I don't have a lot of slow drafts left. Oh, we get Nico? Hells yeah. Amon-Ra Nico? Give me that. That's great. That's a good start. See where we get to go with next. The Jefferson Metcalf start. I like it. Jefferson Metcalf is fun. I like this Amon-Ra Nico start. That's fun too. So Ludo is doing the Miami stack with Hill and Waddle. Things are relatively normal in this one. All right, so remember we're going to be doing top of the queue through the first 5 rounds. Oh no. Oh God. Maybe we should have waited till the next draft, but I feel like when you start Hill Waddle, there's a 0% chance you grab Saquon. So we're going to have to grab Saquon because he's top of the queue. We follow the rules. We follow the rules. And in the draft chat, a little flyer. Ah, thank you, sir. Appreciate that. Gotham, you can't breathe against the glass. We've had this conversation. So what he likes to do is he likes to lay next to the glass helmet case. And then he breathes next to it. So it's just glass that is constantly like rocking and you just hear the noise. I am going to be changing my setup a little bit, I believe. Oh, that is like, why is that so high? What's going on here? There we go. A bit better. That sounds like a fun one. Pickens as wide receiver 4. Yeah. Jeff's one share of Barkley. Wins the 500 grand. Imagine. Imagine if that's how I win it with the one Barkley share that I draft. We just hit the right combo around it. We'll know if it was the stream too, because they're all numbered. So we know, I think I started with 7. I was draft 7 to whatever we end with tonight. We're almost halfway through. We're going to get like 22 or 23. If we're at 24, we're going to be like, we got a power to 25, right? I hope. I mean, that's probably what's going to happen. I wouldn't be shocked. Don't put it past me. I've definitely moved my camera too much and now it's all messed up. I also can't tell what I'm showing because that stupid live's in the way. I want to see my ghost face. Oh, that feels really flimsy. There we go. That's about, no, that's too low. What are you doing? There you go. That's what we want. That's the good stuff. What color ghost do we want right now? Maybe we do the rotating. Oh, that's not what we want. Let's do a rotating ghost for a bit. All right, we're about to be on the clock here. Laporta would have been interesting to get that. Oh my God, I have to do Josh Jacobs? This was the worst idea ever. Salf, was this your idea? That we have to do top of the queue and we get Saquon and Josh Jacobs? I'm going to vomit. I am going to vomit. This for sure is a different team than I usually have. Oh my God, why couldn't you just... Of course somebody named Big Nuts 22222222 didn't let me have Sam Laporta. I just want the speed to turn down a little bit on the color change here. There we go. Perhaps too slow. And Lamar. Okay. So we did the complete auto draft where we go for the first 5 rounds, and now we have to salvage it. But we went Amon-Ra, Nico, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Lamar Jackson. So we got redeemed at the end. We grabbed Lamar. And we'll figure it out from there. That's the game plan. Going through the StreamYard music, which is not as good as our music, but we've gone through all those songs a bit, so we just need to get away from them for a little. DD says, don't sweat Laporta. You can get the tight end 1 in Ferguson much later. Am I buying the Titans offense this year as one-offs mostly? I've mostly been doing Titans as one-offs. I don't have a lot of Titan stacks. Pollard's my favorite way to play it. Hopkins was. I still want to get back to getting more of him. When I say that, obviously, why is this? There's a tag on the shoulder? Who built this shirt? This is the things that happen when you've been streaming for 6 hours. So that's kind of like Tennessee's more of a one-off team. I don't have a lot of Ridley. I don't have a lot of Spears. So it's mostly been Pollard, DeAndre Hopkins, not a lot of Will Levis. Fantasy Dog is also drafting Ferguson. Some that I don't hate, some that I don't feel like I have enough of. And I think that's been very much build dependent for me, where I already like have an elite tight end usually by that range. So Ferguson just kind of gets overlooked. Those are those leaks that we're talking about, right? Where because I'm doing something, it just causes me to overlook another situation. So I think that's part of it with my limited exposure to him. Get a huge tight end run at the end here. I do like the Ferg Prescott pairing fantasy dog. I think it's a good one. I just don't know. I just don't know why I don't have more of it. And I think another thing that happens with that pairing that I should be doing more of, I think there's certain players, and I'll talk about this in a second. You're about to be on the clock. This team's going to turn out interesting. I'm excited to see how it finishes. See what he's trying to do here, going 2 RBs with 2 elite tight ends. All right, we're going to grab Jaden Reed here. I know you guys are shocked by that. So what I was saying is, with the Eagles receivers specifically, and there's other teams we can probably point to with this, I think, and this myself included, when you draft AJ Brown or when you draft Devonta Smith, your brain automatically goes to drafting Hurts. You know, because we know how concentrated that offense is. So you like make it a point that you're drafting Hurts, and I think I need to balance some Eagles teams a little bit more with doing that Ferguson Dak team that was just brought up. And I'm sure it gets done enough because there's only 2 wide receivers, right? Like, I'm not saying that it's anything uncommon completely, but I'm just saying that I'm not doing it quite enough. You know what, though? We can do it because screw it. We're talking about it. Let's do it. We took Ferguson. We have Saquon. Let's build a different Eagles-Dallas stack. Thoughts on stacking Lamar with Henry? Just hope for a ton of TDs. I think it's fine. It's a lot of cat drop. Ugh, my God. We're going to struggle this next 6 hours. It's a lot of draft capital. I don't overly hate it. I'm not drafting a ton of Henry just based on the other ways that I'm drafting right now. So I don't hate it. I think it's tough to do. I think you have to be very deliberate about it. And what I mean by that is if you're trying to do those 2 with one of the main pass catchers, which is Andrews or Zay Flowers, I think it should be Zay Flowers because you're already falling way behind at wide receiver. B, you're giving up a ton of draft capital either way by getting, Derrick Henry 3rd round, Lamar 4th or 5th if you're lucky, but you're probably going to have to do it in the 4th round. So I think you just need to be really deliberate about it, or you need to punt your second stacking partner for a bit. Yeah, that AJ Brown stack is pretty obvious. Sorry, we were scrolled up. I was looking at some stuff to have that conversation through. Getting through the 7th round here. With this draft, we started by just letting ourselves take the top of the board through the first 5 rounds, which started us with Amon-Ra, Nico, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Lamar, Jaden Reed, and Jake Ferguson. So got some Green Bay stuff brewing, get some other stuff happening here. I think we can make a fun team out of this. As fun as a team can be with Saquon and Josh Jacobs. I'm not saying we're going to get them, but this feels like the perfect type of team to have Nick Chubb on, right? You just going to keep doing it? I forgot you own the house. It is your rules, Gotham. We're just living in the world, in a Gotham world. I don't know if he's the best value DD. I think he's in the toughest range of the Green Bay wide receivers, personally. I like him because I like Reed the best. I have tons of Reed bags. He's obviously he's the most expensive. Dobbs I like, but I find that range hard because I'm usually doing other things in that range. So sometimes it has to be very specific builds for me to be getting Dobbs. So I want to... God damn, I don't like a lot of this. So here's how we're going to play it. Ugh. I'm going to grab Javonte. And this could just ruin this team, but I don't like the wide receiver options here. And all the way down. Dobbs went before Christian Watson in this draft, just to point that out. That's kind of wild. Fuck. I mean, crap. Should have thought about the CD drafter. Not a huge deal because all we had was Ferguson. But we were going to try to do the Dak thing since we talked about it. Unstacked Jordan Love happens quite a bit too. I know there's options behind, but man, it's hard to set up Jordan Love stuff because people love to grab him unstacked. But even in this case, it's a lot tougher because Watson, Dobbs, and obviously Jaden Reed's gone, and we have Josh Jacobs. So it's not impossible, but it's a bit harder. Man. All right. Let's lean in and let's grab Jalen Warren. Gotham, buddy. You can't do it. You just can't breathe on that thing. You can't sit there and do that. So now I have a very specific idea for how I want to build this team. I don't love it. It's not my favorite way to do it, but we got weird. We leaned into the running back thing. Right now, we have Amon-Ra, Nico, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Lamar Jackson, Jaden Reed, Jake Ferguson, Javonte Williams, and Jalen Warren, which I think is fine for the moment. Obviously we're way behind at wide receiver, but I do like Dobbs. I like every single one of the wide receivers on Green Bay. Dobbs might be 2. It might be Reed, Dobbs, Wicks, Watson, but like marginally difference between most. Maybe a slightly bigger gap for Reed. This is a good point from Tebow. Naturally, here I have 22% of Reed. It'll be Dobbs as the Green Bay wide receiver to have. That's what's going to happen to me as well. I mean, I'll have every Green Bay wide receiver, but yeah. Yeah, I mean, sometimes you can just push tight end though, fantasy dog. You don't want to I'm not saying you did. I'm just saying like you don't want to feel like you have to take Taysom here, right? You could do some sort of punt tight end build if you were more comfortable with that. But I like Taysom as a tight end, so such a different player. This is incorrect self. He is not the best Green Bay value. That is incorrect. Incorrect. How dare you? Let me just tweet about the stream again. I like to wait until I'm almost on the clock and things. We on the clock yet? Almost. We're going to pray that since we haven't looked at the board, that there is a wide receiver amongst the people. Don't you dare, Big Nuts. Don't you dare. Okay, we're going to take Rashid Shaheed. Looks like he's going to be ready for week 1. Gives a little bit of pop to the lineup. Love to see it. Absolutely love to see that we got Shaheed there. Gonna try to dig out a bit. Like you are legally obligated to grab Dontavian Wicks, Mr. One Hole. Oh my God. We are in shambles now. We are in absolute shambles. Wicks goes. We're going to grab Jerry Jeudy. 80 Mitchell would have been the backup choice there. We've done a decent amount of Gabe Davis. Yeah, I'm close on the Rashid. Plus, we already have 2 Green Bay Packers here. And I know I like the team stack, but once we start to get to 3 without the quarterback, it's not my favorite thing to do, especially through 11 or 10 at that point. I would say, like, in a vacuum, I would normally take Wicks over Rashid. But I think for this team, I just felt better grabbing Rashid Shaheed over Wicks specifically. Just this team. If you ask me to pick one, I'm taking Wicks probably over Rashid, but it's close. I might not even pick Wicks. I don't know. Yeah, the one hole took Jordan Love in the 8th round and have him unstacked, and they didn't grab Wicks there, so that was interesting. That's what we were trying to figure out a little bit. Um, 80 over Davis. Oh, absolutely. It's a stone cold smash at that spot. It's not particularly close either. What do you got going on over here? You went Jefferson, DK, Kyron, McLaurin, Kamara, Richardson, Mostert, Watson, Tyreek, Tua to go with Mostert. AD Mitchell. I see. Shaping up over there. Yeah, I don't know why they made that decision. Maybe they have something else to plan. I never assume anything, but when I see that they've done 120 of these drafts, it kind of throws me by surprise that they don't take Wicks. But hey, maybe they're looking at their tools and they're like, I have too much Jordan Love Wicks. I want to maybe do one of the tight ends and one of the backup running backs. Maybe that's how they want to build this particular Jordan Love team. We just never know, especially when they have that many. There could be very particular reasons for it. All right, this music, this StreamYard music is killing me. What's going up, Olaf? You're joining us almost exactly at the 6-hour mark. We've been streaming for 6 hours now. I'm going to have to start thinking about pizza. Oh my God, I probably shouldn't say that loud. Where is he? That is my dog's favorite food. My dog, he likes bread. He would eat bread over steak. So crust is like the number one food for him. So got to be careful when I say that. Although we've been saying it all day. He's probably like, yeah, I know it's coming. I know that's what you're getting. You fat shit. I don't have a lot of Mooney, and I think just with this team, we'll click the button. We will click the button. Must be nice, Michael. I can't even go get a refresher. That's not something I'm allowed to go get right now because I don't want to leave the stream. Maybe we'll get one with the pizza. Those DoorDash fees are just so absurd, though. Just bonkers. Despise it. And you have to tip, obviously. Like, the drivers deserve the tip. The drivers deserve more of the money than any of them, in my opinion. So you got to hook them up, which is fair. They drove you your food. But then we're talking fees, and the restaurants upprice the stuff sometimes for DoorDash. And then you're just like, how is this salad $47? And then I cancel it and go pick it up myself. So if there was ever a Nick Chubb team to exist, it's probably this one. Right? Like if you're ever going to take on that risk on a drafters team, but I think I'm just going to grab Charbonnet. I like Charbonnet better. And I think I can be done at running back with Barkley, Jacobs, Javonte, Jalen, and Charbonnet. I think that's the way I want to play this. Don't do DoorDash. It is not worth it. Unless DoorDash wants to sponsor this podcast. And then I will give you a discount code and tell you it is so worth it. It makes your life so much more convenient. What if I gave you an extra 20 minutes a day where you didn't have to pick up food and it could be delivered directly to your door? Can you imagine the convenience of that? How much time you're saving, the amount of time you can spend with your kids and your dog, the things you can get done at your house with that extra 20 minutes a day. An extra 20 minutes a day is 2 hours and 20 minutes a week of things that you can get done that you thought you didn't have time for in the past. So we can sell it, but we're not going to unless they pay us. For now, it's trash. And I'm going to use it anyways because I must. And I don't want Papagenos tonight. We can sell anything, Tebow. If you give me the money, I will put a fucking ad together in a heartbeat. I will tell you how great that product is so fast. Is Dameon Pierce someone I've been drafting? No. I think Dameon Pierce is one of the easiest fades in the history of drafting this season. The team showed you what they thought of him last year. When as soon as they knew they had to put Singletary on the field, they did, and they didn't regret it at all. Right? And they hate him so much, they bring in notably hated running back Cam Akers, who I think just has rubber in his leg at this point, and they are going to probably play him over him. So I'm all set with Pierce. He will not be a Texan next year. He'll be done with that team. Maybe he catches on somewhere else, but he won't be with the Texans next year. Raid Shadow Legends is the game that you can play and level up your opponents. Do you like Final Fantasy? What if I told you you could play Final Fantasy on your phone? With Shadow Legends, we don't do any of that hokey mystery box stuff. You do progression-based results. I don't know. I'm just making up things that I think happens in Raid Shadow Legends. I don't know if that's actually what happens. All right, we're about to be on the clock here. I do feel like we've built too many of our Lamar teams through Isaiah Likely. But I think we got to continue to do that based on, for those of you who are unaware, this was we just take the top of the queue for the first 5 picks and build through it. So we got to unstack Lamar early along with these 2 running backs. So we are kind of doing a different type of build with it. So I felt like grabbing Likely made the most sense. here since I wasn't able to get any of the other Baltimore players earlier in the draft. So that's what this draft has been. You gatekeeper, I'm going to fight this guy. Me and you, gatekeeper. Hell in a Cell. This WrestleMania. Las Vegas. Oh my God. And Watson goes. What are you guys doing to me right now? This is upsetting. I have a family to feed. And you're taking the best picks from me? This isn't fair. We're not excited about this. I don't even know what I want to do. Actually, I do know what I want to do. Don't do it, Deludo. We're going to grab Wandale. He feels like the right fit to go with this team. What's my prediction for Watson this season? Not great. I don't know, man. Like the shoulder thing feels like it's going to be a thing for him. Does it feel like Deshaun Watson wants to play football? Doesn't it feel like he's just like, and I'm not there. So based on reporting, based on everything we hear, based on stuff that's happened in the past, doesn't it feel like Deshaun Watson is showing up just because he's contractually obligated to and his money's guaranteed? So he's just going to keep showing up to get this guaranteed money. Then he just washes out of the league into you know, obscurity. So I've drafted him, but every time I pull the trigger on Deshaun Watson, I just look at the team and just like, I don't like drafting him. I also think that he's going to suck this year. Like, he's going to look for a way to get out of the game. I think Cleveland knows that. I know that they were trying to quote unquote trade one of them, but keeping 4 quarterbacks on the roster, I think a little, I know it was mostly for like trying to trade one, but it just, vibes are bad. I tried to help Archer Tebow. I tried to have the conversation with him. The young man is beyond saving this season. But hopefully one day we'll get Archer through it. Are we the only solo quarterback team right now? Probably. We are still grinding, Scott. We are a little over 6 hours into the stream. Halfway done. Easy. 6 more hours to go. We're going to order a pizza at some point. Maybe in the next hour. Maybe after this draft. Which is going to be great because when it gets here, I'm going to be mid-draft. I'm going to have to run down. I'm going to have to set a queue or something, run downstairs to grab it. So that's going to be a lot of fun. Really should have planned out dinner a little bit more for this. I'm just going to grab Daniel Jones because the one hole has telepathy and has drafted a lot of the players that I've wanted to draft, which is only 2. I only want to draft 2 players this draft. I didn't want to draft anyone else. Just trying to get a 2-man team here. Didn't work. Let's start putting my DoorDash order together and see what they're actually going to charge me. See if I just would rather starve to death. I am very stubborn like that, where if I'm like, nope, that's too much money, I will starve. Let's check the deal section first. Oh, I could get a burrito bowl. Paisani isn't bad. Okay, we are on the clock. Gross, gross. It's all so gross. But we grab Malik Washington. The song I'm singing does not go to this beat. All right, let's do some DoorDash math as we're waiting to get our next order in. Can you just show me the restaurant you showed me like 5 seconds ago? You do it. 20% off up to $5. Okay. A small. Does this place not have linguiça pizza? Oh my god. I want linguiça in this place. This is the one pizza place in Massachusetts that doesn't have linguiça. All right. So a small hamburg from them is $13.74. $47 for a salad. I was being slightly facetious, but I think I've seen them like just trying to order a DoorDash salad has been close to like $27 or something. All right, so bacon and pineapple pizza, $15.24. Nope, don't want that. Stop doing that. So that pizza, that's $15.24. We'll go over this in a second. We will dissect this DoorDash order if I were to do it. What do we got? 258.2. Let's grab Ben Sinnott. I don't think I need another running back. We can take Ben Sinnott. We don't need another running back. We're good at quarterback. So $15.24 for that pizza, right? Delivery fee, $3.49. Fees and estimated tax, $3.85. Which should just delivery fee should be in there. Discount is minus $3.04, and then if you did a $4 tip, $4.50 tips, $24 for a small pizza. If you do it through DoorDash, $24. It's so difficult for me to do $24 for a small pizza. Just wild. Absolutely wild. All right, we're about to be on the clock here. You're looking to go wide receiver. So we're going to grab Hyatt. And none of you are going to take who I want as my second wide receiver. But that's how crazy it is for DoorDash. $24. That's almost one BBM. That's almost two $15 Drafters Million championships. Pizza joints do deliver. I might get Papagino's, which is not my like. I like Papagino's. I'm not a chain restaurant guy to begin with, though. In general, Papagino's is good, but it's just so heavy. It's like a pizza that kind of sits with you. But I'll see how much they're charging. They have deals. What is my best ball origin story? I think the first year, whatever year Justin Herbert was a rookie, was my first year playing best ball, which I think is like either the first year or the second year. I stumbled across some of the DraftKings stuff and I played a few tournaments there. And then I started searching for best ball content, found some people talking about it because I was curious about the game. I wasn't playing a ton that first year, but I was still interested in the theory because I do feel like it's one of the more theory-based games that we have. And it's tough to have, like, I don't think there's a wrong or right answer on a lot of stuff within it. I mean, other than the obvious, like, you can't draft 17 quarterbacks and win. But game theory always interests me, so started listening to stuff. I made the finals of BBM 2, which might have been the first year that I played, because I ended up finding Underdog and sort of, god damn it, Space Face. They took Devontae Walker because they hate me. That was a personal attack. Our 10th wide receiver is going to be Parker Washington because I want more Parker Washington. I will finish that story in a second. Lamar, Daniel Jones, Saquon Barkley, Josh Jacobs, Javonte Williams, Jalen Warren, Zach Charbonnet. Remember, we just let the top of the queue make our first 5 picks, essentially. So, Amon-Ra, Saquon, Josh Jacobs, Lamar, and Nico were all those 5. Our wide receivers, Amon-Ra, Nico, Jaden Reed, Rashid Shaheed, Jerry Jeudy, Darnell Mooney, Wan'Dale Robinson, Malik Washington, Jalen Hyatt, Parker Washington, Jake Ferguson, Isaiah Likely, Ben Sinnott. Let's register for another tournament. Join. Oh, it's already good to go. Look at that. And we get the 101. Yeah, so game theory is big for me. And that first year, I did more stuff on DK. I did a couple of the Best Ball Manias. I think I did less than 10. And I forgot to check it. I was checking my DK stuff, and then week 16, I was like, oh, I never checked to see if I have any underdog stuff through. And then I saw that one of my 2 teams that had made the playoffs made the finals, which was pretty cool. So I made the finals the first year I played, I think. Maybe the second year I played. I don't remember for sure if it was first or second year, but I wasn't playing a ton of volume still. And I finished 74th that year. We were really hoping to win the $1 million. That would have been nice. But we made the finals there. Last year did pretty well in high stakes stuff. So that was cool. Made the finals in the Mastiff last year off of a team that everybody in the comments absolutely hated on YouTube. But that was that Mastiff team that I drafted. Like, you don't have to go back and watch it now. It'd probably be tough to watch with the ADP of what players are what. But that was the ultimate like game theory team that I drafted, because last year Mastiff advance rate was 6 out of 12 to advance. So I thought solo QB and doing a couple other things was the best way to get a team through with the most upside. And I made the finals and did relatively well. Didn't win it, but did pretty well in there. We are on the clock. We're going to grab CeeDee Lamb here. So I was very happy with that team. Drafters, high roller. I did last year, and I was in it at the end to win it. The problem, it was the problem that a lot of the main tournaments had. I showed up to the fight with a CMC team, and the CD Lamb teams pulled ahead, and I think I finished 7th in the high roller. Very cool, Olaf. Finals are hard to get, Fantasy Dog. They are quite hard to get. I can't believe I'm looking at Papagenos. Do they have any good deals? Let's see. Sorry, we have to figure out dinner. Yeah, so that's kind of my best ball origin story. And then I made a dumb baseball video that I sent to Eric because he was looking for baseball people at the time. And I don't know shit about baseball. So I sent a video about me not knowing shit about baseball. And that's how I started doing stuff for Spike Week. Oh, those Papa Melts look kind of good. Do we have deals? Where's your deals section? Oh, there it is. A Papa Melt and Pepsi for $10. I apologize, guys. We're already 3 picks away. Are we just speed running this draft? Is that what's happening? Jesus. I'll grab Palave, and I will... I'm going to grab Waddle. Remember, we don't have to do week 17 stacking. This is cumulative scoring. Other formats, Devonta Smith would have been more of a thought there. $5 small cheese with a rustic pizza. What is a rustic pizza? I've clicked on my address 300 times. I don't understand what's happening on this website right now. I've already clicked order now. How old do I sound? Do I sound like a boomer? I promise you it's the website. I promise you I've clicked on this thing 3,000 times. And they keep doing the same thing to me. They're sending me right back to the beginning. I feel like I'm getting Beetlejuiced. Thoughts on double elite tight end build? I think we cracked the code on this in the lab a couple weeks ago. I think that the way to do it was to do it early. I think you could build better. Oh my God, these rustic pizzas are so expensive. A rustic buffalo mac and cheese? That sounds great. Don't want that though. So sorry, I'm trying to actually order food and talk, but let's just talk about this for a second. I think that double elite tight end was very formidable to draft through June up into training camp. And then as we got more news, as that player pool constricts, it makes it a lot harder to build the double elite tight ends with viable players because of all the value you're getting on the players around you, all the players that are still down around the bottom half of the draft. I don't think it's bad to do now, but I think that the prime time to do that was then. And I also think if you wanted to do something like double elite quarterback, that would have been the time to do it as well. So that was something I stored away in my brain for the future, is that if I want to try stuff like that, I want to try it at I want to try it earlier in the season, most likely, going forward. I don't want to wait on those builds. I want to get those builds done. All right, what if I just want a small cheese pizza or a small pepperoni pizza and a mozzarella stick? Is that too much to ask? I got 15 Papagenos tabs open because they kept sending me back to this bullshit. Trying to draft the winning drafters team. My dog has probably heard the word. And he's all about it. Oh, Deludo. Deludo. Don't do it, Shreva. Relax. Grab T. Higgins. He's great. He would look really great. All right, that's fine. We're going to do Mahomes Xavier Worthy. That's our plan of attack for the moment. Yeah, I hope that made sense. I know I'm trying to do other things and stuff, but that is legitimately the way that I felt about the double elite tight end builds. They are making me pick my address again, and I am gonna fucking scream in a second. I want to do a half hamburger, half cheese. Do I just do a full hamburger pizza? No, we'll do half. Add to cart. And then I just want some. God, do I want mott sticks when mott sticks are $10 and chicken tenders are $11? Mott sticks or chicken tenders? It's got to be mozzarella sticks, right? That's the answer. Let me know before my next two picks, chat, or after my next two picks. Thank you all for hanging out, by the way. Self is saying tenders. But no wrong answer. Agreed. The only reason why there might be a wrong answer, I think that mott sticks are risky via delivery. Because mott sticks you have to have hot, right? Mott sticks are very important to eat hot. Otherwise, they get weird. So That's the only issue with the mott sticks. I get a little concerned getting mott sticks delivered. That's like a pickup thing. You have to I make sure I'm there like 2 minutes before it's done, so that those things are thrown in my car. I'm on 2 wheels, pulling out like Vin Diesel as I get out of there so I can get home in time to eat my hot mozzarella sticks. Fighting anyone that's in my way. I don't care if they're young or elderly. I need to get home. I need to eat these mott sticks. Please move. This is your fault this is happening, not mine. This is an interesting situation. Pattern matching makes me want to take a quarterback. But we won't. We will take... I don't have a lot of Evan Ingram, do I? We're going to take JSN, because I also don't have a lot of JSN. And I like DeAndre Swift enough. We'll grab David Montgomery. I don't have a ton of David Montgomery either. We'll do the Montgomery thing. I know it's going to be breakfast. Do I dip the mozzarella sticks? Yes. You have to dip them in the God damn it. I am so lost for words at the moment. Tender sticks. Do not mess with my mozzarella sticks. That is correct. Marinara sauce was what I was looking for. Okay. One moment. I'm not ordering this on principle. I want mozzarella sticks and you're going to charge me 99 cents for marinara sauce? On principle, this order gets deleted. On absolute principle, we delete this order. 99 cents for marinara sauce when I order mozzarella sticks, I mean? You don't charge 99 cents for mustard on a hot dog. We're charging 99 cents from marinara sauce. X that out. Not happening. Yeah, they're a bit higher here. God damn it. Now, after my next 2 picks, I'm going to have to run and see if I can throw anything together for dinner. Have you guys ever seen a man starve to death on a stream? Because you might tonight. That is a possibility. That might happen to me. We're going to consider it. Dip them in the cold marinara sauce? Just in the pizza? No, I've already deleted it. I've X'd out the Papagenos. On principle. Papagenos, you messed up. You lost an order because you're charging for marinara sauce. I think that's communism. That's something. Marinaraism. And I won't stand for it. I won't stand for the marinaraism. I just won't stand for it. When I was growing up, the marinara sauce was free. You ordered mozzarella sticks. There was red sauce. It was store-bought red sauce that we all hate. But the only thing it's good for is mozzarella sticks. It's fine. We deal with it. And all it is, all a marinara, like all a mozzarella stick is a cylinder pizza. Because you get the bread, which is the crust, the cheese on the inside, and you dip it in pizza sauce. Just a goddamn small marinara, like, and you can't give me the marinara. It's a small ass like cylinder pizza. You're a pizza place. Let's get it together. We're about to draft our 8th and 9th round pick. We have a 1-1-5-3 build at the moment. I would like to grab Jalen Warren and perhaps Chase Brown. I feel really good about our team so far. We're going to go see if there's something I can eat for dinner. I'll be right back. I'm running. What did I miss? Not picks. French fries are hard mashed potatoes. That's pretty funny. I enjoy that. That made me LOL. Ooh, is the Ferguson drafter going to take Dak Prescott, or is he going to fall to us way past ADP? I can't imagine he falls to us. We were correct. We are going to have macaroni and cheese for dinner. That is the dinner update. Because I'm not dealing with it. All right, so 1-3-5-0 build. Mahomes, Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, CeeDee Lamb. God damn it. CeeDee Lamb, Chris Olave, Jalen Waddle, Xavier Worthy, JSN currently. And we are on the clock now. I want to do let's do the Bime 4 special. How about that? We do Trevor Lawrence, and because we don't have another Jacksonville player, we just grab Gabe Davis right there. That's for Eric Bime 4. So that's how we'll play that at the moment. So the team right now, we've already gone over it, but we just added Trevor Lawrence, Gabe Davis for another stack. I think it's coming together quite well. at the moment. We are skinny stacked on both quarterbacks currently, but I think that's okay. I think we'll survive. Glad you guys are joining me on this long weekend. And by long, I mean this 12-hour stream that we're getting through. Yeah, I'm liking this team. This is one of my favorites we've drafted on the stream so far. I do like it. Well, thanks, Devin. Felt it was important to go out with a bang this season. And since I had to at least move the time for tomorrow, I said, you know what? Let's do something we've never done. By we, Spike Week, we've never done. I know that the Legendary Sickos episodes feel like they're 12 hours sometimes, but we've never done a 12-hour stream. So I felt it was something else that we could do that was different. We're almost 7 hours into this. 15 teams so far. We're going to get to 20, I think, tonight, which is nice. We're going to get 13 or 14 teams finished. Not too shabby. Efficient. Trying to have no dead time between drafts. As soon as we finish one, I recap the team. We just hop right into another one. What's up, AJ? We are surviving. Dean is going to be joining us in about 2 hours or so. So it'll be fun to draft the team with Dean from Roto Grinders. You know him from? Does a lot of the nightly hosting duties there. I used to do a lot of the producing for those shows, but kind of have my hands full with a bunch of other things. But if they ever needed me. Always have a blast. I don't know how much DFS you guys do, but I found it a huge honor to be able to go on the Pick Six show, which is Dean, Rich, Rebar, Lord Reeves, and John Daigle, and at least talk movies with them at the end of their show. That's what we were doing last year. I got to be part of that, which was always a good time. So, one of my favorite DFS shows just to listen to, even when I wasn't producing it. It's like a weekly listen for me, is that Pick Six show. Because I just think you get two of the smartest minds in the space. And Dean's and you get two of the smartest minds in the space, and I think Dean is the best DFS host in the game. This is a travesty, Goombas. You got to get at least, you can charge me for extra dressing, but you got to give me some dressing for free. Like, you went to the Spirit Airlines of salad bars. Is what you went to. That's the Spirit Airlines of salad bars, where they find a reason to charge you for anything. All right, we are on the clock here. I think the way to play this is, I don't have a lot of Dalton Schultz, but I do like having access to that Texans offense. And then I think I'm just going to play this through Charbonnet again. So we'll grab Charbs, get a couple Seattle guys here. Yeah, no, Dean is a GOAT host. Absolutely. See if my water's boiling yet. Gotham, you must move. We must check on the water post haste. I can already see the headlines now. Local streamer burns down house as he agonizes over decision if it's going to be Dawson Knox or Colby Parkinson as his third tight end on a meaningless best ball team as his macaroni and cheese catches fire in the kitchen. They'll shorten it a little bit, but you know what I'm talking about. Hey, Dee, have a great day. Have some mashed potatoes and some ribeyes for us as I just eat some macaroni and cheese because we are boycotting 99-cent marinara. I mean, you guys are making all these steaks. You can bring me one. It just feels... It feels the way that should go that way. I should get these steaks. We need one of the sites to create a streaming overlay that we can just make. We can figure out where to put ourselves. You guys don't need to know my name at this point, right? We're 7 hours in. You don't know if I'm Rob Coakley or not. I'm Rob Coakley. All right. Enjoy, DD. Enjoy. We'll be here till midnight. Come back and tell us how bad your steak was and how much you wish you had a box of macaroni and cheese like me. You're going to be so jealous of my cooked macaroni and cheese while you're outside enjoying life, touching grass, cooking steaks, getting those beautiful smells in your nostrils. You could be here drafting your 87th best ball team of the day like an adult. But no, you have to go eat. I don't know what I'm talking about anymore, to be perfectly honest. Hip hop ain't been the same since Tupac moved to Cuba on us. I think Delirium's setting in. I like Braylon Allen, and I don't think we've drafted him yet. Yeah, let's grab Bateman. My instinct was to grab Wandale right there, but let's grab Bateman. Maybe Likely would have made sense. I know we've drafted a lot of Likely, but on a non-Lamar team, probably would have been a smart play as well, since we only have Dalton Schultz at tight end. A lot of red in the middle of that board. I also don't think that you guys are even watching to see me draft teams. I think you're waiting to see when the delirium fully kicks in and I start going absolutely insane. Joke's on you guys. That happened years ago. Connor wants to know how I feel about Mike Evans. So I like Mike Evans, and I don't get enough Mike Evans because I end up just sort of picking around him. And it's never an intentional Mike Evans fade. It's one of those blind fades. Not to like the levels of 0%, but I know that I always like look at his name afterwards. I'm like, shit, I should be taking a little more Mike Evans. So I do wish I had some more. I don't want to be overweight Mike Evans. I'd want to be like 6 to 10% maximum on Evans, but I don't even know if I'm there at the moment. And I do feel like it's a mistake. I have even less Godwin, which is leaving me slightly queasy. And Godwin's, I think, even better in this format. So I just think I just overlook them too much, which is not great. I've been meaning to change this song for a while. And then I end up getting up to check on my food. And then I don't change it. And then I realize I still have 5 hours left to stream. But we're doing it. And I don't even feel bad. The only thing I feel bad about is marinara being 99 cents apparently. Even if I win this tournament, I will not pay the 99 cents for marinara sauce. I'm a man of principle. Oh, I mean, Evans is definitely at his ceiling, for sure. Godwin, 92 receptions last year. Yeah, I wish I took some more. Kate Otten's fine there. Like, I think that whole offense is fine. I just think we look at them and we're looking at the upside around them rather than the floor that Tampa is. And especially in this tournament where you do want some floor, you should probably be grabbing them a lot. Speaking of which, let's just grab Cade Otton. And we'll grab Tracy as well, I believe. Let's just do some scrolling to make sure that's what we want to do. Yes. It is. So I think like the perfect pairing in this tournament is something like Malik Neighbors with Mike Evans, right? I know that Neighbors is going a little bit early, but you could still have grabbed, and I'm not even saying that Devonta Smith is bad, but like just in general, Mike Evans, Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans with some upside. It just feels like something I would like to do more. And should probably do more of. I'm getting up now. You're just sitting right away. Going to inhale mac and cheese tonight. Oh, I like Nico way better than Mike Evans. So they're not even same tier for me. So that's a bit of a different argument because I have Nico way over Mike Evans personally. So yeah. And he might not be. Mike Evans will probably just, ho-hum his way to his normal 8 million touchdowns, 1,300 yards. And we'll be like, oh, why don't we draft him? And then we'll watch him take himself off the field every 5 seconds because he always acts like he's hurt. I'm like, oh, well, because it's hard, because it's tough to root for him. That's why. Dude is always banged up. About to hit the 18th and 19th round here. We need these people to make their picks because we need to finish our macaroni and cheese. And now Pineapple Robots. That was definitely like a generated name, right? It's awesome. I love it. Oh, Self, you're in here. Self with the Bijan startup. I like it. I like it. I like it. This next step away, I think, is going to be my last step away for a couple hours. I just got to get this macaroni and cheese. Trying not to step away as much as I have been in the last few minutes, but here we are. We can review your team after South if you want. Your call. No pressure. 2672. Let's take a flyer on Garendo. I don't love it. I don't love a lot of it. Trey Sermon feels fine. And then we'll end with a wide receiver. I will be right back. 2 more seconds, guys. Sorry, the board was messed up. Oh my God. I was talking and I forgot that I had muted. All right. We drafted Patrick Mahomes, Trevor Lawrence, David Montgomery, Jalen Warren, Chase Brown, Zach Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Tyrone Tracy, Isaac Guerrero, Trey Sermon, CeeDee Lamb, Chris Olave, Jalen Warren, Xavier Worthy, JSN, Gabe Davis, Rashad Bateman, Javon Baker, Dalton Schultz, Cade Otton. Really like this team a lot. This is one of my favorites. It's a 2882 build. I enjoy it thoroughly. All right. You know what we're going to do? We're going to draft another team. We're back in here. Ah, shit. I was going to look at Self's team. I apologize, Self. That's my bad. That is my bad. All right, we're starting. Where are we? The 5 spot. See Fantasy Dog in here. Star Kindler, I know. Beluto's been in all of our drafts, it feels like. There's a Never Draft RBs. So I bought the Annie's mac and cheese. Not my favorite. What's going on, Star Kindler? Welcome into hour 7 of the Marathon Drafters Draft, where we are firing as many teams as possible consecutively into the Drafters Championship. It has been a ton of fun. We are enjoying ourselves. We are eating macaroni and cheese. Gotham even got some macaroni and cheese. He's acting like he didn't. I'm getting the stare, but we will endure. We will not let him break our spirit and try to take our food. Oh no! At least you got the free ticket. Glad you found that. Which we're also earning tonight. Every 6 teams you draft this weekend, you get a free ticket into this tournament, up to 5. Your first 10 drafts, you get a free ticket as well. Start in there pulling up Brees Hall. And guys, we have to do it. I need to draft another Bijan team. So we're going to do it now. I think we've only drafted one Bijan team since we started this marathon stream, which is frankly un-American. Jesse is asking how many teams so far. This is our 9th team that were drafted in a row. So we started at 7, and you can see the counter here. We're at the 16th team. So this is team number 9. So we are cranking through. We should get 20 easy. Might get close to 25. Might have to go till we get 25, depending on where we end at midnight. We may have to go into overtime. If we're close enough. Oh my God, what a liar, huh? Yeah, so first team was team 7. This is team number 16. I'm not doing a full 24 hours, Jesse. Go to hell. All right? Cannot do it physically. I'm too old. I've had too much sex in my life to do 24 straight hours of best ball streams. It's just science. A lot of you missed me ranting about marinara sauce costing 99 cents when you try to order mozzarella sticks, so I had to go make my own mac and cheese for dinner. This is a protest dinner. We're gonna... God damn it. Did we do Malik Neighbors with Bijan earlier? I don't remember. But we're gonna grab them. Maybe we'll do the thing that we just talked about. Maybe we'll do the thing we just talked about. We'll manifest it. What, you own a pizza place, though. You can't charge. All right. Do you want to fight about marinara sauce? Certain sauces should come with certain items. If you want to charge for extra, sure. Mozzarella sticks should have a thing of marinara sauce with them. Especially at a pizza place, your walls are made out of marinara sauce. We're going to grab Mike Evans. We're going to do the thing we talked about. Sure, I only need 1 per 10 mozzarella sticks. That's fine. Right? You want to charge extra for an extra one? Sure. But I tried to order Papagenos, and it didn't even come with one. It was a 99-cent upcharge just to get 1 mozzarella, just to get 1 marinara sauce. From a fucking pizza place. Like I said, their walls, their carpets are made. They could just scoop it off the floor. Just grab your little stupid black cup thing, scoop it off the goddamn floor. It is a lot. Like, what are we doing? And especially Papagenos of all places, who serves Ken's salad dressing, the worst salad dressing on the planet. Ken's salad dressing is trash. Hate Ken's salad dressing, especially their ranch is their ranch and their blue cheese is the worst. Like, I could deal with the other Ken salad dressings, like it's fine, but if you serve me Ken's blue cheese, I'm walking out. I'm spitting on your marinara floor and I'm leaving. God damn it. just really want to get me all fired up here. Absolutely crazy. Just sitting here trying to enjoy drafting a Bijan Robinson team. We've only gotten one other one all day. Get me all fired up about marinara sauce and Ken's blue cheese dressing. I tried to tell everybody earlier the food stuff's coming all day. Fantasy got his AJ Hurt stack. Nice. Oh, we're doing Mahomes in no man's land here. Round 4. That seems dangerous. See how they get out of this one. Do we want to do Zay? Shaw. We'll do some Zay Flowers. Have fun not knowing stacks, Team 7. Kelsey's already gone. Rashee Rice has to be gone, right? Yep. I vowed to let you know that Xavier Worthy's not coming back. And he does not. Never draft RBs has to take Josh Jacobs for the bit. Yes, he did it. He drafted the RB. Star Kindler, just relax for a second and don't do it. Your team would look so good with Dalton Kincaid right now. Think of how happy you would be with Dalton Kincaid on this team, Star Kindler. Or Roma Dunze. J Bugs. Christian Kirk, perhaps? George Pickens. We're going to take Lamar. Of course we are. Of course we're taking the Lamar Zay Flower stack. How can we not? I think we've drafted 800 Lamar teams tonight. And I'm all about it. You could have drafted Lamar, Star Kindler. I would not have been mad. That was all yours if you wanted them. Trust me, if you've been watching the stream, we have drafted all of the Lamar teams tonight. But I would have been shocked if you took him. Just knowing how good of a drafter you are would have put you in a real hole to grab a QB after starting with Hall and Kyron. Fun start for Star Kindler. Fantasy Dog has his AJ Brown stack working. Working our way through draft 8,337,000. 5 away. I forgot that you can easily switch between drafts here, but I just mentally cannot do more than one right now. Maybe at the end we'll fire like 2. We'll see. We'll see where we're at. Also will just be pure chaos. Going to be on the clock here in a second. Connor goes in the 6th round here. Reed goes right before us. I think I want Brian Thomas. I think we have to play it this way. I have no problem with Jay Boogs taking Kyler Murray here, but I think I might have pushed him. Part of the reason for that is I know Star Kindler enough to know how he's going to look at the draft, at least. Never draft RBs would be a wild card a little bit. Turtle does not seem like the type of drafter that would grab unstacked Kyler. Unstacked Jaden Daniels is a bit different. So I might have tried to push him. I would have been worried about this 2-hole, but I think I would have pushed him there. Star Kindler did the double bully. I think we're going to grab Christian Watson. I think we're just going to pile on at receiver here for now. We grabbed Bijan. We grabbed Lamar with his Zay stack. So, like the way the team is shaping up. The only thing we could have done different there is Brian Thomas could have been one of the tight ends. Which was my one consideration. All right, here's a food take I want to know. Here's what I want to know. How do you eat corn on the cob? In terms of what do you put on it? What do you put on corn on the cob? I had a heated debate about this the other night. This is what I do. I argue about food. You guys think I go into Discord and argue about best ball teams? Rarely. You want to bring some bullshit food take to me? We will argue for days. You want to draft 100% Deshaun Watson? Be my guest. Enjoy. You want to put on AJ's and the Hometown Ghost Stories Discord. So I've already floated this there. So he's aware. But yes, these are the things I worry about. These are the things that upset me. Ramondre feels like a good pick. There is a correct answer to this. So yeah, butter and ranch powder on corn. What? Wait a minute. What is ranch powder? Where do I get that? I feel like I have to go to Montana and grab like the dirt near like a oxen or something. What is ranch powder? Where does one acquire such things? All right, Goombas, relax. I can eat corn with nothing on it, but that is incorrect. I don't even know who I want to draft right now because that threw me off so much. Brian Robinson, I suppose. He feels fun. Let's do it. Maybe Njoku should have been a pick. I don't have enough Njoku, probably. No, this is easy. Most of you guys are right. It's salt and butter. If you want to throw, some variation of that, sure. Salt and butter is what you put on corn on the cob. I don't even put salt on most of my food, to be completely honest, but it is a necessity on corn on the cob. Hidden Valley Ranch seasoning. Interesting. Perhaps I will try. The garlic salt sounds good too. Some good answers there, but they all had most of the required ingredients, which was salt and butter, with some variation. Someone told me that you don't put salt. No, what was it? You don't put butter. I don't remember. She's insane. That's all I can say. Just absolutely insane. We're not putting salt and butter. Okay. What is this? The Great Depression? All right. Firecracker corn. I don't think I've had it. I've heard of it. It was a fun QB and tight end room fantasy dog. I can tell you that I am not done at quarterback and tight end. I can also tell you that I'm going to draft Trevor Lawrence. Probably shouldn't have said that. Probably should have assessed the board first. Now I feel like I have to. There is Evan Ingram behind as well. The Ingram drafter's here. So I feel like it's reasonable to take him right there. Jay Boog's going with the sandwich method we talked about in the lab. All right, so 235 0. I don't think I want Mike Williams on this particular team. Let's do some AD Mitchell. Let's do some AD Mitchell. Oh, Fantasy Dog is going to scream at me. Oh, you had Michael Pittman. I don't feel as bad anymore. I mean, I didn't feel bad in the first place, to be completely honest, but I'm glad you had a stack already. Yeah, that is interesting. God, your username is so hard to figure out how I want to shorten it. But that does sound good. Well, Fantasy Dog, you have to be quicker. You have to commit to the AD Mitchell. That's what I always say about AD Mitchell. A man of commitment. I don't want to. Can we not do Cordero Patterson again, Olaf? Can we? I'm begging you. Can we be done with Cordero Patterson? What year did he get drafted? He's got to be. He must have been drafted in like. I'm going to say 2012. It's probably later than that, but it feels like it. I did not know his nickname was Flash. – 2013. I was close. – 1966. Yes, correct. 1966 was the answer that we were looking for. Oh, we're doing another one of these no tight end things. All right, Ty Chandler, come on down as the fourth. We managed to get both B. Robinsons on this team. I hope you're jealous. That won't throw me off when I'm reading the team later. Yeah, that's kind of the play towards the back end. Even if they're moved up the board a bit, as long as their ownership's low, you can get that. It's a nice little wrinkle. God, I just feel like Charbonnet is the right pick again. So we're going to do it. Charbonnet is one of my most drafted players this year. Please play football, Zach Charbonnet. Please get on the field. We are all begging you. We are all begging you. By we, I mean me. Definitely me. Oh man, September 1st tomorrow. I think I'm gonna rearrange. I'm gonna rearrange some of my backdrop to make it a little bit more spooky. So gonna have to unfortunately get rid of some of the helmets, I believe. But alas, it is almost spooky season. And I just got another confirmed guest for 8:45. So we're gonna have fun. 8:45 is gonna be fun. About an hour from now. I have 2 confirmed guests for 8:45 to 9. Well, they're going to come on in between that time. Dean is one of them. And Mr. John Daigle is going to jump on with us as well. Oh, we are on the clock. How bad does the Tolbert pick feel? Wandale feels better. Dortch feels better. I'm going to take Dortch. Then I'm going to do the DX crotch. We can't say words. Words are just not forming properly from my mouth hole. I am not going to do a high roller to end this stream. I was considering it. I was going to split one with Eric, but I don't think that's going to work out tonight. So we might do one sometime later in the week. It's really tough sometimes to figure out the schedules for that stuff. 2570. Let's grab Musgrave. Grab this tight end. Yeah, Tolbert is tough. And I don't know if and this is a good point where, like, I'm fine right now. I'm not, like, in terms of drafting, but I don't know if I'd want to end the stream with a high roller. You know what I mean? If we were doing a high roller, I feel like I'd prefer to do that at the top or middle of the show. Probably the middle, because we are creating content. We are professional filmmakers here at Spike Week. And if we're doing an arc, the arc is we want to build up to it. We need the second act. The second act would be the high roller. The third act is the fallout from the high roller. What drama ensues after Eric and myself don't agree on our picks? Are we able to ever stream together again? These are the questions you would ask. How will they survive? Can Spike Week survive this? Right after round 1. Fantasy Dog is hype about his team, which is nice. Always good to feel good about your team that you're drafting. We were trying to get Lord Reeves on as well, but he decided to go out tonight. And he's having a great time with no runs scored at the baseball game he's at. Oh, DeLudo grabs Malik Washington. We are going to counter-strike with Jonnu Smith. Boom. That's another Miami guy. That was something to my neck. Old. That was the epitome of like an old person pain. I'm just sitting here. I didn't do anything. And then I just got this Stabbing pain in my neck. Absolute stabbing pain. For no reason. I didn't do anything. I didn't even move. I'm not allowed to. It's 7:37 and I'm elderly. I'm not allowed to walk around right now. What do you guys think this is? And my neck's just gonna hurt? Do you see this shaking hand? This hand is shaking as it's reaching for the remote, trying to grab it to put on Murder, She Wrote. The other hand has the TV guide already gripped. It's been on the same channel for 57 years, but we're going to make sure in the TV guide. That's where we're at. Pate, if you know anything about me, I'm taking Bijan over both of those guys. Estime, come on down. 17th round Estime is always good, as much as I like Javante. We'll take a 17th round Audric Estime. 3 rounds left in this one. Actually, I think this is going to set up quite perfectly. By the time this draft ends, we do one more. I think that will be when Dean and Daigle pop on for a draft. Don't expect super hot football takes during that. We will have some, and you can ask all the questions you want, but our conversations devolve into other things quite a bit. Good point, Devin. I think that was 2 drafts ago. I think 2 drafts ago we drafted the winner, if I remember correctly. All right, so what do we got now? We got a 2-6-7-2 build. Fairly confident in what we've done. I got one more positional thing I'd like to do, and then we can kind of do whatever. But we're just vibing. That's what the kids say. We're just sitting here vibing, hanging out, listening to some music, drafting some best ball teams, talking about food, as always. We talked about horror movies earlier. God, we've talked about so many things today. It's been great. We've even talked about football a little bit. It's been a little bit of football talk as well. Hope you're enjoying it, Star Kindler, for your last draft. Just a nice little hangout stream. Grab Dulcich, I suppose. Add on to this Denver situation we just started. Musgrave, Jonnu, and Dulcich feels like vomit, to be honest, but it feels like funfetti vomit. It's like, oh, it sucks, but at least it's colorful. But you still got to clean it up by the end of the night. Some of the things I'm saying at this point might not make sense. In my head, I know what I'm trying to convey. That was a fun vomit joke. So just like, if you didn't laugh, I don't know what to tell you guys at this point. They're not going to get better, probably. That's what I can say. Funfetti vomit. Probably the peak. Almost 8 hours into the stream. So there's that. We are on the clock. Let's scroll down. I've been wanting to get some Tez with Lamar. That makes sense. So we'll do that. Thank you, AJ. Thank you, thank you. Star Kindler, I know you were probably crushing drafts the entire summer. Kudos to you. I don't know what I'm going to do with resurrection drafts. At the moment, so I think this happens every year where I'm like, I don't think I'm doing resurrection drafts, and then like 4 weeks in, I haven't drafted. It's like, fine, I can do these now. I think that was me last year. I didn't do quite as many this year, but hell of a summer for you, man. Hope you ship something. Fair. I'll probably start hammering playoff drafts as always, but I'm going to be very specific about playoff drafts this year. It's right when the contest drops, and I just really think that you lose an edge the closer you get to the actual playoffs in that tournament. I just don't think I want anything to do with that draft at a certain point. So I think it's the one tournament where more information hurts you. Meaning more information on who's actually making the playoffs. Completely constricting that player pool, it's just tough. So I want to get those. I get it. I get being full out on the playoff drafts. I enjoy them personally, but there's going to be a draft that happens where I'm like, okay, this was the line. This is where I need to not be doing any more of these teams. So I don't know what will trigger it, but they'll be like, I'll construct a team and I'll just be like, this is too out compared to what I was able to do 48 hours ago or something. And we'll have to wrap it up at that point on those drafts. 2683. Oh, hells yeah. We'll do another Parker Washington draft. Especially because we have Trevor Lawrence. Team was Lamar, Trevor Lawrence, Bijan, Ramondre Stevenson, Brian Robinson, Ty Chandler, Zach Charbonnet, Audric Estime at running back. Wide receivers are Malik Neighbors, Mike Evans, Zay Flowers, Brian Thomas, Christian Watson, A.D. Mitchell, Greg Dortch, Devontae Walker, Parker Washington, Luke Musgrave, Johnny Smith, and Greg Dulcich. Like this team quite a bit. Let's get the next one queued up. Got an hour before our guests join us, so that makes a ton of sense. Need one more. I'm sure one of you guys will fire right into this. Congrats, Star Kindler, on getting 1,000 teams, though. It's tough, man. I totally have been. I don't know if I did 1,000 last year, but I did a lot. We are at the 9 spot this time. I'm closer to 500 this year than 1,000. But we've gone over why. We have gone over why. All right. Feature I love on these drafts is the I am ready feature. The amount of times you actually get to 12 out of 12, though, limited. Very severely limited. You'll see 11 out of 12 so many times. It just does not hit as much. We got Self in this draft. Nice, nice. See, 11 out of 12. that's where we're at. It's fine. It's not a big deal. $1,116. That is a lot of draft, Star Kindler. I do hope you ship something. I also hope that I ship something. I want to win a tournament. I've made money. I just haven't won a tournament. Bijan goes at the 103, and I'm not even in the 103. Are we going to get a Jamar Chase fall to the 9? What do we get at the 109? And I'm going to take Jamar Chase at 109 if you're going to give him to me at 109. Now, this is kind of one of those things that we talked about earlier. When you're getting a 109 Jamar Chase, I know he's falling a little bit more now, but all the drafts that happened already where he was like 104, 105, we really need to make sure that we're taking a player that you couldn't have comboed him with frequently before. Nico gets pulled up to the first round. Get a Nico A-Chain start. That's fun. Like that. So Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, we will take. Best ball moderate, I believe so, but don't quote me on that. Reach out to drafter support. I'm like fairly confident that's how it works. Pretty positive. Like I'm like 95% sure that's how it works. I do like starting Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison. Very different. For me, anyways. I don't have any Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison teams. I also think that if you read the thing, you're going to get those. You'll get your 10th draft ticket right away. Your 6th draft, you'll get that on Tuesday. So however many I've done so far, those tickets won't hit my account until Tuesday. This is like my favorite song to draft to. In terms of what I can play on streaming, sir. I mean, no disrespect, Jesse. Love your stuff. Would I like to be listening to some J. Cole or something right now? Yes. Get a 3 RB start here at the 102. It's a CMC Barkley ETN team. Man, we are 8 hours in. Just about. Getting close to being on the clock again. I'm gonna grab Rishi. The reason I'm doing it is I can't imagine, even though Rishi's way up here, I can't imagine there's a Rishi Rice, Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison team in the tournament from when Rishi Rice was going, much further down the board. So this still allows us to get a slightly different Rishi Rice team, even though we have to take him much earlier. Same, AJ. I do a bunch of J. Cole. My master playlist is wild, though. Just absolutely wild. Hells yeah. We will do the Mahomes team. We'll do Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Rishi Rice, Mahomes. I didn't want to do a lot of Mahomes Rice teams in this tournament at this point. But when we can do a Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Rishi Rice, Mahomes start, it's just so different that I'm fine with it. So my master playlist goes from Sinatra to Pink Floyd, as mentioned. A lot of Pink Floyd in my playlist, to a lot of late 90s, early 2000s hip hop for the most part. Some R&B, a lot more of the 70s bands. I even do like Fall Out Boy and stuff. I'm not ashamed of it. I don't care. I enjoy it. I don't care what you listen to music wise. Like, I mean, if you enjoy it, you enjoy it. I have a bunch of Rob Zombie. Not a bunch. I have some Rob Zombie. Like my playlist is just J. Cole, Weekend, that type of stuff. So, Weezer. It just pops up. And you're just like, oh, that's different. I've actually been meaning to go through and take a few things out and add stuff, but I just never mess with my playlist. And I need to really heavily edit it. God, I don't... Sledstorm on PS1. Did I play Sledstorm? I don't think I played Sledstorm. I wasn't... Like, PS1 was the racing day. Our guest might be pushing back to 9:30, which is fine. Sledstorm. I don't think I played Sledstorm. Oh, very cool. There was Jet Moto. There was the ESPN Extreme Sports that I played, like in terms of like racing style games. Obviously, Twisted Metal doesn't count. I played a shitload of Twisted Metal 2 on PlayStation. We will go back into some of these StreamYard songs. Almost on the clock again. Fat Keenan gets drafted. Don't know what to expect from this drafter at this point. They take Calvin Ridley. We're going to take Roma Dunze. That feels good. Okay, you bring up Driver, and Driver was fine. Driver was fun. But do you remember in Driver, and hold on, we're going to take Jaden Reed, and we're going to start building my favorite team we've built so far. I'll mess it up somehow soon, but Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Rashee Rice, Mahomes, Odunze, and Jaden Reed. Yes, please. I'll take this team. But do you remember in Driver, you had to like pass this test? You had to like do this checklist of things in a time frame, and it was like almost impossible, especially as like because it was supposed to be like the tutorial level, and it was like almost insane. Like they would have patched it today and added like 30 seconds to it or something. It was that hard on Driver. I think it was the first Driver. It was insane. I mean, my favorite regular PlayStation games. You guys are gonna be shocked, but I loved the original Resident Evil and Resident Evil 2. Those were games that I crushed quite a bit back in the day. 3 was good too. The 3 remake wasn't too good. The 2 remake that they did a couple years back was amazing. It was so good. I think I played that on stream recently. Who knows what I do anymore? Not me. Everything's a blur. But yeah, that was good. Analysis. It was good. We enjoyed it quite thoroughly. What is the Ricky Pearsall news that I didn't see? Let's gander. Oh, he got shot? Holy shit. We don't know we don't know. I mean, he got shot. It's serious, but we don't know, like, he's in stable condition. So that's good. Not great. Well, hopefully it is nothing serious. Hopefully his condition's fine. Some sort of graze or something. Crazy. We had a coworker that got shot a couple weeks ago on the New York project. He wasn't even doing anything. He was in his truck at a red light, and like a fight broke out on the sidewalk, and 3 bullets came through the car. 2 grazed him. 1 got him pretty good. But if there was a passenger, the passenger would have been dead just based on the trajectory of the bullet. So crazy times. Although it's always been crazy times. To be fair, you just have access to more news now. I was actually going to grab Jake Ferguson. That was what I was looking at. I'll grab Aaron Jones. I have no shame in grabbing Aaron Jones. But yeah, that parasol news is wild. Man, and that sucks really. Like it always like it's never a good time for that to happen to you. But dude, you're about to suit up for your first NFL game in like a week and you have to deal with that. Like come on, man. Gonna grab Ramondre here. Like for me to grab Hollywood, I don't mind it, but I just need to push it a little bit. So just a heads up, Dean has a draft that he has to finish. So Dean and Daigle are going to jump on at 9:30. Just had to push back 45 minutes. Tomba sounds familiar. I have to look it up to see if that's something that I played. But that name, as soon as I saw it, I was like, I think I played it. I think I can picture the cover. Yeah, I knew the cover right off the top of my head. I remember the cover. I think I rented it. I definitely didn't own it. I don't remember playing it, but I remember the game. Like if that makes sense. Oh yeah, PlayStation. Metal Gear Solid for PlayStation was great. I do a lot of RPGs as well. Did a lot of Final Fantasies and stuff like that back in the day. You know what game I loved on PlayStation that I have on my phone now, but I legitimately I don't know what it is. I despise playing games on my phone. Just like abhor it. Like I hate it for some reason. And I always like Game Gears and stuff like that, but my phone, I need buttons, right? The game I have on there that I wish I enjoyed playing because I loved it so much back in the day was Final Fantasy Tactics. And I don't know if you guys remember that one, but it wasn't a normal, it was a tactical game. And they've come out with much better versions of this style of game, I'm sure. But that one in particular, I just always loved Final Fantasy Tactics because I thought it was hard when I was younger. And probably it might still be hard. It might be harder now. Video games feel like they get harder the older you get. When you go back to some of those hard games. But I felt it was very challenging, and I thought it was cool that you could beat the levels different ways and unlock like hidden paths, and like you could even unlock Cloud as a playable character in that game. So really enjoyed Final Fantasy Tactics. I'm actually really enjoying this draft. This team is one that I am just really a fan of right now. Really a fan of this team. Don't do it, Aldrin. Just let me have them. We're going to take Bowers. I think Bowers is a smash here. An absolute smash at this spot. Just over here blowing it in these hour-long clocks. It's okay. We'll endure, we'll survive. Hmm. I'm gonna do it. I'm just gonna take Jordan Love. I think I can navigate this team enough that I get players that I want at every other position going forward. We got Mahomes, Jordan Love, Aaron Jones, Ramondre Stevenson, Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Rashee Rice, Rome Odunze, Jaden Reed, Brock Bowers. We're in contention for my new favorite team tonight. I have to definitely work this RB room somewhat, but I think we're going to be fine. Oh, I always love Blades of Steel. Blades of Steel. Tokyo Drift was fun. And I'm like, again, I am not a racing, like those were never my games, but I did play a lot of Tokyo Drift or whatever it was called. But yeah, I did like those games. Need for Speed, Hot Pursuit with friends. You're like, oh man, the police actually chase you in this game. Wild. Look how real it looks. I'll never forget when the PS1, when Madden came out for that, and they had the actual like movie, like the actual like videos of Madden and Pat Summerall. And it was like the coolest thing. It's like, wow, this is coming from my PlayStation. The quality on those videos now, like if you put them on a TV, would probably be the worst. But at the time, man, it was unbelievable that they recorded something and put it in a game. Twisted Metal was always so much fun with friends too, though. That's like such a weird franchise because the first one was good, the second one was the absolute nuts. Twisted Metal 2 was the best, and then like they just let other studios do it, and it was a nightmare. I could not believe they made a TV series out of Twisted Metal. I actually had fun with it. Like it was a fun series on Amazon. I'm not going to sit here and say it was great by any stretch of the imagination, but it was fun. It was a fun series. Gonna grab Chuba here. That was our third RB. I don't remember Death Race. Let's see if I mean, I remember the movie. Oh, it was on Nintendo? Oh, the movie. Are we talking? Which death race movie are we talking? That's what matters. We're gonna grab Dobbins. I thought I had 6 wideouts. I just really like these 5 so much that it's like fine. So you're talking the Statham movie, right? Because I definitely saw the Statham one. I don't remember it like at all, to be perfectly clear. Oh, well, let me tell you something, sir. The Statham one is not the first one. I've never watched the full first one, but the original Death Race movie was made in 1975. It was called Death Race 2000, and it is like one of Sylvester Stallone's first movies, and I've just seen scenes from it. It also had David Carradine in it. Martin Kove from Karate Kid was in it. I'm just looking. I'm not rattling this off. I'm looking at the IMDb. But yeah. Really like this team so far. I'm really hoping I can keep moving with this team, getting together what I want on it. The 2-4-5-1 build. I know the Jordan Love kind of felt like it was unneeded, but I did like getting Jordan Love at that spot. I thought I could recover. I feel like I can still. So we endure. Check on our college football bet that we made on stream earlier. Don't think it's going great. All right, we are going to be on the clock here shortly. Yeah, some movies sometimes you just have no idea that they're a remake of something else. Or sometimes it's just like a small idea. It has the same name and like a loose interpretation. Like you just wouldn't know because it came out so much earlier. And some just don't even resemble the first. The Thing comes to mind. Like The Thing from 1981, I believe it is a remake of a movie from the 50s. And by like remake, it is nothing like the 1950s movie. Shares very limited premise. And the 1981 Thing would be the best horror movie of all time. Okay. I'm gonna grab Leggett. Got like a receiver. Made sense here. Felt like an upside receiver made sense there to clarify. I don't love having 3 rookies out of the 6 wide receivers in this format, but Again, we're dealing with like Marvin Harrison, who, if he fails, we're screwed anyways, type of deal. I want Ray Davis. Double Dragon vs. Battletoads. I'm so upset you brought that game up. So that I had that on Super Nintendo. There might have been a Nintendo version as well, but I had the Super Nintendo version. And I still remember the level that I mostly got to every time in that game. I got past it a few times and then still never beat the game. That game was so hard, and it sucked playing with somebody. It should have been easier to play with two people, but it was one of those two-player games that you could hit each other, and it's a beat 'em up. So you're accidentally hitting your partner sometimes, and some of the moves that the Battletoads do, especially, like, were so chaotic. God damn it. That game made me upset. It's the space. I made it to a spaceship, and the spaceship level was so hard, and I would use up like all my lives to get there, and then maybe I'd get through it occasionally, and then I would just be dead right afterwards. But you always played as a Battletoad because they had that string attached thing that you could just drop down and like go back and forth. But you couldn't do it with a partner because you would just wipe your partner out. We're gonna have to see if Daigle and Dean remember Battletoads, Double Dragon Battletoads, when they hop on. Less than 4 hours to go, theoretically. We'll see what time the draft wraps up at that point. What are we at? 17? So the Toxic Avenger movie, I love. I quote that movie still. How much for the kid on the bicycle? Did you know? I'm doing good, Versier. We saw the news that's very sad about Ricky Purcell. Purcell. Jesus Christ. I just said I'm doing fine and I can't even say a name. Yeah, that's crazy. It was at an autograph event. That part I didn't know. I saw that he's in stable condition, which is good. Jesus, man. Crazy. Absolutely crazy. The Toxic Avenger thing I was about to bring up. Did you know that there is a remake of that movie? It's already done. It's already screened a couple times. It's been done for a few years now. And it stars Peter Dinklage. But it hasn't been released yet. I don't think it has a distributor. So I don't know if we'll ever see it. But they made a remake to Toxic Avenger, which blows my mind. It also blows my mind that there was a Toxic Avenger cartoon when we were younger, based on how that movie is. And also Attack of the Killer Tomatoes was not a kids movie, and they made a cartoon out of that. The 80s were wild. The shit we got as kids in the from that mid to late 80s to early 90s, bonkers. Never happened today. Back in my day. But legitimately, it probably shouldn't have happened. Some of that shit was real scary. That Wizard of Oz sequel that came out in the 80s, terrifying. Just absolutely terrifying stuff. We are on the clock here. We'll grab Samaje Perine. I think he makes sense for this team, obviously. I'm going to look this up. See if I can find some of these things. I don't remember what they were called, but I know they were terrifying. Return to Oz, that's what it was called. Return to Oz villains. I don't know. They have these bicycle things. I can't remember what they were called, but don't let your kids watch Return to Oz because it's terrifying. All right, AJ. I'll catch you later. Thanks for swinging by, man. Appreciate it. Let's grab Kate Otten. Yeah, Return to Oz, terrifying. In the chest he was shot. Oh. Yeah, Toxic Avenger was wild. I do want to see it. I want to see the Peter Dinklage one. I am curious. Remaking a trauma movie is so weird to me. Like, I'm fine with trauma movies. Whatever. But there had to have been instances, right, where kids were watching that Toxic Avenger cartoon, and then they were like, "Mom, I want to see the Toxic Avenger movie." And you know that parents probably rented it without even knowing, because they're like, "Oh, it's a cartoon, right? It is a cartoon. We're going to play it." And they get that movie. And they're sticking people in friolators and stuff. And you're just like, what the fuck? What are we doing here? Absolutely wild that was a cartoon. Pure insanity. All right, so we have Mahomes Love, Aaron Jones, Ramondre, Chuba, J.K. Dobbins, Ray Davis, Samaje Perine. We have 6 wideouts, but our 6 wideouts are Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison, Rashee Rice, Roma Dunze, Jaden Reed, Xavier Leggett, and then we have Brock Bowers and Kate Otten. Which I am really liking this team. Like, a lot. This is one of my new favorite teams. Really enjoy this one. It is almost 8:30. Hope you guys are enjoying your weekend. Thanks for hanging out with me, even if it's for a little bit, a long bit. Whatever it is, hope you guys are enjoying the drafters drafts. I don't think you see many of these other than on our channel. Not that others aren't drafting it on stream, but I think we do more drafters drafts than most. We are on the clock. I'm going to take Hyatt. Just think that wide receivers where I want to go here. Definitely don't need quarterbacks. Another tight end I think is fine with Bowers. Bowers, Kate Otten, and in a third and a 20 round. I think is okay. I don't think it's needed. I might want to do one more receiver, more running back, and one more tight end on this team. My favorite thing about the marathon streams, and this is my first marathon stream, but like I've just noticed it from other marathon streams, is it's more like a check-in stream in terms of like, because I never would expect someone to watch all 12 hours of a live stream, right? But people will be like, man, it's been 8 hours. Really need to go check and make sure Rob's doing okay. You know? Let's make sure he hasn't gone completely insane yet. Let's grab Will Shipley. So maybe a receiver and a tight end coming up for us. It's pretty funny that that's sort of what you see. The old Ben Sims. We just did some serious scrolling there to look through tight end. All right, let's get our next song on. I am going to sleep well tonight. After last night and today, your boy is going to pass right out. And it's going to be glorious. Ugh. 2 more picks in this draft. We'll get another fired up after this. That's what we're doing. What am I going to do for 3 people? All right, we are about to be on the clock. We're going to grab Theo Johnson. Hope there's a little bit of upside there for the Giants tight end. Two 773. Just start doing some scrolling action here. Oh, come on, bruh. What a dick. We get Bo Melton stolen from us. We'll grab Malachi Corley. So this team, my favorite team of the night so far. Mahomes, Jordan Love, Aaron Jones, Ramondre Stevenson, Chuba Hubbard, J.K. Dobbins, Ray Davis, Samaje Perine, Will Shipley, Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison. That's a nice 1-2 punch at receiver. Rashee Rice, Roma Dunze, Jaden Reed, Xavier Leggett, Jalen Hyatt, Malachi Corley, Brock Bowers, Cade Otton, and Theo Johnson. And we're going to go back to the lobby. We're going to get a draft fired up. I am going to really quickly feed one of my pets. So I'll be right back. We've returned to find ourselves drafting from the 11. So, usual suspects at the beginning here: CMC, CeeDee Lamb, Tyreek Hill. This also worked out perfect. This should end, and we'll have Daigle and thank you, Chad. Oh, basketball moderates in here. Everybody's popping in for this draft. South's in the 8th spot. South's been firing the drafts with us. Don't do it, SDG. I need to draft AJ Brown. God damn it. there anything we want to try to do here? That's fun. We're going to draft Puka. I know it's lame. It's what all the kids are doing nowadays. But we're going to do it. We'll draft Puka. Really excited about that Jamar Chase, Marvin Harrison start, though. That was fun. God damn it. Did we do Puka Drake London earlier? Want to do Puka Nico? We'll do Puka Nico. That seems fun. Okay. What we got going on? Brees Hall. London falls all the way back to... God, what is this? Can't even count anymore. The 8 spot. Obviously, the 8's right there. We're not going to talk about it. We're just not even going to talk about it. We have been looking at this screen for quite a while today. Eight hours and 39 minutes to be exact. So Devin, where do we know where the term glizzy came from? Why? I mean, like, I know that's the term. I'm hip. I know what the kids are saying these days, but I just don't know where that came from. I actually hate it, if we're going to be honest. Despise it. I think it sounds ridiculous. But like, whatever. You know what also used to sound ridiculous to me, and I just mocked it? And then, have you ever mocked something so much that your mocking of it just becomes part of your vocabulary? So now you're actually saying it unironically, even though you were saying it ironically to start with. So that was me with bruh like 10, 15 years ago. Because I thought it was the dumbest thing ever. So me and my friends would say it ironically at first to each other. And now, bruh, is just kind of, I don't think we do it as much anymore, but it became a thing. And it was just like, dude, this was supposed to be a joke. And now I just say it. Now I just say it. I don't want to say it anymore. Why am I doing this to myself? All right. So I want to do a Josh Allen team. Yeah, sometimes, Devin, it sneaks up on you and you just do it. And I want to pull up Kincaid. So I want to do this Puka, Nico, Allen, Kincaid team. We are streaming This is team 11, which is fitting since we are in the 11th spot. Team 12 will be with Mr. John Daigle and Mr. Dean Shavelson. So we'll just draft it and we'll let them mostly take the wheel. We'll do what they want to do. You guys have seen me construct 11 teams. You'll see me construct more. We are going to have to change the view, though, which is fine. Sometimes I have to start talking out loud. We are almost 75% complete with this challenge. I'm going to be honest, we will not get to 25 drafts tonight. Tonight will not be the night we get to 25 drafts. I don't think I have that in me. Ole Miss is winning 52-0. So that's insanity. I'm not sure, Mossy, to be honest with you. In my head it was 50. I don't know if I'm going to quite get there. I'd love to. I have an entire script I have to write tomorrow. I have audio to record. Getting to 50 is going to be tough. This was on me, though. I really blew this year in terms of times. Oh, well, if it was a through and through, that is much better than what it could have been. Especially if it's his arm. That's still wild. Such a wild story. Don't remember if we were moving up or down with this, but we will go up. Going to be on the clock here shortly. That is great best ball math, Dad. That is beautiful best ball math that you were laying on us. We were talking about how I just don't have enough Godwin. I'm going to go ahead and click the button on Godwin. This also allows me to, well, I'm not going to do that. And we're just going to go ahead and click Jaden Reed. I'm sure everyone's shocked that I drafted Jaden Reed. Yeah, man. It happens. Like I was saying, someone from my work got shot a couple weeks ago, just sitting in his truck at a stoplight. On the clock. Crazy. This is great best ball math, though, Dad. If you get to 50, you get 2 tickets, so you might as well get to 100. Then you get 3 tickets at 100, so then you just need to max at that point. It's great math. It is best ball math at its finest. Not to mention the tickets we're acquiring this weekend. Right? 4 on DK. What's the pick? Take Bijan. Have fun. Live a little. Justin Jefferson's the correct answer as well. I mean, I don't think you can really go wrong at that 4 spot. Bijan, the best receiver in the league, why, Dad? I agree. Best running back, best receiver, probably the best punter. We may never know, but I would assume that Bijan Robinson is the best punter as well. Yes, I know you were talking about Justin Jefferson, but we are going to pretend that you were talking about Bijan Robinson. Speaking of best punters in the league, the fact that Randall Cunningham, what did he have? Some crazy punt. Also, if the Orioles don't win tonight, we're going to cry. I know they're down like 3 or something like that. Randall Cunningham punted a football in a game, in an NFL game. Randall Cunningham. Everyone knows Randall Cunningham, right? Quarterback for the Philadelphia Eagles. The reason I watch football. Randall Cunningham would break football today. He would be the best. Dude had an arm, could run, and did it in an era that he did not get protected at all. They didn't protect him once. Today's rules, Cunningham would break football. But also, as a quarterback, he has the 3rd longest punt in NFL history. He punted the ball 91 yards. Insane. Vikings Cunningham was a different Cunningham. Vikings Cunningham was a completely different Cunningham. You son of a bitch. Come on, SDG. What are you doing to me? Let's take Mostert. I don't take Mostert enough. Well, Eric's wrong, right, Dad? Just if you want historical data proof, we argued about Rashad Penny last year. Don't go looking for all my things that I was wrong about. Just focus on the Rashad Penny thing. I was 100% right about that. Let's do another Ramondre team. Yeah. If you're saying that he punted the ball 70 yards, he punted it 91 yards, I believe. Different bet versus here. But I tried to lead you to the light last year. I tried to walk you through why Rashad Penny was not the right pick last year. It was one things that I was like, I know I'm right about this. I know I'm right about this. right about it. I think I was talking about Cunningham on the Vikings. Completely different Cunningham. Still great. Still had the arm. So you were getting your deep shot, but he did not. He didn't move like Eagles Cunningham. Problem with Eagles Cunningham is he would get wrecked because they just were allowed to hit him late. It was insane. Go watch a Cunningham highlight reel at some point if you've never seen him play. I know some people are younger. And I feel like he gets lost. I think he's starting to get lost in the history of the game a little bit. You don't hear his name brought up often. I think he won an MVP too. Or was co-MVP. But again, we're not going to focus on my losses, my wrongs versus here. We're just going to focus on what I was right about. That's the game. That is the game. The noise my back just made when I cracked was incredible. That's right, Versaire. 1,000 batting. We're coming for the Triple Crown this year with Curtis Samuel. Some are saying Curtis Samuel is the worst pick on the board. Some is me. I am some. So we have Josh Allen, Raheem Mostert, Ramondre, Puka, Nico, Godwin, Reed, Kincaid. What I like about this team is I only have to say one of their names and you know who I'm talking about. That's fun. Maybe one day we'll try to draft an all one name team. I'm not drafting Dak, but Dak could be on that team. I literally wasn't drafting Dak. I don't know if that was... Felt like a slow roll. But we want Devin Singletary. We're going to go there for our next running back. We're going to have to scroll down a little bit. And we're going to grab Shaheed. I'm not grabbing Curtis Samuel. I have a brand. I have a brand to uphold. And I'm going to grab Shaheed. Doing it over Wicks again. I think if I didn't have Reed, I would probably grab Wicks. But I want to grab Shaheed here. A player that is not going to score you points is not a steal, no matter where they are versus there. No, I hate Curtis Samuel. He's bad. Curtis Samuel is bad. I don't know who's touting Curtis Samuel and what they're using to tout him. But look up everything. I laid out my whole case months ago on Curtis Samuel. Look up everything. Curtis Samuel is not good. He damn sure isn't a 10th round pick. He's lucky if he's a 14th round pick. Right? I'll take Rashid Shaheed over Curtis Samuel 10 out of 10 times. With Josh Allen on my team. He might catch more touchdown passes from Josh Allen. There's a possibility because Curtis Samuel ain't it. That's where we're at. And I do hate money. I bet on the fucking Orioles tonight. Feels like a better never with Curtis Samuel. This non-existent Russian upside that everyone tries to quote that he just doesn't do anymore. Buffalo's not going to magically unlock it again. He is not going to be the wide receiver 1 in Buffalo for the season. Confident about that. Curtis Samuel is a version of my Rashad Penny from last year. What I will grant you is that he will actually get on the field, unlike Rashad Penny. He just ain't going to do anything once he's on it because he is Curtis Samuel, who does nothing when he's on the field. Go look up how many 20-point games Curtis Samuel has in his career. Just all of a sudden at age, what is he? Is he 28 this year? Yeah, 28. He's gonna be fine now. Because he's in Buffalo? No. Absolutely not. Just not happening. Okay, we are on the clock again. I was not paying enough attention to know what I wanted to do. This feels like the gross Mike Williams team. We're going to do the gross Mike Williams pick. We don't love it anytime we ever do it. And we just scream better than Curtis Samuel when we have to do it. But that's what we're going to do there. And we're going to follow it up with taking J.K. Dobbins, wincing a little bit, and then pressing the button on him. Yeah, this is definitely a weird Mike Williams range. Like, you're like, it's Mike Williams, but you still don't want to draft him. You're just like, are we just watching Mike Williams slide down the board year after year? Is he going from 12th to 18th next year when he signs with, I don't know, Minnesota? And you're like, oh, well, you know, maybe the third wide receiver with Addison and Justin Jefferson on the field. And we just watched this late Julio Jones, which was awful. Like, what was Julio Jones at the end? It felt like he had to play for money purposes at that point. He was just not doing anything. I don't think it tarnishes a legacy per se. But man, I take Dobbins, man. Like it's not fun. It was fun last year. Taking Dobbins last year was a treat. We enjoyed it thoroughly. But I am grabbing some Dobbins here and there. And I'm okay with it. Don't you know he made $12,000 this year? He has no Achilles. And he's actively donating both of his kidneys as we speak. Don't you know that about J.K. Dobbins? We are 75% done, Self. I do have some Mason, not as much as others. Three hours to go. Some guests coming in 27 minutes or so. Help break up the end of this a little bit. 9 hours in. Gonna finish this draft, and I'm gonna run my dog outside again. Yeah, some of the guys really crushed it with that Mason pick. Kudos to them. We're almost on the clock again. We're not paying attention. Did we just draft Mason because we brought him up? Probably not. Seems like a bad process. God, do we just go super dusty? I don't love any of this. I'm gonna grab Bucky Irving because I do want some sort of young upside. Mason's probably a fine pick there, but I think that's the way I want to play it. And I think I'm just going to grab Baker, be done at QB, and just play this through late stages of the draft here. So we did a Baker, Bucky, Chris Godwin stack there. Yeah, I think people were on Mason early. I'm just more like, even though I don't have Mason, this was also bad process, by the way, for me. We try to talk about like what our bad process stuff is. Even though I wasn't taking CMC, I was fading CMC. I should have been taking more of whoever I perceived his backup was. And I'm not saying I should be super overweight either, any of the guys that were behind him. But I didn't take a ton of Elijah Mitchell. And I didn't take much Jordan Mason. And I probably should have had more of both. Now, it worked out, again, in my favor, much like, God, these are all 49ers we're talking about. Much like the Ricky Pearsall thing we talked about earlier, before we heard that he got shot, by the way. We had this conversation before that. But I think this was also probably bad process by me, where I should have been taking some more of whatever 49er backup I perceived was right. So I try to notate these bad process things that, like, even though it worked out in my favor, it doesn't mean it was right. Yeah, Tebow, that's where I think I was, because I do have like a couple Elijah Mitchell. I'm more like, I don't know. I don't remember what I was at with Elijah Mitchell, but nothing major, but definitely a couple, or more than a couple Elijah Mitchell teams. And I probably should have had more just based on how I was drafting. So overall, bad process. And I should have fixed that. So next year, if I'm fading Bijan Robinson in the first round, he's the 101, and I'm like, I don't want him as the 101 this year. Then I should be actively pursuing his backup a bit. more. So, in theory, and each situation is different, but like that's a process that I need to be evaluating better in the future. It's really important that when you get something right, in terms of something breaks right your way, you win a poker hand. You look back and you're like, did I do this properly? There's plenty of poker hands that I've won that I've looked back and been like, man, I should not have done that. I shouldn't have done this. I'm thankful it worked out this particular way, but more times than not, it's going to be detrimental. So those are the things that I'm always trying to figure out.
3, 2, 1, liftoff.
Let's grab Bateman because it gets gross. I actually think I should have done something else here. We're going to chalk it up to being tired. We are about to take our next pick, and we'll just go full Tampa. Al Boogie's asking how many drafters we in. This is number 11. So we're 9 hours in. We've done 11 drafters drafts. We haven't left any time in between drafts either. As soon as we're done with one, we've been pressing register. The only time we might have a little bit of leeway is between this draft and the next one. We have some guests coming in 20 minutes. For those of you that haven't heard, as people are coming in and out, Dean Shavelson from Roto Grinders is going to join me, as well as John Daigle from ETR. They're going to come in, draft the team. We're going to hang out. More of a hangout sesh than anything. I'll be drafting until midnight. I started at noon, so less than 3 hours. And we are feeling it now. We are old, we are decrepit, and we are drafting a lot of best ball teams. We're getting there. We are getting there. If you are new to drafters, or if you haven't seen the offers for drafters, I haven't brought them up in a while, but there are tons of ticket opportunities. You draft 10 teams, you get a free ticket. This weekend, every 6 teams you draft, you get a free ticket that'll go into your account. And that's up to 5 free tickets. So if you draft 30 teams, you get 5 free teams to go with those 30. It's a pretty sweet deal. That's a long weekend special. We are on the clock. We are going to grab Mr. Marvin Mims. And we'll start looking around at what else we want to do here. Kind of nothing. It's kind of gross. We'll take a Garendo share. Since we've been talking about this backfield, might as well. Take 18th round flyer on Garendo. I'm going to let the clock expire on this a bit just because we are going to hit an awkward time before 9:30. I am going to run my dog outside after this draft as well. We'll recap it. And then I will run my dog out and maybe they will be in the waiting room by then or close to it. Have you, Tiva? We're still going. We're still surviving. Drafting best ball teams. Auto pick is engaged, which is not great. We need to make sure that that's not happening. In the future, 9 hours might be my limit. This is when I'm starting to feel the eye fatigue from staring at the screen. Like I might have to put the Macho Man glasses on. And not for a bit. Because my eyes are hurting. Might have to do the Macho Man sunglasses for a bit. Not a bit. Legitimate eyesore. Not what that normally means. I leave these Macho Man sunglasses on my desk for no reason at all. I have no idea why they're still on here. But there they are. In my time of need, the Macho Man Randy Savage, yeah, reached down from heaven, handed me his gladness, his glasses. God, ruined it. I was trying to say madness and glasses at the same time. Tried to say them both. And it just did not come out the way we wanted it to come out. So that was sad. Very depressing. Forgive me, Macho Man, for I have sinned. I have said the wrong things that you would say. I know that you've soared with the eagles and slithered with the snakes. That 12-hour shifts are long. They're quite long. Used to do 12-hour CQ shifts in the Army. Which is not great either. Never enjoyed that. What are we going to draft next for a position? We hate all of it. It's all really gross. Nobody likes this at all. We'll take another Labe share because he was getting some camp hype. And in the 19th round, we grasp at anything. It was probably just his mom in the stands that said he looked really good behind Alexander Madison. And he probably really didn't. Probably really didn't. Probably really didn't. But we'll draft him anyway because we can just tell everyone that there was a report that he looked good. I can't cite the name of who it was, but he looked good, supposedly. Are we going to take a Mac Holland share? That sounds awful. Who wants to do that? Gross. I'm just going to keep hitting Parker Washington because that's more fun. Sorry for that song, by the way. Just sometimes it happens. Sometimes we just start singing. So that team on this recap was Josh Allen, Baker Mayfield, Raheem Mostert, Ramondre Stevenson, whose name gets made much smaller, which is hilarious, Devin Singletary, J.K. Dobbins, Bucky Irving, Isaac Garendo, Dylan Labe. Wide receivers are Puka, Nico, Godwin, Reed, Shaheed, Mike Williams, Rashad Bateman, Marvin Mims, Parker Washington. Tight ends are Dalton Kincaid and Cade Otton. I could have just said Dalton Kincaid Otton. Oh my God, how is that not the only two tight ends we draft? Dalton Kincaid Otton. It's beautiful. It is beautiful. We love it. All right. We have guests coming in the next 10 minutes. I'm going to run my dog outside really fast because, have to do that. But I'll be back in 2 minutes. We'll wait for our guests to come in to draft our next team. Those sunglasses make a huge difference. We love them. I'll be right back. Give me 2 seconds to run Mr. Gotham outside. I am muted. There's no Wi-Fi on Navy ships. I mean, I guess that's fair. For sure. Dean is in the building. Dean, just let me know in the chat when you're ready and I'll bring you in. There we go. Hello, sir.
Yo, what's going on, dude? Man, how's your day been? How are things? Doing well?
You probably didn't see, but the back end of the last draft, I had to put the Macho Man sunglasses on. Not because I needed to do a character work, which is usually the case, but because my eyes are hurting from the screen because I am 100 years old.
Yeah, I can see that.
I'm attempting to do a 12-hour stream. Others do 24-hour streams. I am not others. I am old. So
could you imagine going for, well, we're like nine plus hours in, so bear with me. I went to UCF, almost 14 hours more. Could you imagine knocking out from this moment, however you feel at this moment?
No.
Probably a difficult task.
No, I think I could have 10 years ago, maybe. I mean, I also did an overnight investigation last night. So like I'm a bit tired from that as well. So that's why I didn't even
ghost house of some sort.
Yeah, we went and did a investigation at this place called the Emery Estate, which was really cool. It's in Weymouth, Massachusetts, and it was built as a direct replica. Not recently, it's an old house, but it was built as a direct replica of Mount Vernon, George Washington's house. So it's a super cool house. It was really nice to walk through it and see it. And
is that like a tour? Is it like a case by case thing? Do you have to pay for it? You got to rent it for a night? Is it like an Airbnb?
Yeah.
How does this work?
So usually we contact whoever's running the house, which is either an owner. Sometimes it's a preservation society as well. And they all have different rates of like, so we spent $600 on the house last night. But again, this is a massive mansion. We're filming in there. And we get the access to the place for the night. So really, it was a really cool place.
Any teases, any spoilers you can throw out for the people, or you want to save it all for the pod?
Well, we filmed that. We went and filmed there because we're doing a live show in that town this year. We're doing it in Weymouth. We're doing our first ticketed live show. So that's why we went there and tried to do something. And what I can tell you is at one point, Dave knocked on the wall and something knocked back.
Oh.
And I know where everyone was in the house at that point, and there was nobody that was in the house.
Yeah, you did a head count and okay.
Yeah, because there was only 5 of us in the house. I was outside the room with the guide because some of these places they make you a guide has to stay there with you.
Yeah,
depending on the location. So the guide was outside of the room with me. The 3 of them were in the room. And something knocked from the other side of the wall. So kind of cool.
As a non-believer, it's cool that you do it, and I don't mean any offense. I listened to your podcast, and I was like, "Oh, this is really well produced. This sounds." I mean, again, it's not necessarily. I'm not necessarily the target audience, I don't think, but I liked it. I enjoyed it. I would revisit it. But if the people aren't aware, I mean, obviously, I know what the Venn diagram is for best balls and ghost stories.
It doesn't overlap too much.
But if that's your bag, check it out. I mean, as somebody that doesn't even like have a lot of interest in that kind of conversation, I did go on a ghost tour in Charleston, I believe. I feel like Charleston is known for ghost tour. Yeah. I lived there for a bit, and Daniel, I want to get all technical, but close enough. But I thought it was interesting. It's an interesting night, if nothing else. But have you ever hit is that one of the top destinations? I felt like at least they gave the impression that ghost stories are prevalent in Charleston.
Charleston has a good history of tales. Everyone says they're the most haunted, though. It's like
Yeah.
we're the most haunted city, and just
Yeah.
everyone. It's like the
Number
most
one pizza in
haunted-
town. Yeah.
Right. It is the number one pizza in town, most haunted building in the state, in the country, in the world. They all do that. What I tell people though with the ghost stuff is you don't have to. We don't think everyone should believe in ghosts. You should have your
Yeah.
own personal experiences. You should draw your own conclusions. But also like our show, as you listen to, it's not just about like, oh, there's a ghost here. There, it's like you learn a lot about a town. Like I think from us, because we're focused on a town, you just learn so much history about that place. So I think like if you're into history, you should check out ghost stories as well, because you just like not just even our show, but you learn so much about a town, a house, or whatever through the ghost stories that are told in that place, whether they're real, fiction, a hybrid of the both. Like you just learn so much.
Can I just say what gives you a bad name is that there's like 19 seasons of Finding Bigfoot. Like they never found, spoiler alert, they never found. How do they keep coming out with new seasons? How do they keep teasing? To my recollection, I didn't watch the show, but I feel like it would have been news.
You would think so, right? So we don't do a lot of the cryptid stuff. We're not
Yeah.
good at cryptid stuff, like, because that's just not
Yeah.
up our alley. But people have been like begging us to do more cryptid stuff, and we do it occasionally. And I'm like, we're not good at this. We don't
Yeah.
know anything about cryptids. I don't know how to, like, because I'm the same way. It's like, dude, if there's a Bigfoot out there, you're gonna find it. Like,
A lot of people have cameras in their phones now.
yeah,
Yeah.
yeah. But then you start listening to like this Bigfoot stuff that people have, and our town, my town, used to have a monthly Bigfoot meeting of concerned citizens that would meet because they had like encounters with a Bigfoot.
It's like The Village, but the real life version of the Village.
Yeah, it's crazy that these people are doing.
I like the old Mitch Hedberg joke. My theory is Bigfoot is blurry. So that was, I don't know if you're a Mitch Hedberg guy, but amazing one-liners.
I do
Gone
like
too
Mitch
soon.
Hedberg.
Yeah,
Definitely.
I didn't deliver it the same way he would, but are we? I guess we're done with. We just finished. Perfectly timed to draft. Is that how that?
Yeah,
worked out?
we've just finished a draft. I brought the dog out, and by the time I came back in, you were jumping in. Now we're just waiting for Mr. John Daigle. We'll jump into a draft when he gets here. You've been drafting on Drafters. How have
Plugging
you been
away,
doing?
man. I'm plugging away.
Getting your tickets for the weekend?
I don't know. Do they just automatically just pop in? Because I feel like I've drafted maybe 7 or 8 or 9, maybe 10 today. I was just on I had an ESPN draft for somebody else. I was like a ringer. I was drafted for somebody else's team. I don't want to say who. I don't want to drop any names, but the ESPN ADP, I'm not sure if you're in the season long stuff and people probably don't really care, but it is bizarre. Like it is bizarro world. Like Rashid Rice is like 69. It's Jameson Williams like 130. It's just bonkers. A-Chain is 41.
Ooh.
And it's like, well, how I don't think everybody else is aware of this, but like maybe 4 other people in the room are aware of this. So it's like it's interesting game of chicken of like,
yeah.
Yeah, it's like, well, there's 4 of us that know this is ridiculous. Everybody else, they just ADP, whatever. I guess I'm supposed to take Kenneth Walker. That's what it says. But
I have my ESPN draft tomorrow, so I still have a home league that's about 15 years. 15. So yeah, I don't know what my draft spot is. We do full redraft every year because we do weekly payouts on it. So I'm interested now to see, because I'm the only one that drafts best ball teams, so I'm the only one that knows the normal ADP. So sounds like I'm going.
Cooper Kupp's like 45, Waddle's like 44, and like it's just like, what are we doing here?
Who's in the front?
Yeah, what you're supposed to do, I think 1, 2, 3 is all running backs, right? So I had the 5 spot and I got Tariq, but like according to ESPN, it's the traditional running backs. Obviously CMC, Bijan and Hall are 1, 2, 3 in ESPN. Which you've seen that kind of come down, as far as best ball, like they were back into the first round, a couple months ago, as far as Hall and Bijan, but like 1, 2, 3, and then 4, 5 is Lamb and Hill. Yeah, it's you're gonna look at it and just it's tricky because again, there's gonna be 2 or 3 other people in the league that are looking at the same thing as you, and so it's like, well, when am I supposed to take the clear and obvious? Because somebody took H.M. was 44, 41. and somebody took him in the middle of the second round. I was like, should I take him my second pick or the third pick? I was in the front end, and I'm like, well, how sneaky do I want to be? And I didn't even have a choice because somebody else was well aware of it. The HN being just too goofy as far as his ADP. It's weird, but you should smash. Like you're going to come out of this loving your team, and I think you're supposed to overpay for a running back early. Like I took Mixon with like my third pick, and I didn't love it, but like it's just the way. Like Kincaid's like 80. It's just silly. Daigle, I'm sure, is on top of this. John Daigle. It's funny, Rob. I hear you. You guys don't know this. You haven't been talking to me, but like I've been having conversation with both you guys. Just a one-way conversation. Rob, hearing your podcast with Eric. Daigle, I heard the other day with Levitan. I heard Daigle the other day with Eric and Pat. So yeah, we've been communicating, but you just don't know it. I've been listening to you all off season as well. What's up, John? Been too long.
I'm genuinely so excited for Wednesday night because the off season is segmented correctly, and that you get excited about best ball, and then within a month you get burnt out about best ball, and then by this time of the year, August 1st, you're saying the same thing over for like the fourth time that off season. Yeah. And then September 1st comes around, the first week of September, and we finally get to do actual matchup analysis, which makes the threads and all the bullshit you hear on social media go away because that requires too much work. Like no one's in those streets yelling out matchup-based data because they can't do it. It's a lot of work. So I'm just so excited to get back in on Wednesday with everyone.
Yeah, you guys might have to send me a link to that one. I haven't been doing a lot of behind the scenes stuff at Roto Grinders, so if I'm doing movie reviews with you, you might have to shoot me the link.
Daigle, I don't know if you heard the conversation we were talking about, but like I just came from doing an ESPN draft and the ADP stuff on ESPN, and that's what you're doing at ETR amongst other things. Yeah. But I don't know how to. It's this game of chicken where like three people in the draft know that these ADPs are ridiculous, and it's like, well, when should I reach for these guys? Have you been playing much season-long stuff? And I know this is obviously a best ball stream. We'll get to the team in a second, but I'm curious how you tackle that conundrum of like, some people are just going to pump out the ADP and they don't know what they just woke up 3 days ago. But everybody else is like, well, Achan's 41, Kincaid's 80, Jameson Williams is 130. Like, what are we doing here? And like, how quickly are you supposed to take those guys? The running back for Dallas as well is like 160 or 150. It's just so good. Yeah.
Yeah, and maybe a little bit of cold water got poured on Rico after Dalvin Cook signed because we at least saw Dalvin Cook, although he wasn't good, he did earn touches with two different coaching staffs last year. Not many people remember him playing for the Ravens after that disaster he had in the first month with the Jets. But the fact is that coaching staff still, for whatever reason, want to get him out there. So Rico may not now be pertinent until the second half of the season. But it's every home league is pretty much the same thing. ESPN, Yahoo. I've done them all, and I've stayed in tune with best ball and still drafted throughout the offseason. And really all it comes down to is you're going to find yourself in a position in the middle of the second, third, or fourth round where you need to reach on a running back. You don't want to, but you have to reach on somebody. And so that's why I've been like yelling from the mountaintops to just reach on, quote unquote, reach on Devon Achane, who breaks fantasy football in the middle of the second round, rather than letting him reach the turn. Because rather than, if you do not do that, then you're going to come back around. You have to go for Isaiah Pacheco, Rashad White, or Travis Etienne. And that's when we're talking about getting in ranges where we can poke holes easier in those guys than an Achane, who, again, if his floor stays the same, if his workload stays the same, he was still a top 5 running back in points per game. So I'm a proponent of the first round wide receiver, or in ESPN Yahoo leagues, if you have a top 5 pick, Bijan or Brees, then getting Achane, and then literally just hammering wide receiver.
Yeah. Yeah. I think the Achane thing too for managed leagues, I think they view him, even if they don't know what best ball is, they still view him in a best ball lens where, like, I don't know what weeks he's going to go off. It's like, who cares? If it's for 40 points, like, you know, like when he goes off, he just wins you your matchup. Like you just like, oh, I have Devon Achane, I win.
And there's combating analysis here. It makes Achane very volatile, and everyone's very aware of it. My argument has always been that the entire second round, first of all, sucks. Also, it's all volatile. Like Puka now, I've heard so many things behind the scenes that like Puka actually isn't ready for the regular season. They're just kind of
Huh.
throwing him out there, and that concerns me
Hmm.
a lot. But beyond that, like even if you go just to running back strictly, Saquon Barkley, we have to question his upside and touchdown equity with Jalen Hurts. Kyron Williams, obviously, we've heard everything this offseason about how it basically came down to his workload role, which is why it's easy to fade Rachaad White. But Kyron Williams, with that workload, at least still was very good. Rachaad White wasn't. He depended on that workload. So I still don't mind Kyron Williams at the beginning of the third round, but among those guys, Derrick Henry reaching the AJ Pex, Jonathan Taylor with a rushing quarterback, they all just have red flags. So at least give me the red flag that, again, breaks the game we're playing if you get him right. Not to mention that Raheem Mostert's first year out of 9 seasons in the league, he was healthy. And he was actually the first running back age 31 or older since Tiki Barber in 2006 to average double-digit fantasy points per game. It just literally never happens. And so I'm trying to also bet against Mostert, and I can do that with Achane. Maybe Jalen Wright's the answer to 2. I love Jalen Wright. I don't think he has standalone value as long as one of them is healthy, but I definitely don't mind doing that with Achane, who's really just Jahmyr Gibbs being taken a full round later.
Hey, question. You mentioned the injury to Puka, and that's somewhat concerning. I don't do you want to reveal anything more than just kind of throw that out there. But the other thing, my follow-up, you're talking about the Dolphins. Is nobody concerned about Waddle? He's still in the no contact jersey. Should I be afraid of that in any way? Are you afraid of that in any way? What are your sources saying on that?
Oh,
Because
we're gonna talk about it Wednesday, Dean, because
I'm a little concerned.
Jacksonville and Miami is gonna be like the first game we discuss on Wednesday night because it's gonna be hot. And then we have to decipher who to play then. But we know Tyreek Hill, whether Waddle's out there or not, Tyreek Hill's still been targeted on 37% of his routes with Waddle on the field. That's the best thing about Mike McDaniel and Achane as well, is that we know that the Jonnu Smiths, Malik Washingtons, although I still take them in best ball, we know that McDaniels makes sure to not get those guys targets. Like he knows they don't matter. We're only going to hammer the guys who are our best players with volume, and that's it. So, Waddle, I haven't heard anything beyond like anything serious, honestly. Tyreek Hill, though, we're going to talk about on Wednesday night. Don't worry.
Nice.
Is Washington 3K? I'm just checking now. I have not looked at salaries just yet.
Even though
feels like
surprisingly, because I was looking for
Yes.
cash games, I was trying to put my placeholders in, and Zach Ertz, I believe, is like 4,600, not even stoned in, which I'm actually pissed off about. Like, how did that happen?
that is pretty hilarious. Usually week 1, they tend to be pretty loose as far as prices. So I don't know how much we need a 3K Washington. I don't know if you've dug into it. I haven't. You said you're looking at placeholders already for cash. But Washington is 3K if we have to go there. Interesting.
I don't think we need it. Again, we'll talk about it because Jacksonville is going to present some pretty tasty options too, and a lot more people are going to be less involved on that side. Even though Trevor Lawrence was both amazing when he wasn't under pressure, and Miami has 0 legitimate pass rushers since they're all still injured from last year. And remember, Lawrence was injured the second half of the season, which tanked all of his numbers across the board.
Is Phillips not healthy for Miami? Or does he not count as a pass rusher?
I don't believe – I need to see an injury report. But
Okay.
last I checked, we're missing 2 or 3. Not to mention their best coverage linebacker over the middle of the field, Jerome Baker, signed with Seattle to carry out Mike McDonald's like scheme of just shutting down tight ends.
Where are we at, Rob?
We got the 105, boys. The 105. Let's see who else is in this draft. We got Big T in this draft.
Oh. I've drafted with Big T a couple times. He's done some weird things. I really respect Big T. He's got like quarterback, and like his on me once. I'm like, what is he on auto draft? How many gummies is Big T taking? He's a star.
We all know
obviously.
Big T like beats to his own drum, so that's not a shot at all.
I'm not taking a shot.
And it's worked. It's not a shot at all. It's worked out for him, obviously, very well.
Yeah.
Also, during this draft, boys, don't feel like we have to talk about football the whole time. I've been talking about football all day. So
we don't have a week 1 movie to watch beforehand, correct?
We don't.
We did not finish the season with one.
We didn't discuss that. I mean, in theory, I suppose we can do that. like we can figure it out. I don't know who would
If
nominate
Reed
it.
was here, we could probably call one to get one done. But I also don't know what his. So all of us writing weekly content do have a few more days this year to get it out. Week one's usually actually the easiest because we can use like Thursday, Friday, Saturday to get it done, knowing that Monday we probably have to step away for holiday. But I don't know Reeves' schedule. That's the thing. So he may be packed, especially since he went to the baseball game tonight to watch like a no hitter or whatever the fuck happened.
He put the mush on Cleveland. Cleveland got shut out at home versus Pittsburgh. But yeah,
I feel like he's been going to a lot more baseball games this offseason too. Dean, up until last week, I'll have you know, Silva called it the greatest comeback of our era. I played MLB DFS every single night. Every single night up until last week. Yeah.
Wow. How did you enjoy it?
Loved it. Absolutely loved my time playing MLB again and watching games again. I went to a lot more Cubs games and White Sox games. I was very involved. But also, like now with football season, I'm able to drop everything easily and have no emotions towards it. So baseball now, I'll probably never see a game the rest of the regular season.
You go to the game, you're obligated to stack it. You understand that? You have to. I'm sure you did that. If you go to the game, you got to stack.
Oh yeah, my home league draft this year, the winner picked San Diego, so we went out there, and obviously it was actually just last weekend, 2 weekends ago. It was the game. The Mets were in town for the Padres, and San Diego tagged them for 8 runs, and I stacked that game, but I didn't have their 8-hole catcher and Arias, who was batting leadoff and like was on a very big slump and not even barreling balls at all, and yet I couldn't pick him, and so of course I didn't have the right guys, but they put up 8 runs on them.
Real quick,
Busano.
Where do we want to go here? We got Amon-Ra, Jamar Chase, Bijan.
I sort of bounce back and forth. Sometimes I'll step up and take Robinson or Hall, or I'll take Amon. The one I'm not really taking is Chase out of that group. But what do you got, Daigle?
It is the twilight hour for Chase. Bijan or Amon-Ra, whichever you want, Rob.
You never have to tell me twice to take Bijan Robinson.
Cool.
So
drafters is easier. Even in like the 19th to 20th rounds, you can still get the guys like Greg Dortch, Malik Washington as your wide receivers 8 and 9.
They've been moving up a little bit. So
okay.
Malik's been hitting the 16th round quite a bit. Dortch has been getting up there recently. It's been recent, but they have.
Yeah, because I just finished up I put in like 50 bullets in their latest Superflex tournament and just slow drafted all of them. And they most of them rounded out today. They finished up. And I swear in that last 19th, 20th round, I found myself always seeing Washington and Whittington and a couple others there that I was like, yeah, wide receiver 8 or 9, I'll take that every time. But they're not there on underdog at all.
Yeah. Is Whittington one of your favorite last round flyers? I've gotten very little, maybe 1 or 2 shares here and there if I have Stafford or something like that.
No. He's an old guy who was injured often in college. Scored a touchdown in every 24 catches, which is like not good at all. But the fact again that Puka may be more injured than we think, it's gotten me a little higher. I was always high on DeMarcus Robinson anyways, but it's gotten me to sneak in Whittington now in the last round.
Been doing a lot of Parker Washington today in the 20th round, just like stuff like that, because they've all been, it has gotten a little tougher. I will say everyone's kind of migrating over to drafters. So do you
think that's the layover?
Yeah, for sure. This is
free tickets.
This is clockwork every year, right? The other tournaments start to fill. Drafters has the best tournament left for sure. And they're giving you tickets, and it's not playoff format. So we're just shaving off a ton of spots. It's easier to cash. Enough people still aren't playing this tournament is the problem, right? So the overlay, everything, it's crazy. I didn't do enough this year. Usually I'm on this earlier. Been traveling for work a lot lately, so my drafting has been way off this year, more so.
How's the Ghost Show doing?
Really, really good.
Good.
We're doing really good. We just had our network meeting. I haven't told anybody this, and since we're 10 hours into a marathon stream,
no one's listening.
Nothing counts at 10 hours in. You can say whatever. Carte blanche.
as of the moment, we will be on a streaming service next year for
Oh, wow.
Halloween
Awesome.
season. So
Awesome.
It's going to be the funniest thing whenever you quit playing best ball altogether because CW Network picked up a ghost podcast.
but do you think I can't draft a best ball team from the Hinsdale house?
I don't know what the Wi-Fi situation is in these haunted homes.
Some of them are real bad because we try to live stream and it just does not work great. But
Yeah,
some of them are pretty good. It depends where we are.
Nimbus is asking if Higbee's coming back this season. I've gotten a ton of Parkinson. I think he's a little bit too low. Personally, he's
Yeah.
like one of my last, like my third tight end if I need one. Like almost, he's like my default guy if he's there. Is Higbee coming back this year? I thought like his injury is pretty serious. What do you got in that, John?
I don't believe so. Also, like 31-year-old tight end trying to come back from that doesn't seem promising. So I as well have drafted a lot of
The
Parkinson.
clock,
Go ahead.
boys. Just on the clock. That's all.
You're good. So we took Bijan.
Yeah.
I have like no Adams for the record. I don't know.
I don't
Devontae
either.
Adams is. I don't understand that ADP. What am I missing?
Malik, and do you guys like Malik Olave?
I would take a lot. What? I'd go Olave or Neighbors. Same tier for me, so I don't care.
Is Collins gone? He's gone. Yeah.
Yeah, Collins is gone.
But like, Big T confirmed not watching the show. He took Buka. So he's definitely
again,
not watching the show.
It may not be something to worry about. I don't know, but we're getting conflicting reports. We're going to see Sunday night. It's going to come down to Puka's like route rate. It's going to be interesting to see.
You
Oh,
said
are they
night.
Sunday
Are they in
night
the
game?
night game? I don't know. Is this
It's Sunday night is Lions Rams, just a rematch.
that should be fun.
And Monday night's going to suck. It's going to be 49ers Jets. It's going to be the slowest game all week long, but it's Aaron Rodgers, so they had to put him on primetime TV. It's not going to be fun. It's going to be 13 Jets.
No doubleheader on Monday night. I thought that was the thing. Doubleheader on Monday night.
No, because we get a Friday night game. Eagles Packers instead in Brazil.
Yeah.
Okay, yeah, I'll take that.
Thursday,
That's a better deal.
Friday, Sunday, Monday night, and then I believe I have to look at the schedule, but I believe week 2 and week 3 that's the doubleheader for Monday night. But I need to confirm that.
Schedule's real weird this year.
It's very weird.
I can't remember if it's week 16 or 17, but there's a lot of Wednesday games as well.
That's Christmas week because Christmas is on a Wednesday this year. Just very excited to talk about it. Don't worry. And so we'll probably have to move the pick 6 to Tuesday night. Actually, who knows what we're gonna do? Because we can't put it on a Monday because Rich and I aren't done working on a Monday. So,
Right.
dude, who knows what's gonna happen that week? Someone get Devin on the phone. We're gonna have to figure it out.
Week 2, Green Bay, Denver, Monday nights. Wait, hold on a second. Am I in the wrong year?
We're coming up on the clock while you look that up as well. We see Kyron on the board.
Week 3 and 4. That's it. Week 3 and 4 Monday night doubleheaders. Oddly enough.
Okay. Oh, I'm looking at the preseason. That's what I'm looking at. That just doesn't make any sense. I'm like, why is the result already there?
Yeah.
20 seconds left.
It's like, how do they know somebody said the Gray Sports Almanac, apparently. Yeah. Jacksonville, Buffalo, Washington, Cincy.
I'm going to
you're
take
on
DJ
the
Moore.
clock.
That's what I'm trying to tell you guys.
Yeah, DJ Moore, Derrick Henry, Kyron. That's kind of this range where I live right now.
Yeah.
When you're
I would-
debating between Rice and Moore, who do you go? Or it's just kind of like it's dealer's choice.
Oh, I go Rashee Rice every time.
It's
that's
wild
good.
the ride he's been on because like, we got him at what 60, 65, 70.
But if you like envision it, like it's a ride that he should not have been on this whole time. He just should have been here the whole time.
Right. And that's how I drafted him. I didn't do much drafters, but on DK and Underdog, I was pounding Rashee Rice, Mahomes stacks early. It's like the one thing I know I did right this year.
It is a different conversation than the last couple of years because the last few years we've had Darrell Henderson as the riser. Alexander Madison last year was 10th round and then jumped up to the 6th round whenever it became official that they cut Dalvin Cook. And so you can make that argument too, since Rashee Rice is a slot receiver who gets underneath targets only. Like only Wan'Dale Robinson had a lower ADOT than Rashee Rice last year. So you can make that argument for sure. But he's still a starting wide receiver with Patrick Mahomes. It's hard to poke that hole.
That offense ran really different than they wanted to last year too. Like that.
Oh,
I think, you know what I mean?
They leaned into their identity, which was one of the best defenses of the league. Whenever they got everyone out there, including L'Jarius Sneed, and running the ball well. That's what they did the best. So they just turned Patrick Mahomes into a game manager, and it obviously was just fine whenever you can throw game-winning touchdowns to McCole Hardman. Who cares?
Yeah, McCall Hardman and MVS in the Super Bowl.
Yeah, doesn't matter. Like, it doesn't. If you have Patrick Mahomes, nothing else matters in the cap. Nothing.
Pop quiz: how old is Dalvin Cook?
Not that old. I want to say
47.
I want to say like I was gonna say like 29, 28, 29.
Rob?
I'll say 27.
27. He just turned 29.
Yeah.
John got it. He won both showcase showdowns. August 10th, he turned 29 years old. He feels like it's amazing that running backs in their ages, it's outrageous how young they actually are. But
Well, Todd Gurley didn't Todd Gurley like retire at 27, something crazy like that?
Something like that. Yeah. It's pretty wild.
And he came back from like the same injury that everyone's worried about with Jonathan Brooks for a piss poor team and still finished as a top 12 running back that year.
But then when he died immediately.
Correct, which is what happens with running backs.
But it was mid-season though, like which was crazy. He was like good, and then week 7 or whatever the week was, not good. Like it was
no one will remember that Gurley actually played for the Falcons in like what was considered his prime too. And like his prime had just ended a year before.
Mm-hmm. We're about to be on the clock here, boys.
What are our options?
Right now we got Diggs, Josh Allen, Zay Flowers on. Well, Flowers just went, but we have Diggs.
I hate this receiver zone right here. I hate Diggs. I hate Zay. I hate T. Maybe I'm wrong.
The last one too, yeah.
Xavier Worthy's here.
So I mean, he probably is there on the way back, isn't he?
Yeah, it'll be close. Lamar's here.
This is where I usually get like a tight end or a top quarterback because I just don't think the skill position players are spectacular.
If you want to start setting up quarterback tight end here, that's kind of what I start doing too, right?
Yeah.
Like I start crossing my fingers.
Lamar and Andrews right here. Like these are our next 2 picks.
Yeah, that's what I start doing.
That's what we hope. Then we watch Mark Andrews get taken by Wydad.
Well, Kincaid's going to go first, I think. So, but nobody else has a tight end amongst these 4. So,
well, you would hope that Kincaid
Allen's going to take
first.
Kincaid. Yeah,
Right.
Allen's going to take Kincaid.
That or you can like start working your way into backdoor Mahomes, Worthy stacks. Maybe.
Well, Mahomes was long gone.
Mahomes is gone.
Oh, is he gone? Oh, I didn't even see him go. Okay, never
Yeah.
mind.
He went with the Kelsey drafter.
Oh, Allen went that late then? Wow.
Yeah. Hurts went afterwards, obviously.
Like
Hurts
it's gonna
went
be
where it was
it's gonna be hard for Allen to replicate the production. He averaged a touchdown for every 7.5 carries under Joe Brady. It's just not gonna happen again. But even
Josh
then,
Allen?
this is that's really where he got his fantasy points from. Like he was on a unsustainable tear in rushing touchdowns. Like I don't think he can do it again. 1 for every 7.5 attempts.
What is it, like 8 or 9 in total? How many touchdowns did he have on the ground? You know,
that's the second half of the
stat.
season. I don't remember how many total he had under Brady, but it was from week 9 on. It was from that Jets game on. When Brady took over. Yeah, but it was
less than 8.
It was a whole half of a season, including the playoffs. Yeah, that's the whole reason of like when you're arguing Josh Allen's going to regress behind Jalen Hurts, which is what I'm doing. That's part of it, is that he just can't do that again on the ground like Deebo Samuel.
Are we going to get sniped here?
Wydad is in the chat probably, and I thought he was going to slow roll us. But we do get Mark Andrews.
Good. Oh, sweet. This is perfect. That's beautiful.
Yeah. So we start Bijan, Malik Neighbors, DJ Moore, get Lamar, Mark Andrews for the
This
stack.
is what you want too, because whenever Mark Andrews, like the 9 full games he played, Zay Flowers had 1 end zone target. Like they basically did not unlock Zay Flowers until Mark Andrews got injured. And then they used him properly. So like you want the Lamar Andrews dunk on Flowers is the build you're trying to do.
So do you guys agree with me? Like Higgins, Zay, Diggs, Pickens, that quarterback situation's a disaster. You know, I think his ADP's too high. Are you in agreement that sort of like tier of receivers is kind of, I don't want to say dead zone because they're all usable, obviously, but they all feel like they're just a little bit overpriced to me. Do other people feel the same way?
To me, the argument like for Pickens is the one I want the most. That's the one that's going to kill me because I don't have much of. But the argument has always been that whenever you see Mahomes, Hurts, Allen, Jackson, Andrews, Kincaid, that group of tight ends we want as well. whenever they go around George Pickens, I can't possibly clip George Pickens ever. Like
Right.
That's what I've been saying
Yeah.
all season.
Yeah.
So it's not even an argument against George Pickens. It's just about the construction of our drafts.
It's 100% roster construction. That's where I'm grabbing a lot of elite tight end, a lot of elite quarterback as well.
Yeah.
I like some of the wide receivers that go in the next range a lot. Like I am huge on Jaden Reed this year. Like
Sure.
he's one of my highest drafted players. So when I can get Jaden Reed as wide receiver 4, sometimes 5, depending on what construction I'm going with, I'm like more than fine with that after I've grabbed my elite tight end, elite quarterback. And that's sort of the way I've been playing it myself. I mix those guys in some here and there. Because I like McLaurin enough. I want Jaden Daniels stuff, but most drafts it's Lamar, Allen, Hurts, Mahomes, Andrews,
And it's
The
just
Diggs
one of those
thing
tight
is-
ends for sure. Yeah.
I'm kind of dug in on Diggs, just being I don't want to say a full fade. I have a couple shares here and there, but we talked about it last year, how much he regressed in the back half of the season, and he had no receiving competition, basically nil. Like Shakur was there was nobody else out there, and he still was putting up horrible. The second half was just terrible games. None were really usable from a fantasy perspective. It has cost. And now he's got to compete against Tank and Collins. I know he's in a great offense, and I think he's well positioned. And the other thing I keep saying is tell me the long list of 31-year-old receivers that change teams and stay elite. Like in the history of football, it's like 2 guys: Randy Moss, Terrell Owens,
Alvin Harper.
Somebody was saying Bolden the other day, which Bolden's a good answer, but if he's your third answer, you're kind of making my point.
How old did you say Steve Smith as one of the 2?
Steve Smith.
I don't remember how old he was when he switched teams.
Carolina to Baltimore.
Yeah.
Was he elite in Baltimore or just have memorable plays?
I
Gosh,
don't know. He
remember.
told God, what was that corner's name to ice up, and that was elite to me.
He said something to Jerry Jeudy too.
Yeah, the highlight reel.
All right, we are on the clock. We
So,
see Mixon.
Are you guys is it point counterpoint? Am I wrong about Diggs? Please tell me. Because he landed in a great spot. Is the counterpoint?
Let's make our pick real quick. We got 18 seconds. We got
Look
Mixon.
at tight end. Look at tight end. I think they're all
Already
gone.
got Andrews.
We
Andrew.
got
Oh yeah,
Andrew.
sorry. We got Andrew. Never mind. Forget me.
Another. Who's the best receiver on the board?
Keenan Allen.
Have you heard he's
Chicago
husky
double?
this year?
Keenan Allen or Brian Thomas? God, Brian Thomas has heated up a lot too lately.
We took Brian Thomas.
That's cool.
He could ascend to the number 1, I think, because isn't Kirk not necessarily a long-term play in there in Jacksonville? It feels like that. This could be his last year.
Maybe, yeah. So I guess honestly, for this build, the argument for Diggs too is that we still get Baltimore-Houston Week 17 correlation too.
We don't care about that.
We don't care about that.
Oh yeah, it's cumulative. Never mind. You're right.
You got to turn your underdog brain off.
We swap around so much, I forget.
Yeah.
We
I
draft
like
on
this
everything.
format better, personally. I don't know if you guys have a preference, but I like not having to worry about
I
that.
liked being able to bulk load and just not worrying about it. But then Underdog also added bulk loading. It's okay. I'll just keep going back and forth. Then that's what I do.
The sprint.
DraftKings, I'm only going to get my single entries done. I'm not going to get a 150 in the milli, unfortunately.
Oh, you need to play the best contest on
What's the best
DraftKings,
What
and
is
it's
it?
hidden. It's hidden. It's
Tell me
not
what it
even.
is.
It is a September only best ball tournament, so
What?
it's just the first 4 weeks, and
Huh.
it's first 2 weeks. It's first 2 weeks, top 2 advance, playoff week, finals.
Wow. I know this. I know, like
Wow.
for redraft, I know the schedules too. Like the Titans' offense is going to be miserable the first month of the season. They have the toughest schedule in the league.
But you can't go into the best ball tab because it's not in the best ball tab.
Where is it at?
Oh, well, that's what I'm doing.
That's the
Superflex?
problem. That's why you don't find it. You have to go into the NFL tab, and then there's a best ball section in the NFL tab, and then it'll just be 4 weeks. We're back on the clock here,
Okay.
boys.
I'm going to play it. That's awesome. I didn't know
Mo-
that.
Christian, what
Montgomery-
it's called? What's
Watson?
it called? Like 4 weeks.
Real quick, Christian Watson. That's what I heard.
Yeah.
Final answer.
We draft upside. We draft Christian Watson and
Okay.
worry about it later.
You got to talk about the Green Bay stuff because, Rob, you're hyping them up, and I just don't know. There's too many options and too many guys, and
Well,
it
that's why
feels
you do
like
it with
it's gonna
best
be-
ball, because like at least we can avoid the headache with best ball.
Yeah.
So I got to draft 4 of them?
No,
5 of them?
Nah, you just
Hacker
no,
every draft.
no,
Hacker every draft.
you take a couple and like flip the flop. Let's see
Yeah.
what happens. You take a couple, just let the chips fall where they may. Who cares about the rest?
Are they still the youngest team in the league?
Yes.
Green Bay?
Yeah.
Okay.
Because like their oldest wide receiver is still 26, I believe, which is insane.
Yeah.
So when you click on the NFL tab, it says
Mhm.
like classic, pick six, and all that.
Yeah.
Then you go into the best ball tab on that one, and then it'll say week 1 to 4 tournament underneath the sit and go section.
Why did they hide it from us? That's my next
I
question.
don't know, but
Do
it's
you know how
hidden.
many entries there are by chance? Because that's an easy way for me to find it, I think. Do you have it
Sure.
available or no?
I can pull it up. It's only
There's a
one
survivor.
tournament.
The survivor is not going to sell it either. There's probably some good strategy in that. Just backload all your buys, I guess.
7,776, and it's half full right now because
That's
no
a
one can find it.
Oh, yeah, there it is. Okay. It's called September Survivor 2. Okay. I see it now. Huh. I
Yeah,
thought that was
September.
Survivor for the entire season. That's why I didn't dig into
that's what
it.
it's
Okay.
called, Survivor. So that's weird.
Yeah,
But it's a 4-week Survivor? Like,
It's
it's an
it's
oxymoron. Yeah.
top 2 teams from the first 2 weeks advance from your pod, just like a normal one. Then week 3 is a playoff week, and then week 4 is the finals.
Have you dug into like the first 4 weeks and, as far as matchups, have you gone that far?
I get the overlay from us, but that doesn't help with the matchups. So I
Yeah.
sometimes just put the schedule up next to me. And sometimes
Yeah,
I
like
just raw draft it. I'm only doing a couple. I'm not doing a ton, but it's fun.
I got a list of like running backs for easiest first month of the season if you need it.
Ooh,
I can
slide
show
in
you.
the
well-
DMs.
Well, you know how easy this tournament is. Jonathan Brooks is getting drafted in it.
I was just gonna say, like, don't draft Curtis Samuel. You don't draft Josh Downs. Probably,
You just don't draft injured players in general.
Yeah, I mean, Hawkinson getting drafted?
I hope so.
Yeah,
I gotta go.
there's probably,
I'm gonna jump in. I'm gonna jump in after this.
That's
you
a
got-
fun
you-
tournament.
You got my attention.
It's fun, and no one knows about it.
So what
So
do we
they'll
have right
probably-
now? Oh, go
Right
ahead.
now, we are sitting with Lamar Jackson, Bijan, Neighbors, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, Christian Watson, Mark Andrews were on the clock.
I get a lot of Pollard here. I see Pollard's gone.
Yeah, we got
White's falling back,
Zamir,
and I'm
Jameson Williams.
I don't mind Jameson.
Jalen
that's where I would
Warren.
go.
I don't mind Jalen.
Or you want Love if you want to. Well, you want to. Is it too early to go elite double stack for quarterbacks? Is that something you want to do? We already have Lamar.
and we just take Wicks later. Because
Well,
we
yeah,
don't
grab
have
Jameson
Reed,
Williams.
right? We don't have Reed.
You get Wicks. You can get one of the tight ends later if you want.
If you want to do that, Rob, that's fine.
He's already
We ended
gone. I mean, we got
Yeah.
JMO, which is fine. I think Jameson's really
Yeah.
solid.
I'm not
Jalen
even I'm not even part of the JMO hive, but I think JMO's fine. Like his upside is literally a weekly top 24 wide receiver.
He's also our 5th wide receiver on this team, so he
Perfect.
like works out perfectly in this spot. I might have pushed up one of the running backs a little bit, but there's also a chance that they fall back to us as well.
Fantasy Dog says the Mostert blinders are on. Yeah, I'm kind of an ageist. I don't really play. I'll get to him once in a while, but I just don't want to play the 31-year-old running back coming up a career year, like who's just history of injuries.
Right.
Great offense to be attached to. It's just funny we're all ignoring him, but like, of course, if he comes anywhere close to last year, but where are you guys as far as Mostert?
I'm almost zeroed out on Mostert, to be
It's
so
so funny. You don't care.
It is crazy because you're right. It was literally like the best running back, like Dave Montgomery, and then it was Raheem Mostert last year. Career highs quite literally across the board. But as I mentioned earlier, his 9th season, and he did all that. Like it just doesn't happen. You don't replicate that in then your 10th season whenever you've shown us what you are throughout your career. So no, the bet is Achane and Jalen Wright. That's the bet.
I mean, and the bet's mostly just been Achane for me. Like I'm heavily overweight on Achane, so that's sort of the way I decided to play it.
I caught some of your stream earlier, Rob, and you were saying like you take these big stands, and I like the fact you take some big stands. But you were saying that like I have not drafted CMC. I think feel free to correct me. Like you just won't draft CMC, and there's somebody else who's like you just wouldn't draft. Like,
Yep.
at some point.
We're on the
like,
clock real
Oh,
quick.
okay.
Sorry.
Yeah.
You guys like Warren, Chase Brown?
Love's still there.
Oh, we can still do love if you
Do
want.
you want to do the love thing and try to?
Sure. Let's do the
I
love.
think it's kind of fun to have 2 elite
Sure.
quarterbacks.
We're going to star Dontavian Wicks too.
In our head, we're going to star him, and we're not
Okay.
going to let the chat hear that we said that.
Okay.
No, I take
need more
big
wine.
stands on players, and I like to do it through the first round personally. So my game theory this year, I'm almost 0 on CMC. I auto drafted him once, and when I auto drafted him, I made sure it was a very unique build. It was him, Achane, Kyron, and I think maybe one more running back late, and just pounded wide receiver the rest of the draft because I accidentally autoed CMC. I'm fading Tyreek Hill as well.
Really?
Yeah, it's
What is that for?
for everything on every tournament. It hurts a little
you
more
like
now.
Bane, man. You like Bane.
It hurts. Well, I also if you look at his production towards the back end of the season last year, it wasn't great either.
He was kind of dinged last year, wasn't he? Weren't both the receivers,
Right.
Waddle and
Dude,
I feel like-
they came down to that last month. The entire team just plagued. They
Yeah.
all man were so.
It got
bad.
cold. It got cold. I
Got
think, which is
cold.
probably not
They were
good.
they were also really banged up. The argument against the Dolphins this year is that their offensive line is bullshit. I don't know if everyone noticed this, but their offensive line it might be the worst in the league. It is horrendous.
Worse than the Patriots.
I think so. Yes, the Patriots
Wow.
just made it look worse in the preseason because they have a pocket passer, whereas at least McDaniels is an intuitive play caller as well. And like Shanahan, he can kind of hide the injuries.
Yeah.
The Patriots, though, like still just drop back their guys like old school and tell Jacoby Brissett to figure it out. That's the issue.
Get rid of that ball really, really quickly. Really, really
Gosh,
quickly.
like the Patriots also they blitzed at a league high rate during the preseason, and as we've talked about for the last like 6 years on the Pick Six, anytime Burrow's going to get blitzed, you just stack them at single digit ownership and let the chips fall where they may. The thing is, though, is that man, the Patriots offense sucks so hard that there's going to be zero pushback. Like it's going to be not fun at all.
Yeah.
So I just want to test this though, Rob. Like, so say Tyreek falls to like the 7 spot. You're still saying no at 7, 8, 10?
When I'm drafting 500 teams and I've made that stand,
Yeah.
what does that one Tyreek Hill team do for my portfolio?
It makes it better. It makes it incrementally better. Tyreek at the 8 spot. Just a little bit better.
I mean, it's a stand I made. It allowed me to get 16% or more of all the other players around there that I wanted to get completely overweight on. It's just game theory. I know it's going to bite me some years, right? Like obviously there's going to be years that Tyreek goes nuts, CMC goes nuts still. But I bet I went with the age bet a little bit. CMC, Tyreek are two of the older players that are in those top 7 picks, top 8 picks. So, and when Tyreek loses a step, I think, like just a half a step, it's going to be a lot tougher for him to do what he does. Not saying that's going to happen this year by any means, but grabbing Wicks right now.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah,
for
you
sure.
got it.
That's fun too. Also, I need to text Big T and tell him to stack his quarterbacks. What
I
is he
told
doing?
you. You thought I was making this up. How many quarterbacks? He just picks like quarterbacks that have no correlation.
Like, it's
he
like-
picks them back to back.
I mean, I don't ever argue against players. You pick in the same tier, whatever. I don't care. But like when you start going like pocket passers who don't run the ball without their
Yeah.
stack, I get a little confused.
Again, Big T, super sharp guy. Not a shot, but it's
course.
just a little weird. It's a little weird.
Unless he's gonna like spring Yoshi Voss and Jasicki stacks on us in the last round. Who knows?
Yeah.
So just to finish that point though, so now I'm extremely overweight. Lamb, Jefferson, Bijan, Amon-Ra's like even. I'm overweight Jamar Chase, which like things are happening there that we don't love, but I'm able to double my ownership on these guys. And if I'm able to get, and we know like that range is like just so they're all amazing players. So if I'm picking the right 4 out of 6, then I'm fine with it, right? And it's easier to get rid of the guy at the 101 spot and the 103 spot and move the other guys around when they're relatively similar in production, and I can get more of those teams into the playoff format and try to get more of those teams to the finals. It's not a player take thing. It's more of a, it's just,
hear ya.
You know what I mean?
Who,
That makes sense.
do we got to get a running back now? Are we waiting for an RB? Are we? When do you get nervous when you only have one running back? This is kind of the spot where I would get nervous. That's
Yeah,
me,
we
though.
should probably start grabbing some. We have
Yeah,
Gus
it's
Edwards,
But I like
Chuba.
so many of these guys. Like I like all of them. I'd say Ty Chandler, honestly. But it doesn't. Yeah, okay. Let's say if you like someone else, let me know.
I don't mind Chuba on drafters because we're going to get that front weighted production from him. So like at least you are getting usable weeks. I like Ty Chandler.
Gosh, no one's ever said this on a podcast this year, but I kind of like Miles Sanders instead of Chuba Hubbard. No one said that. But like
I've heard some podcasts. I've heard nobody say that.
They literally signed him to a 5-year contract, and then he suffered a preseason injury, and then he suffered 2 more injuries throughout the regular season. And so, like, of course, then he had a career low inefficiency. But we're only 1 year removed from an RB 22 points per game season with the Eagles, and there's a wide open path. Chuba Hubbard, when he got that starting role, we talked about this last year on the show too. He just became Miles Sanders. He was bad whenever he got the starting role. So I think it's a coin toss, and you can get Miles Sanders in the last round as opposed to Chuba Hubbard. So that's kind of why I just always leans towards Sanders on drafters.
So that 4-round tournament I was telling you guys about on DraftKings, I'm not a Miles Sanders guy, but that tournament I draft him in the 20th round.
Yeah, that makes
he's in the 20th round.
Yeah, that makes sense.
And
you're just playing the odds, and Chuba goes 4 or 5 rounds before. It's like that doesn't make sense. I'm gonna
Chuba
draft
goes
the other guy
4 or 5 rounds before. He's way up there compared.
I gotta get after this. I'm gonna go finish the Aggie game and just draft these teams over here.
Last I saw 6-6. Is that still the score or no for Notre Dame?
Last I saw was 6-6-2. I don't have a TV in this room.
Yeah, I should probably pull up the score. I know it was closing in on halftime. Same regime that gave Miles Sanders the money, or is it a new regime? Are they married to this guy?
Entirely new regime.
Okay.
Canales, GM, everyone's different there. Dean, this is going to blow your mind. Their offensive coordinator under Canales, he was born in 1991.
Oh my God.
I heard you say this the other day, and it made me.
He's the youngest. Brad Idzik is the youngest in the league, and will just make you feel like you've done nothing with your life.
Yeah.
I heard somebody else say this too in relation to the McNair doc. I don't know if you guys listen to the McNair doc or watch the McNair doc on Netflix. But we think of Jeff Fisher as like this old, grizzled, old school guy with the mustache and punting on 4th and 3 from the 50-yard line. But he was like 32 when he became the head coach for Tennessee, which is just, you forget he was that guy.
He just looked 50 because he looked like a 70s porn star with that mustache.
Well, generations before always look older. Have you ever popped open like a 1960s yearbook? The entire student body looks like they're 50.
Yeah.
Like they just all look old as hell. And you're just like, we don't look like that anymore. Like what was going on? Yeah. So
whenever whenever you see like old photos and like old Westerns or Game of Thrones, you're like, was that person attractive, or were they like a 1 over 10 for their era adjusted? Like, I'm not sure. We always talk about that too.
By the way, Big T did get a 3rd quarterback, so he got Tua now. Does he have any Dolphins? I feel like he has any Dolphins.
Of course he does. No.
He has Garrett Wilson though. It's same division at least. So.
Oh well, same. He's a division adjacent.
At least with Burrow and Prescott, they're late round guys you could just tack on.
What?
Tua. You really have to make sure you get Malik Washington.
Yeah. Oh yeah.
You have no choice.
Yeah,
we're gonna be.
You got to get Jonnu and Washington basically.
We're on.
Who's your favorite last tight end, John or Rob? Either one of you guys. You have a favorite one you're kind of leaning to?
Let's pick real quick. We got 20 seconds. Do we want to take another running back?
Yes. I would say another running back. I'm a McLaughlin lover. If you want Charbonnet instead, that's okay. But
I prefer Algier of that group, but I don't have. It's not a hot take.
We have Bijan. We'll grab McLaughlin.
We got Bijan.
Yeah.
We'll grab McLaughlin and we'll pray that Charbonnet comes back.
I think one of them will come back.
I'm really good at asking questions right when we're on the clock.
You do.
You guys notice that?
Great
My
host.
timing is spectacular.
It's impressive, actually.
Professional host. It's amazing.
You really crushed these best ball streams. I
Yeah.
gassed you up. I hyped you up earlier, and you're like, "What do you think about the worst tight ends in the league?" And round,
We at least all did not say J.K. Dobbins. That's what's important. None of us. We just all glossed over him.
I've been taking some Dobbins, some.
The way I put in the ETR
Uh.
Slack is if J.K. Dobbins beats me, like let him beat me. Like,
Yeah.
I
Mhm.
dare Dobbins to beat me, and if it happens, that's okay. I'm wrong.
How does he do it? Like, what's the path that he beats you? Like, map it out for me. I don't even know how it happens.
I don't know. Gus Edwards gets injured and Dobbins stays healthy. I think.
Yeah,
I
but
just-
isn't Gus Edwards already injured?
Yeah.
Like legitimately, didn't he just have surgery?
I don't
Monty-
think so.
Monty Vidal did make the regular season roster too. He's their RB3.
Yeah, I mean, like that's more the concern. I don't even think Vidal's any good, but that team, I don't know, bad vibes. It feels like that team's not going to be great this year. They might just be kicking the tires on everything that they have at that point.
I feel bad for Herbert. Like, it's a terrible situation for him. Like,
Yeah.
it's free Herbert. He should. This is not the offense he should be in.
They're going to turn him into a game manager, but they still have to win in doing that. That's the issue. So I don't know, man. I
Do
don't
we
know.
want to go Jalen Wright?
Yes.
That's more fun than Dobbins, in my
Yeah,
opinion.
Jalen Wright. Jordan Mason around this range. That's a good pick too.
That's a good pick as well. I like it.
I also think Dobbins is fine on drafters because we are looking for some potential production occasionally, depending on your roster.
See if he
He
falls
also
again.
doesn't catch the ball, right? Like, that's kind of the part like I was getting at. He's not a receiver.
Well,
I mean,
no one
we don't-
does on the
We
chart.
don't know since we've seen him for 3 games in the last 3 seasons, so who knows what the hell he does.
But he's labeled as one of those guys that doesn't really catch the ball as far as running backs. Am I correct in saying the label? I'm not saying it's the right label, but
Yes, but he also played in an offense that doesn't target their running backs in Baltimore.
Right.
okay.
Like,
Because I always
even-
found that weird. It's like, even I have no athletic ability at this point, but like, I can catch a football thrown at me like 7 yards away. It's like, well, this running back struggles to catch the ball. Like, everybody can catch a football. Like, I don't understand why are some running backs labeled like, oh, they can't, they have bad hands.
Well,
You
did you
can't catch a football?
ever hear the Travis Etienne stuff? Eric Bimefor really
No.
dove into this. He didn't know how to catch a football properly and how to work on how he actually handled the ball for an entire off season and stuff. He doesn't have a natural catch motion or something like that. It's just like, what are you doing? Like, are you trying to catch the ball like this? Like, what do you mean you don't have a natural catch motion?
You ever see the program? What you got to do is the coach is that you got to carry a football around throughout all your classes. People are going to come by and try to slap it out of your hands, get you to fumble. It's very important. I've not heard that story though.
Dean, what was your favorite show you watched this offseason?
The Bear.
Oh, okay. That's actually a hot take too, because a lot of people didn't like season 3.
I haven't
Okay,
watched any
I
of
didn't
that
finish.
show
I
yet.
didn't finish season 3. Because I wanted it, you could plow through it in a weekend. It's super easy, right? It's quick watch. It's spectacular. I wanted to enjoy it, so I want to let it marinate. I don't want to plow through 7 episodes and just
Good.
I'm done with it. And,
Good.
Yeah, I try to watch it traditionally.
That's why Arrested Development, whenever they came back from that decade hiatus, it wasn't fun because Arrested Development's not a good show to just plow through. You need to let every episode marinate slowly. And so the newest season on Netflix just sucked.
I also didn't like the
bad.
way they shot that season too.
That's fair too. Yeah.
You
but,
know, it was
No one will ever push me off Arrested Development being one of the greatest shows ever.
Oh, it is. It is.
The first couple seasons
I've never
were
really seen it.
They reset TV.
We are on the clock, and then we will talk more about Arrested Development. Do we want to take Kamani Vidal? Do we want to take that chance? Braylon Allen's here. We could take.
I
Luke
like Vidal
Musgrave.
over Allen. Even though Allen is a direct handcuff, and we took Bijan over Brees. So if you want to do that, that's okay too.
Allen could be a top 5 running back if
Sure.
we lose Hall, right? Is that fair to
Yes.
say?
If Hall gets injured, I think Allen gets everything. I don't think there's another guy there.
All right, we took.
Okay.
I went with Dean's pick there.
I have a ton of Allen. I'm shooting for the upside.
Sure, totally.
All right,
Not
we're-
rooting for injury, of course. I got to say that by law. I can't.
I
I'm not
know.
rooting for anybody to get hurt.
It should
But if it so happens,
be implied. And I hate.
Abanikanda was good, but it was against the fourth stringers in the preseason, and they literally just didn't even play Braylon Allen because he's that much further ahead than Abanikanda. So it's Braylon Allen is the handcuff you need.
I remember he was on Hard Knocks last year, wasn't he? Wasn't he one of the guys that was featured last year on Hard Knocks? Okay. Yeah, I'm trying to think what other show you sort of forget, right? Right now we're kind of like in a lull. I'm trying to get into the Bad Monkey, which
Did you watch Fallout?
No. Based on on Amazon, based on the video game. Is it worth watching?
I loved it, to be honest with you.
Okay.
Walter Goggins is in it, who is always amazing.
Spectacular. Little baby Billy.
Just he's always phenomenal, and he's phenomenal in this as well. So
yeah, I love him. He's great.
It's like wacky, but it's it's Fallout. Like I think it's a fun show. I'm not going to sit here and say it's like going to win Emmys or whatever the hell TV shows get.
Is the video game fun? Is that worth tracking down?
The video games were fun. Fallout.
We're playing them now. There's no new ones, right?
There hasn't been. We can still take Musgrave as our second tight end here.
Sure.
You guys into that? Do
Sure.
this whole Green Bay thing?
Yeah, he's fallen enough where I think 173 is that's acceptable. I don't like when he goes like 135, 140. At least he was earlier. I thought
Fallout New Vegas is the best Fallout game if you wanted to play one.
Okay.
I think that's the one I played too. Yeah.
It was a lot of fun.
I'll check it out.
It's like an open world game if you're playing any. Yeah, and it was a good adaptation. They did really well with the adaptation on it. So you don't need to play the games to watch the show at all.
Okay.
It does a really good job of setting up the universe and the world without any of the game involvements. There's like little nods, like little Easter eggs, like a nod of the head to people that have watched the show, but
sure,
you're not going to miss anything plot wise watching Fallout. So
and getting back to the important stuff for the Bear is what I want to keep getting Dean's review of it. So you loved season 2 and now you're holding off.
1 and 2. No, I'm into. I have a couple more episodes, maybe 3 or 4 episodes left of 3. 1 and 2 were amazing. Like there were some incredible episodes. Like the one where have you guys ever worked in a restaurant? You work in the industry, because I think it sort of helps enhance just the kind of watching it, because it's the way it captures. It's as realistic as I've seen it captured basically on film. There's one episode where it's like it's a oneer, like all one shot basically. They probably cut maybe once or twice, but it looks like it's all one shot where they get like a good review in the paper, and like the kitchen crashes, and it's just like tension and tension and tension, and it's incredible. And then of course the Christmas episode, like speaking of tension, like there's some individual episodes that are just
that's what it's known for. It's known for everything, but the Christmas episode's called Fishes, and the next episode, which is Richie's character arc, that's called Forks. So it's known for being fishes and forks. Like those are the 2 episodes when you reach it, it'll change your life most of the time.
Yes.
I still have to watch The Bear. I haven't watched any of it.
Oh,
yet.
You need to
Why have you refused? Why have you been a holdout? You're just busy? Is this like a time kill of TV shows for you?
What's it on? Amazon?
It's on Hulu. It's FX, but watch it on Hulu.
That's why, because I have not had a Hulu in a while, so it doesn't pop up in my face, so I don't see it. We are on the clock.
Or if you have cable, it's probably on FX.
I do. I could probably get it.
How do we feel about Luke McCaffrey?
Hold up, but we have Lamar. That's the only argument. And also why I hate drafters, because anytime you take Lamar, Rashad Bateman's always just hanging around because nobody wants him, and you have to take him.
Right.
So, I'm told he's in like the best shape of his life.
They're lying.
Shocking. You've heard that someone's in the best shape of their life.
Like you always get stuck with Bateman on drafters if you have Lamar. It's the worst.
I have more than I probably should.
Exactly, because it just correlates. It just makes sense. And McCaffrey's good at football. The thing is, he didn't have a good camp. And then they signed Noah Brown, who's like legitimately their second best wide receiver right now.
Yeah. He jumped Diami?
I believe he will. Will he learn the playbook in 2 weeks? I don't know about that for week 1. But Brown is like legitimately, he's going to jump Diami and Zacchaeus for sure, because he's just better at football than them.
Yeah, I started.
Is Washington going to be like poor man's whack-a-mole? Like we talk about Green Bay being whack-a-mole. Is Washington poor man's whack-a-mole?
It'll be McLaurin, Eckler, and Robinson, and then we'll have to see. They're probably going to try to play Zach Ertz because Kingsbury always played Zach Ertz over Trey McBride until he got injured.
Crazy.
So they're definitely going to play Ertz, but like how long will that last is the real question. Ertz averaged 5 catches per game and 22 career gains under Clint Kingsbury. Like, dude, they just threw him out there. They didn't care about anything else.
What is this yak? What is Ertz?
It's I think it's I had a tweet about it. I think it's 4.5 yards per target. Like literally. I think it's just
We are on the
Wandale
clock.
Robinson of tight ends.
We only have 5 running backs, and one of them is good. Do we like Justice Hill, Roshan, Will Shipley right now? Cam Akers.
I think Roshan's the best of that group for me. What do you got, John?
I was to say Cam Akers. Cam Akers has become kind of a fun pick.
We're buying that. We're buying it.
I'll take him for you. I'm not buying it, but
I don't know if there's anything to buy though, right? He's literally just the RB2 because they hate Damian Pierce.
They do hate Damian Pierce. That was a conversation we had earlier. Is how much they hate.
Maybe just draft. I know we don't want to do this. Maybe just draft Mixon.
Yeah, no. Whenever he falls to an appropriate cost, I'm in on Mixon too. Mixon is literally just arbitrage Josh Jacobs, where you should not take Jacobs a round or two earlier when all you're doing is making the argument for contract and elite offense. Because that's all Jacobs been terrible the last 18 games. He's been Ezekiel Elliott. We just want Joe Mixon instead, for sure.
I'll make it a point to watch the Bear soon. I will.
It's just
September,
different.
October is really tough.
Every little detail, even down to the music. The music is spectacular. The soundtrack, and probably maybe if you're of a certain age, like there's a lot of Pearl Jam in there.
Yeah.
Like you can tell the person like grew up like in like 90s pop culture, whoever's doing the music there. But and also you probably spent some time. Well, you did spend some time there, Daniel, in Chicago. I would imagine that would attract you a little bit more. To are you a fan?
I'm still there. I'm on the road right now, but
is that your home base right now, Chicago?
Oh yeah, the burbs, Chicago, still my home. Now for like 4.5, 5 years, something like that. And I have been to Chicago beef. Although, if you go to Chicago, Johnny's beef on the west side, that's still like the best Italian beef you could ever get. But you should go to like the Green Door Tavern is next to the shooting location for the Bear, and that's a place that I think only takes cash still. Just an old school tavern. It's really good.
Hate it. I was just in New York for like every other week for the last 2 months, and there's so many cash only places. I'm like, you're in New York City. Like, just let me give you my card. I'm traveling.
But their food is so good that you're willing to cede to their stupid rule. Them not giving you the technology.
I know.
I think it's a compliment to how good the food is. If the line's still out the door, people are paying in cash.
Yeah.
Like, who does that?
But I want to. I don't want to
all
travel
right,
with cash.
Breaking news in 2023, Zach Ertz had 46 yards total after the catch.
How many catches?
I exited already. I exited after my joke. Sorry.
Oh, was that for real? Or was that a joke? Or that was
no, that's for real. It's literally 46 yards total after the catch in 2023. Yeah.
That's not a lot.
No.
Right, do we want Malik Washington in the 18th round? Because he's never here anymore.
Yeah. Big T didn't want him. According to the chat, the chat is saying Big T is on auto pick, which might be the case.
Sure.
That's what they're theorizing. So maybe that's what's going on there. I have not noticed
probably.
The clock.
I was in a 10K where Big T was on auto pick too. So.
What a humble brag, by the way.
Thought he would have taken this.
For who, by the way? For which one? Yeah.
For both of you, but Hens is bigger, I think. Hens is bigger.
Yeah.
He's
but I'm trying to retire. Big T retired 3 years ago. So
what 10K? What sort of FBC or FBC or something?
DraftKings. DraftKings.
Were you with the one with the guys from?
No, not. I wasn't on. I wasn't on a streamed one. They actually feel they feel like somewhat prominently. Honestly, it's kind of the same guys over and over again. But no, they feel pretty good. I think Herzig and Levitan are both going to have double-digit bullets in it.
Herzig's supposedly like one of the best, right? I know he's synonymous with best ball.
And if you not only does he pay attention every day, but also like if you just grind it, it's plus EV for you for sure, because you're gonna get into so many drafts where people are just screwing up all the time and doing like unstacked and uncorrelated quarterbacks, for instance.
So what do we need? We have 2 spots left. What is our breakdown? We don't need another quarterback, right?
No,
we have
we're
two-
good
two,
at quarterback. We're good at tight end. We're probably good at receiver. I think our running backs, we have Bijan, but we really pushed that second running back to Ty Chandler. We have Ty
Yeah.
Chandler, McLaughlin, Wright, Braylon Allen, Cam Akers.
Steele's dead, right? Carson Steele's basically dead at this point, I think.
Probably.
Miller's on IR, right?
I'm a bigger Garendo fan than Steele because Elijah Mitchell's out for the year, so we really only have who knows what it is between Jordan Mason and Garendo if McCaffrey gets injured, and McCaffrey's already missed 3 weeks due to a calf injury.
Sanders, you made the case is not completely bonkers, and like the back half of that case is like when Carolina inevitably is like 1-9 or whatever they are. Like, how much are they going to want to push Brooks in a lost year? I've got basically 0 of him, so that's one of the reasons why I'm not taking him. He's probably more interesting on a site like Underdog, where maybe he closes up the season strong, right? You need him in the playoffs as opposed to this format.
No, yeah, I would say non-cumulative, definitely more interesting.
Tell me about this running back for Vegas, Dylan
Lave.
I'm not a Dylan Lave guy. I know a lot of people are, but even in college, he was more known for his punt and kick returning. And so I think that's why they drafted him, honestly, was to literally just to do that. Yes. Except he's like homeless Kyron Williams. He's very good at special teams. That's the thing. And so I think they drafted him specifically just for that. Alexander Madison is their pass catching back. And again,
some of him.
Everyone wanted Madison in the 6th round last year, but now you don't want him in the 18th round. Come on now. Let's all correct ourselves.
I just don't want Raiders. Talk about the bad vibes. Raiders.
They do play all 3 games indoors. Not that it matters on drafters, but I'm just saying in the playoffs.
They close out the season.
Yeah,
I want their opponents, I guess.
Last 3 games are all indoors. The only team in the NFL who plays all their games indoors too.
Interesting. Detroit's got 13 or 14 in the season indoors. I guess one is not
13 of their first 14, I think it is. Championship games though in San Francisco is outdoors again. And
tough spot.
Again, Rich and I always yell about this. It doesn't really matter about indoors for golf. It comes down to whether he's pressured or not. That's when he crumbles, and why the Rams had to trade him to actually win the Super Bowl. And even last year, in San Francisco, when he was under pressure, he went 1 for 3 for 3 yards. It was bad. So yeah, it's not good for the championship rounds for the Lions.
Best Ball Vaki, Best Ball Moderate saying who's in on Vaki, and that's a Lion. I think
that's a Corain and Davis thing. Only them two.
Did they have a good spark score, a good cone drill or something? Is that what's going on here?
I think they get more tantalized by he was a safety turned running back who was an athlete who handled carries. But yes, Sione Vaki, I believe his name is. That's someone who exists in our universe.
I've been drafting hundreds of drafts, and I maybe it's on me. Maybe I'm a dope. My research isn't quite there. I've never heard of this guy, and I don't watch a lot of college football.
He made the roster. He did make the roster.
He did make the roster. I'll give him that.
We have 1 pick left. We're on the clock. I think it's between Donta Foreman and Miles Sanders. But
yeah, because I'm a 2 tight end, 2 quarterback elitist. So
same.
I like being very volatile with my teams.
Yeah.
I'm dependent depending on how strong my quarterbacks and tight ends are. But on drafters and DK, where you get a couple extra picks, I like
Foreman or Sanders.
The nonsense type. Sanders.
No one's taking Sanders.
Got him.
I'm going to start working Sanders in. I'm going to start working him in because I think you gave me a nice little sales pitch there, John. And then there's a chance that who knows what we're going to get from Brooks and how much he'll get pushed. And they did pay him, not different regime, but he's still getting paid.
Oh, yeah.
Different situation because they probably cut him at some point.
He still has a massive contract. Yeah.
Let's go over our roster real quick. We went with Lamar and Jordan Love at quarterback, Bijan, Ty Chandler, McLaughlin, Jalen Wright, Braylon Allen, Cam Akers.
Hero
Garendo.
RB for sure.
Yes, absolutely. Hero RB.
My favorite strategy.
Miles Sanders. Wide receivers are Malik Neighbors, DJ Moore, Brian Thomas, Christian Watson, Jameson Williams, Dontavian Wicks, Rashad Bateman, Malik Washington, and Mark Andrews and Luke Musgrave. So superhero RB with Bijan. I think we get enough front weight production to try to get some of these running backs to hit. And we're trying to win a massive tournament is what we need to remember. That's what people forget sometimes. Does it look great? The running backs? No, but all it takes is like 2 or 3 of these guys hitting.
Somebody asked before in the chat if Neighbors is what's God, I'm forgetting the guy's name, the quarterback, Daniel
Jones proof.
Is he Daniel Jones proof? And I'm not quite there on Neighbors. Again, this is somebody who doesn't watch college football. I know his college football stats. He was spectacular. He looks great. The coordinator, the situation, he's going to get all the throws his way. Efficiency, who knows? But he seems to be going a little bit higher than I want him to. But sharper people, smarter people are telling me that Neighbors is a spectacular pick. And John, I suppose you're going to tell me I should be getting some Neighbors. Both of you guys seem to be in on him.
Oh, you should have been drafting on DraftKings 2 months ago when he was going in the 6th round. Is what you should have been. But now everyone knows to draft him in the 3rd or 4th round. He's very, very good. Like,
well, he's going 2nd, 3rd round most places now.
Yeah.
The 1,000-yard, 21.5% target share at 19 years old. 28.5% target share last year from Jaden Daniels during the Heisman run. He plays both slot and out wide. And although people list him as a slot receiver, his yards per route run strictly from the boundary for his career were the 2nd best or 15th best in this class, 2nd best among first-round receivers, only behind Marvin Harrison, who Marvin Harrison didn't test. If he would have tested, maybe Neighbors still profiled as a better athlete. He's a 99th percentile athlete. He's just good, man. He's
all
really,
of these stats, and you forget the most important one.
What is that?
The Giants unretired George Washington's number for him.
That's true.
At least I think it's George Washington because it had been retired for 300 years.
They literally like burned a
George
jersey
Washington
from
played for
the
Raptors.
I think so.
I gotta check my history.
They burned a roster from the Raptor just to give it to Malik Neighbors. That's how much they love him already.
That is wild. That when I saw that, I was like, that's
his family's got to be pissed, right? Like that's not. I mean, I don't know if the dude's still around, but his family is probably like, "Wow, that ain't cool."
They asked, and I mean, it's 15 generations removed. They're like, I don't know who that was. It's fine.
No one remembers.
Who was
I didn't know who it
Washington's
was.
quarterback? Maybe it was just he was in the right system.
Dude,
Do you
that's
remember
why we
who's-
need Reeves here because Reeves probably knows his week 6 box score.
Reeves, as I've heard him talk about Jalen Hyatt. And I was just thinking because I get some backdoor Giant stuff because they're free, right? Like you can get Jones, Robinson, Hyatt, like you don't get Neighbors or whatever pretty easily as a stack. I don't know what to do with all that nonsense. Maybe it's all just terrible.
I mean, they all kind of filled their role. Like literally, they're all living in a different universe. Hyatt led the entire league in depth of target, only receiver over 20 yards, which is good for best ball scoring. Wandale Robinson literally was bottom of the league in lowest depth of target. So he just only gets pepper underneath and doesn't have a good ceiling because he didn't actually run deep routes. And that presumably means Neighbors just leads in like intermediate level and volume. So they all just kind of have their role to fill. Theo Johnson's also a really good athlete. I don't buy into like the way Giants will use a rookie tight end, but they have to have someone in Darren Waller's place. So I also think Theo Johnson's a fine like 19th, 20th round guy.
Is he ahead of Bellinger for you? I guess he is.
I believe all reports at a camper that he is the first string tight end.
Okay. Because I'm looking at a depth chart and it has, I'm not well actualing you. ESPN's depth chart has Bellinger 1 for what sort. Okay. But I think Johnson's probably the better catcher. We saw Bellinger out there last year, but nothing wild there.
Preseason usage, I'll be the first to tell you. Preseason snaps, I don't even cite because they're more misleading than helpful. Having said that, I'll do it right here. And yes, Theo Johnson was with the first string offense. Yes, whenever Daniel Jones was out there, it was Theo Johnson out there too.
Yeah.
Didn't Bellinger's eyeball fall out? He had some crazy eye injury last year. Was that not
something like that? Yes, he had a serious injury last year.
I think it was an eye injury too, which is just not a common injury for. Now I need to look it up because I'm pretty sure it was an eye injury.
While you're looking things up, look at Darren Waller's music video. I'm not sure if you've seen that.
No, you don't need to look that up. You can actually
it's worth watching.
Yeah, he fractured the orbital bone in his eye socket.
Oh,
yeah. He said that
terrible.
He said it was just darkness and fear. It was really scary at first. Like, yeah, Sounds awful. Sounds like not something I want to deal with ever in my life.
They got to put it back in place. How does that work? I don't know the technicalities of that, but
I don't know, man. It just sounds. Ugh. I just think of the Any Given Sunday moment. Do you guys not remember that movie?
I remember the movie
Oh,
for
of course I
sure.
remember,
Yeah,
yeah.
Oliver Stone. LT got hurt. Spoiler alert.
Yeah.
Got his bonus though.
There's a scene where somebody's eye comes out in that movie for some reason,
Yeah.
and you're just like,
I can do eyes. I can do gore like that. I still can't do, which is why I'm very timid of kung fu movies. I can't do the arm breaking and like snapping the elbow over. I still can't do that. So like Starship Troopers, I can't watch. It's like there's that terrible scene where the arm breaks in half.
yeah. Well, unfortunately, Psycho Sid, the wrestler, just died, which meant
the leg.
everyone
The
had
leg.
to keep replaying the leg injury again,
Terrible. Awful.
which is one of the worst things I've ever seen in my entire life.
It's like Alex Smith. It was awful.
Yeah.
Where would Willie Beeman go if he was available in this draft? Where would you slot him amongst the quarterbacks?
Just behind Voodoo Tatum.
What about Shane Falco? Where Shane Falco? Big T would draft Shane Falco. He likes the pocket pass.
Big T would unstack Shane Falco. But to be fair, Shane Falco was like not a rushing quarterback, but could get a couple of yards. He was Aaron Rodgers. He'd get a couple of yards on you.
In a pinch, he could scramble a little bit, extend the play.
Much more mobile than Matt Saracen for sure.
This is a real quarterback, but let me ask you this, Daigle. What would Randall Cunningham do to fantasy football in the year 2024?
I mean, even as someone who is infamously era adjusted, and so like I believe Joe Montana would have been a third stringer in 2024. Randall Cunningham would have been incredible. Like he would translate well.
He played in the wrong era.
Yes.
He would have been, I think he would have been the Mahomes. Like he would have been in that level just because of what he could do on the football field back then. I was telling some of the chat earlier, because not everyone knows, he's already like getting forgotten. Not only did he throw the ball 100 yards,
the punt.
He punted a fucking football 91 yards in a game.
Like everybody talks about Andy Reid punt, pass, and kick when he was 72 years old playing against 13-year-olds. But Randall Cunningham had to win punt, pass, and kick back in the day. I don't know if he participated or not, but I'd imagine he was the chalk.
I think he also, I can't remember the yard line, but he could just like be on both of his knees and throw the football 60 yards, I think is what it was, 60, 70
That's
yards.
what they said about the quarterback for Oakland,
Jamarcus
Russell.
Well, to be fair, Jamarcus Russell could do that, but also it looked like he was doing it standing up too, the way he threw the ball. So
yeah,
he's definitely like, he was the first of the Josh Allen tier, where that's why you worried about Josh Allen after year one, because I was like, oh, like these guys just can't figure it out. And then even Allen will tell you he started playing golf in the offseason of his second year, and like using the 9-iron pitching wedge actually taught him, oh, I could actually just like scale this down to make the loft on the ball go easier. It shouldn't have taken that long, but that's actually what happened.
Interesting.
Oh, crazy.
But Jamarcus Russell never figured that out, ever. He would only just launch it over the heads of everyone.
Well, he had
He
about
was
4
gone
quarters.
really quickly.
Yeah, he was gone.
How did he actually play, Russell? Like I feel like we never really did. He get
It wasn't long, and he was
one.
one of those guys featured in like the Bankrupt documentaries that like
Yes.
bankrupt
30 for 30.
Yeah, immediately he went bankrupt. Like Antonio and Antonio. Hold on, who's the Celtic? Was it Antonio Pierce?
Antoine Walker.
Antoine Walker. Yes, thank you.
Greatest shimmy in the business. Like after he made his 3, like nobody had a better celebratory shimmy. It was spectacular. But
he was the one who like infamously like, although he made many contracts, including with the Mavericks, I vividly remember he blew it all so quickly.
He was gambling a ton, I think.
Yeah, it comes down to that.
I think it was a gambling thing.
And yet here we are in an industry promoting it. I always
responsibly.
I think about these things often. Don't worry.
Within reason.
Yes.
Within your own personal.
Within your budgeting, please. That's all I say. Within what you can do. Yes.
Yeah.
All that stuff is implied.
All right, boys. I'm at a friend's house, and I stepped away to join y'all, and I got to get back now.
Sounds
good. It was great seeing you. I can hang out for a bit still. I don't know if you want me to hang out. If you want to go solo the rest of the way.
No, you're good, Dean. If you want to hang, we'll draft one more team.
I see
And,
that
Let's do
red.
it.
I see that red ticker telling me you've been here for 10 hours and 50 minutes, and I cannot believe that. You're insane, man. I love you
Spectacular.
both. I love you both, and I will see y'all in 5 days.
Sounds good, man.
Likewise. Can't
Okay.
wait.
Peace. Yeah, if you want to stay on, we can draft another team together.
How
And
are you feel? Are you feeling it? Are you on any performance enhancers? Any sort of Monster? Any sort of Red Bull?
I don't do
anything you
energy
wanna-
drinks really
Yeah.
at all.
Coffee?
I drink a very specific like iced coffee in the morning, which is basically chocolate milk, because I do not
Mm.
like coffee. So
You
I
put all
have
the
one of
nonsense
those.
in there, the disguise to taste like coffee.
Yeah, exactly. It's got
Yeah.
chocolate swirls. I'm a child, Dean. I like child things.
Whipped cream?
So I don't like whipped cream on top, but there's whipped cream mixed into the coffee.
Sure.
So,
yeah, of course.
Yep. And
the flavored creamers.
it's the flavored coffee. It's devil dog flavored coffee too. So
Wait, Devil Dog like the Hostess candy? The
Yes.
Hostess. They make. Oh my! They're really trying to kill us.
oh yeah, I'm gonna die probably at the end of this stream.
Hostess flavored coffee is hilarious. I
Yeah.
did not know they made that.
Oh, this one coffee shop that I go to, they have Milky Way, they have Kit Kat flavor, they have all of it.
Oh, it's like a specialty shop.
Yeah, it's this shop in southern Massachusetts. They're like a chain, but they're only a chain
Yeah.
around here. It's called Mary Lou's.
Okay.
So they do like these special coffees. So
Wow.
I like
Milky Way sounds really precise, but that's interesting. Okay.
Yeah, I haven't tried the Milky Way one yet, to be honest. They do a Girl Scout mint coffee that people seem to enjoy. But yeah, I'm
Yeah.
I'm just
Overrated.
water.
We can say it, right? Nobody's watching. Girl Scout cookies overrated, right? People
Girl
lose their
Scout
minds
cookie is overrated for the Girl Scout cookies. What is your favorite
No,
Girl
the-
Scout cookie?
I'm saying as a general entity,
Oh.
they're kind of overrated.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the Thin Mints. Like if we're going,
Well, I'm just
with
saying
which
as a
one's the
general
best-
thought, like people lose their minds
Yeah.
over those boxes. And
Yeah, it's not worth it. Like it's not worth trying to track them down like some people
you
do.
get bullied if you're at work in an office. You get bullied into buying a couple boxes because you don't want Ralph talking bad about you behind your back. But
If I'm walking into a store and they're there, like sure, here's $5, kid, give me some Thin Mints. But I'm not like
yeah,
itching, needing the Thin Mints, once a month or something like that. But you got to
Yeah, and
freeze them.
the other thing is I think there's two different companies, like depending on where you are in the country.
Mm-hmm.
Unless it's this change, I think there's two different companies that make Girl Scout cookies, and they're very, very similar. And there's very distinct crossover, but I think there's two different kind of styles. So I didn't know that. I think
I
think
didn't
they're
know that
involved in each other.
either.
Yeah, I could be making this up, but I'm fairly certain this is true. And
Oh, I thought-
shout out to Dee Dee in chat. Says, Dean, when I first got into DFS, I love watching the Sunday morning show with you. And that crabby caveman guy. Who's the crabby caveman guy? That's got to be Grant. I don't know. Who is the crabby caveman guy on Sunday mornings?
I don't
did
know.
Grant do Sunday morning shows? I don't know, but that's hilarious. Thank you, Dee Dee. I'm glad I'm still around. I'm glad you're still around. I'll be doing it not with a crabby caveman guy, but this Sunday with what I'm not sure if it's officially been released, but fairly certain it's myself, Bobby Gomes,
Nice.
$1 million winner, and Tasteful Tides, Tim. Yeah,
Nice.
I
Love Tim.
believe. Yeah, great. 9:30 in the morning, I want to say, give or take. Sounds about right. Binefor was on the shows last year. I think he's in the shows this year. I don't know. I know that Squirrel was on the shows last year. Squirrel Patrol won $1 million at least once, possibly twice.
Mhm.
Dude's been like he's had over 100 live final appearances in total. Like he has like 4 or 5 sometimes, but still, if we're adding them up that way, just completely ridiculous. But yeah, it's I'm looking forward to it. I know we're not talking DFS here, obviously, but
No, that's
since
fine.
it came up,
Hey, I was on those shows last year too, occasionally.
yeah, that's right. Yeah, that's right. Yeah. How rude of me. Yeah, you and Eric would do. You guys would jump in. Yeah,
Yep.
It was kind of a rotating cast between
Yeah.
yourself and Squirrel and somebody else sometimes.
Yep. Yeah, I would jump in there. I don't think I'm doing it this year. I just, again, my
That's too bad.
September, October we are so booked We have
Ghost stuff?
live shows. Yeah, ghost stuff. We have like live shows and stuff. So
How does that go? What is a live podcast? You're recording a live podcast, or is it
we're
something
gonna
else?
see, because we've never done an actual live show, so we're doing our first one. But I think we're gonna record it. We have another podcast opening for us, potentially a band in between, and then it's gonna be us. It's gonna be like a whole thing. There's gonna be vendors at this thing too. So that's
Like a convention of some sort, like a lot of like-minded people, basically, and
well, it's just basically
convention?
people that want to come hear ghost stories, like, and you know how our show is. We shoot the shit. We're doing like kind
Yeah.
of what we do now. So it's gonna just be a fun night out. The crazy event is the weekend after. We are hosting an entire weekend on an island. So
okay.
doing an entire haunted weekend on an island where
Is the island known? Have we talked about what island it is?
yeah, it's Block Island. It's right off the coast of Rhode Island and Long Island, New
Okay.
York.
Is there a storied history there of some sort?
Yep,
Is that
they
why you picked
have.
the location?
There's so many like haunted stories associated with Block Island that are really cool, and we're actually going to have access to most of the places. CD Lamb, you good with CD Lamb?
Yeah. I'm happy when he falls to me at 3.
Yeah, we'll take them. Easy click there with CD Lamb. But yeah, we're going on Friday. We're doing it in conjunction with Block Island Ghost Tours, and it's going to start out. We have a whole hotel, so we had 12 rooms of this hotel to rent out, and we've rented out 9 of them so far. Which is crazy to me because
Awesome.
actually have to come via ferry to get to this place. So those are rented out. We have 3 rooms left, and Block Island Ghost Tours is going to do a ghost tour of the island with everybody Friday night. We're going to do a dinner. We're going to do a investigation at one of the locations that we're obviously going to hit the bar afterwards. And the next day there's a breakfast, and then there's going to be more activities at night for the haunting stuff. So, and you get the
That
whole
sounds like a good time. So
Saturday.
some people like across the country, like somebody of like in Oregon or whatever, is like building a trip out of this.
Yeah. Last year was wild because, but yes, to answer your question, there's people all different states that are flying out to do this, which scares me to death every time. I'm like, I hope they have a great time.
Yeah.
Yes,
No pressure.
Yeah. But last year we were celebrating our 100th episode, and we just kind of threw it out there. We were like, we're going to this brewery on this day to celebrate 100 episodes if anyone wants to come have a drink. And we started getting messages. We're flying in from Ohio. Somebody flew in from Alaska. So we were like, I was so stressed. I was like, we were supposed to just be drinking. And now I got people flying in for this. So we ended up making it like an unofficial live show.
Yeah.
We did something, but it wasn't the plan. And the place, they were actually turning people away at the door, which blew our mind. And just like so many listeners came up that we've never even, because we have a Discord and people talking to Discord, but so many people that just are listeners came that we've never talked to.
Was this the plan? Like, did you ideally, I guess you're happy where it's growing and where it's going, but like, how realistic were you when you first started this? Like, is this just a couple friend of yours that's kind of like, hey, let's start a ghost podcast for fun? And everybody's got a podcast these days. They just hand them out, right?
Yeah, everybody. I mean, anyone can have a podcast. It was
not saying that yours is of the quality. I'm just saying, I'm just saying, like, just to break free and become like relevant is success by its own. But did you envision this? Was this part of the plan? Is it kind of surprising?
Not as quick as it happened by any means. So what happened was within our first 20 episodes, we were on Chris Jericho's podcast.
So he caught you caught his eye somehow. He was into it.
Yeah. We are on the clock.
You got the Jericho bump?
We got the Jericho bump. Do you like Olave here?
I think I just hate the quarterback situation. I think Carr is a disaster. And
Metcalf,
I don't like
Waddle.
Is Waddle healthy?
Devonta Smith.
If Waddle's healthy, I like Waddle.
We can do Waddle.
I think you get Smith on the way back if you want Smith on the way back, like half the time at least.
Yep. Yeah, we'll do Waddle and see if we can get Smith.
What does Daigle know about he's got sources now? I didn't push him on his sources, but he's like, my sources are saying.
Well, it's kind of
So
whispers. when he says something about the Rams, I listen a little bit now because I mean I always listen to Daigle in the first place,
Yeah.
but Daigle, we can take to. We're gonna grab Smith, right?
Yeah. And then we're gonna get Hurts. Is that the plan?
Yeah, we can grab. Or if we don't get Hurts, we can get Dak later.
Yeah.
Um,
Or Tua.
or Tua, or we can do the
Yeah.
big T and just not stack any of our quarterbacks.
we'll just take Geno Smith a la carte.
He'll never brag about it, but the first person to bring up Puka Nacua last year, and he did it before anybody, was Daigle.
Yeah.
And early June. I'll never forget listening to it. I listened to it. I was like, who the hell is Puka Nacua? And I started looking into him. Like, he was like a 5th round pick on the Rams.
Mm-hmm.
And I'm like, so the name stuck in my head because it's such a catchy name.
Fun name. Yeah.
And then you start hearing more about it. I'm like, that's the guy Daigle was talking about a month and a half ago. Now all of a sudden he's the hottest guy in, best ball drafts 2 months later.
Yeah.
And he was like on a show being like, I'd maybe grab Puka Nacua occasionally in the last round. I'm hearing some things and I'm just like, oh, okay. So, that was in my head. I'll never forget it. He'll never take credit for it, but I'll always give him his flowers for that one.
Tell me about the Jericho podcast. He somehow came across your podcast. He liked it enough to invite you on, and then you saw like a significant bump afterwards, and the momentum just kind of like been rolling ever since.
Yeah, so we had a TikTok that hit 1.9 million views, and so he caught wind of that, and he checked out our show, and he liked us, and we sent some messages, and we met him at one of his concerts for Fozzy.
Yeah,
and we recorded with him in person the first time.
He seems like a fun hang.
Yeah, it's weird. I text Chris Jericho. Like I could just shoot a text to Chris Jericho. So I'll just shoot him a text like every couple of months. I'll be like, hey man, do you want to do a show on this? He's like, that sounds awesome. Let's do it. And
you don't want to push it, right? You don't want to extend that. Don't want to take
No.
advantage of it.
No, but his manager's really
spots.
cool. Right. His manager's super cool with us too. She'll let me know about stuff in the podcast world. She's like, hey, you guys need to make sure you do this. Not all the time. It's not like we're chatting all the time, but I have the line.
It's a good person to have in your phone, I would imagine.
Yeah, I would say he's the most famous person on my phone. That's for sure. But yeah, he's the nicest guy too, man. He was so cool when we met him, just down to earth. Yeah. Great dude. Absolutely great dude. So
we're sitting on Hurts here. Is that the plan or no? To tell me, or I mean, like, so if Laporta falls, do you take Laporta here? I like all like the first like 5 or 6 tight ends. I kind of like to take the one that sort of like falls to me. But
well, if we have smart drafters, I don't think Laporta is going to fall to us. To be honest, we still got the 2 in front of us. But if we have smart drafters, we can push Hurts around the corner.
Well, I like to look at how many times they drafted. Now, sometimes they draft a lot and just goof around. Yeah. But I can't read it. How many is that? 25 times, like 100.
25 and 17. Yeah. So and
they should have figured it out by now. Is McBride gone? I like McBride.
You want to try to grab McBride and push Hurts?
I think so. Who's the next up as far as somebody's probably going to take Lamar and Andrews, right? I think somebody's going to pair Lamar and Andrews.
Yeah, let's try to push him. Worst case, we don't get Hurts and we can still get Dak.
Yeah. You have a plan B, plan C,
and now we have
or you can get Murray. Yeah. I love Murray. I love the Murray McBride stack.
Yeah, I do a lot of that. I was doing a lot more of that when he was even cheaper, meaning Kyler Murray.
I'm going to ask a question that I know I should know the answer to. The Spike Week tools, they're only good for like Firefox or whatever. Am I right in saying that? Like to try to download the thing that's like to get the access to all the tools? Am I making an incorrect statement?
I believe they are still only for Firefox. I'd have to talk to Eric or Hacker and ask them what their plans are for that.
Hurts and Cooper. What are you doing, buddy? You've done 17 drafts. This is what I hate to see your first 16. What's this guy doing? Like, come on, Lamar's right there.
You want Worthy, Kenneth Walker? Any preference there?
The thing is, like 70, I like we can get Connor, or we can get the dude for Detroit. You know, I'm always trying to think like one step ahead. But I
Yeah.
also don't think, but Worthy's fine. Walker's fine, but like you basically get Walker the next round, essentially. I
Yeah.
don't think there's a huge difference between Walker. Maybe I'm wrong. Walker, Connor, and Detroit guy. I'm forgetting his name for some reason.
I think in this format, what you're saying makes a ton of sense. If we're doing playoff format, I prefer Walker a little bit just because of his single game upside stuff.
Home run hitter.
Yeah. That's where I would go with that. But to your point, in this format, I don't think it's a huge difference. I like getting the wide receivers. I like getting McBride, like we got him here. Maybe
Where are
get
you at on
Murray.
Charbonnet? Since we're talking Seattle.
One of my
Is he
most
healthy?
drafted players.
He's in the queue next to him like all off season, but I assume he's fine. He'll be good to go. New
Yeah.
regime, so don't we know how they feel about him?
Yeah. So the new regime is saying that the reports are they like Kenneth Walker more than they like Charbonnet. But that could change real quick during game time, right? Because of the way that Kenneth Walker plays, real boom or bust, dances up the line, runs sideways instead of hitting holes. He's either going to get you a 50-yard gain or a negative 7-yard gain type of deal. So sometimes coaching staffs that wear thin on them really fast. Charbonnet is more of a, the plotter, hits the holes that he's supposed to hit, does what he's supposed to do when he's in the game. So right now, supposedly Walker's the guy, and I understand like he's a highlight reel.
Yeah.
So, and I like Walker too. Trust me, I like both of them. I like trying to take both of them, but the range that Charbonnet goes in, he just fits almost every build that I'm trying to do.
Same. He comes up a lot.
So I get him a lot. Yeah.
Shout out to producer Steve in chat. There you go. What's up, Steve? Hanging out in chat. By the way, somebody was saying before that, is this true? Girl Scout cookies are $12 now, according to Utah Sports.
No way.
That seems like price gouging.
No. I think
I draw the line. I'm not like I wish your daughter well, but no.
No. I think last time I got them, they're like $4 or $5 for a box.
Yeah. What is the going rate for Girl Scout cookies these days?
There's no way they're $12.
Maybe they're just being facetious. But 12 seems a bit.
Well, you missed the whole pizza fiasco earlier.
What was the fiasco?
I went to order a pizza, a small pizza, and an order of mozzarella sticks.
Sure.
And
why a small? You're by yourself, I assume, but like leftovers and just a few bucks more, you can have like tomorrow's lunch or whatever.
The place I was going to, it's a significant difference. If there's not a big price difference, I'll get the large.
Okay.
But the Papa Gino's one was like a $6 difference or something like that.
That's a local mom and pop, I assume. Papa Gino's?
It's a local chain. So it's they're actually
legit?
They're actually legit.
Okay.
Now there's better mom and pop stores.
Yeah.
Almost in every town. But I was trying to do something quick and get delivery because I'm on the stream all night.
Fair enough. I cut you off. You're telling a story.
Yeah, you're fine. But I went to order mozzarella sticks, and there was a 99-cent upcharge for marinara sauce. And I said, absolutely not. Cancel the whole order. I'm not doing any of this now. I'm not doing any of this now.
You drew the line. $17 delivery fee, additional charges, $13 more. You got to tip the guy. But you drew the line at 99 cents for marinara sauce. Continue.
You're
That's hilarious.
a pizza store. Your walls are made out of marinara sauce. Just fucking scoop your wall.
The marinara is implied.
Yeah.
They don't charge you for fortune cookies when you get wonton soup.
Right.
They just throw them in the bag.
You want to do Kyler here?
So you're well, is the person behind us gonna take a Kyler? Can we steal a couple spots, or is it not worth it?
We might be able to. Do you want to do Brian Thomas, James Conner?
Well, I think Connor. And then we lock up Arizona.
All right.
Unless the jerk on the end goes. Well, you see the guy with Laporta, Andrews? I know bully tight ends.
Yeah.
It really puts you. I mean, I love both those guys, but it really puts you behind as far as receivers, the way I see it.
It was much better to do earlier in draft season. So like June, because of all the value you could get later in the draft. I actually like doing it then. I think it's much harder to do now. So
yeah,
it is a bit tougher now, but I do like it as a strategy if you have the value. So stuff like bully tight end, double elite tight end, I think going forward during draft season, it's something I'll want to do before training camp, before all the news breaks, before your player pool constricts a bit, and you're able to make better rosters by taking those leaps of faith and trying to, take the position like that.
By the way,
Did
I'm
you get
seeing
Kyler?
$6. I'm seeing we got it. Yeah, we pulled the move. We pulled the fast one. They did cooperate.
Oh my God.
And Devin in chat saying $6 as well for Girl Scout cookies, apparently.
$6 now? Oh, that's
Yeah,
Canadian.
whatever. Oh, Canadian. Wait, are you sure that's Canadian?
CAD is Canadian.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you're right. I don't
Yeah.
know. I thought I saw it was $6 in the interwebs as well.
It might be. It might be.
But which is fine. Whatever. Yeah. And he's also saying that marinara is 6th generation Italian. So you canceled the entire order? You said, you know what, screw it. I don't care if you're on the way or not.
I mean, I was building it online. I hadn't placed the order yet. But once I saw the upcharge for the marinara sauce,
I love that. Wow. Could you 86 the marinara, or you wanted the marinara? You still want to pay for it?
it should come with it. If I want
It's a package
extra
deal.
marinara,
Yeah.
I should have to pay for it.
Yeah.
But you are giving me cylinder pizzas.
You're right. You're right.
A mozzarella stick is just a cylinder pizza. It needs the marinara sauce. Like, you're a pizza place. Give me the marinara sauce. Like, what are we doing here? If you upcharge me
yeah.
for salad dressing, I'm going to lose my mind too. If I want extra dressing, sure. But give me one salad dressing for my salad. You're not going to be like, a salad's $10, but the dressing is another $1.
Yeah.
Like, are you the Spirit Airlines of the food industry? What are we doing?
They want every little angle they can get to squeeze an extra $1 or $2 out of you. So I did catch a little bit of the stream earlier, and I'm not sure if this was the same conversation or it came up several times. You were saying some kind of pizza, which I've never heard of before, with an S. Like, I've heard of like Chicago style, St. Louis, Detroit. I know Connecticut, but you're saying this sriracha.
Linguiça?
Linguiça, not even an S, not even close. I was way off. Samsonite. What is linguiça? What is that? I know
linguiça is a type of meat. It's not a type of pizza. So it's a type of meat that you put on. It's a spicy smoked sausage that's from Portugal, basically.
Okay.
So we have a large Portuguese contingent around Massachusetts, and I've never seen linguiça anywhere else. And it is phenomenal, and it is a great pizza topping. It's so good on pizza.
It's ahead of like the standard sauce. So for me, give me sausage crumbles. Sausage crumbles over sausage slices. Like, why we not crumbling them up? Like, it's not even a conversation, right? Crumble.
Yep. Same thing with the linguiça. They do it both ways depending on the pizza restaurant you go to. I like the crumbled one better than the slices like pepperonis. Like, give me that crumbled up linguiça on a pizza. It's the best.
Can I get linguiça 86 to spice, or is it no longer linguiça? Because I'm
spice sensitive. So I don't like a lot of spice either. This doesn't have a huge kick to it at all.
Yeah, I'm just a big wimp, heat sensitive.
No, this isn't. Trust me, I can't do spice like I used to be able to. Like, I'm at the point that I can't even have like a spicy chicken sandwich from like Wendy's anymore. My whole stomach like wants to move to Europe at that point. What are we doing here?
By the way, I think Pollard was the guy I wanted. I was looking at Pollard. I was eyeing him up and down. I thought he was the play here.
Do you like Ramondre? Do you like Jalen Warren?
Ramondre's kind of fallen back as the preseason, as it's been more and more exposed how terrible New England is.
Yep.
I don't know, and I already have my Ramondre shares, so I'm kind of not getting him anymore. But like, he's fallen back, and I think he's talented and he'll have an opportunity. But are they going to score? Are they going to be completely inept? Where are you at in Ramondre? I guess you think he's decent enough to take at this point.
I'm taking him. For everything you just said, I'm probably overweight, but not crazy overweight. And I'm only overweight because of the way I'm building rosters, where this is usually my first or second running back to begin with, because I'm going zero or hero RB usually. So I'm going to be overweight to the running backs in this range for the most part, as is. And I'm just kind of mixing them all in. I like Pollard better myself. I like Javonte Williams a little bit better, but they're starting to go ahead of him, to your point. I get a lot of Aaron Jones a little before that too,
He's
But,
another guy that's fallen back that like nobody wants to click Aaron Jones, right?
Yeah.
Am I just like
Except for me.
I'll do it begrudgingly. I'm not happy about it. I'll hold my nose. It
see, I don't
happens.
mind it. I don't mind it.
Yeah. I mean, you're not thrilled though, let's be honest.
No,
Do
he's
it.
not. I'm not like running to the podium for him. Do you like Warren? Do you want to do Dak Prescott with CeeDee Lamb? Be done at quarterback?
Oh, I didn't think of that. It's a pretty good spot for Dak here, right? Is there any other pressing needs? We're good at tight end. Yeah, Dak's good.
I don't mind doing this and being done.
I love double elite arms. Yeah.
Yeah.
That's what called Dak elite, right? One of the last guys amongst the elite group.
Yeah. And it makes sense with
Elite-ish.
CeeDee Lamb. So I'm fine with that.
Goombas makes the point in chat, the dumbest business thing you can do. Yeah, just work the cost of sauce into the price, the mozzarella. So if they just charged you $10.99, and then instead of $9.99, 99 cents more for marinara, if they just charge you $10.99 and you get marinara, it's a package deal. You're clicking that button. You're like, all right, let's do it. I'm in.
I would have never thought of it. It would have never came up in my brain.
Yeah.
Until you showed me that you are charging me extra.
When it's itemized like that, it's well, wait a second. It's like tipping, right? People say, well, I don't want to tip. It's like, well, your meal that's $20 that you don't want to tip on. Now it's going to be $25 because we live in a society. This is the way it's structured. You're taking up with somebody else, but this is kind of how it goes. We don't really pay our employees, pay them like $2, $3 an hour, depending on, and it's up to you. But we can make the meal 20% more expensive, and you don't have to tip. You want us to do that? Does that make you feel better?
Yeah, when you were talking about people working in the restaurant industry, I didn't do it for long, but I did work in a restaurant when I was much younger. And the waitresses hated when like people from countries that weren't used to tipping came in because they don't understand like what's going on, like that's how they make their living.
Yeah.
So they do and they just don't care and they just never tip them. And so
I worked at a restaurant in downtown Orlando. I'm not sure if you know this, but Orlando is very, very popular for tourists.
Yeah.
So I do know, like they could be super, super nice. And for the most part, they mostly did. And our managers are pretty good at like, how like when you go to a restaurant, sometimes 6 top, 8 top, like, automatically the grats jumped on there.
Yeah.
Sometimes they would let us put it on there for like for 4, that kind of thing, because it was sort of like this, they understood, and they want to keep everybody happy. But I've had it before where people have come to me and says, yeah, as I explained to them, they say, well, I appreciate that, but we still don't want to pay it. They just like refuse to pay it. It's like, oh, okay. Then they're like, just so you know, it was nothing you did. Nothing personal. Like, oh, that makes you feel better.
Yeah, right. I can't feed myself off of nothing personal. I guess I'll eat the scraps you left behind. Thanks.
Yeah. For the most part, though, they would, they would play along. And that's, I haven't visited a ton of countries, but when I think act as if, right? You're supposed to acclimate. You're supposed to be a good visitor and not ruffle the feathers, right? What do they do here? This is their deal. Okay, I'll play along. I'll do it. Right. Yeah. I don't know, who am I to come into your house and tell you like what the rules are. But that's and also the Monte Cristo sandwich would have been $4 more. I'm not going to get into the explanation as far as the economics of the situation. It's not worth it. But that's just how it goes sometimes.
Yeah, for their 1 week trip. I'm shocked they don't put the gratuity on everything like they do, because when I went to Miami, everything in Miami has the gratuities placed on, which ensures that you get the absolute worst service everywhere that you go.
Did you go to like South Beach? Where were you at? Or you're on vacation or working?
So I've gone a few times.
We're on the clock.
We are on the clock. Do you like?
I asked the question, right? We're on the clock.
Do you like Tajay Spears here?
What is the split there? I think he's fine. I think both those guys are going to get plenty of work. I think Pollard's clearly ahead.
I agree.
But I think Spears is probably like, if they're down by 2 or 3 touchdowns, it's probably more Spears.
And he has contingent value as well. So
yeah, I don't know if he's like a workhorse type, but I think he's a worthwhile pick there.
Yeah, we'll grab him. Let's get our next pick, and then I will talk about Miami a little bit.
Receivers. What are our receivers options right now?
So we're looking at Brandon Cooks.
Dead zone.
Jerry Jeudy. I like Gabe Davis personally.
I think he's fine.
I like AD Mitchell a lot as well.
Is it too early for Arizona's wide receiver too?
Dortch?
What's his?
Or
No.
Wilson?
Wilson. Is it too early for Wilson?
we could wait on Wilson, I think.
Yeah, 80% chance he comes back.
Yeah.
And Cooks,
I'd
we want Cooks with Dak.
I'm not a
Double
huge
stack?
Cooks guy. I mean, we
Yeah.
could. I'd
Nobody wants
prefer
to play.
I prefer Judy. I prefer Gabe Davis. I prefer AD Mitchell. But I'm not opposed to taking Cooks.
I'm just thinking the correlation is what that's the argument for Cooks. I'm not saying he's great.
Yeah.
I don't love any of it. So it's your team. Have at it. I mean,
We'll take Cooks.
Yeah.
We'll do the Cooks thing.
I just I think Watson. So I was gonna do like a bold take tweet. I started making it, and it's an original idea. But I think Jameis is the starting quarterback by like week 7 for Cleveland. Like I just think the whole Watson situation just completely blows up. I think it's over. Like maybe I'm wrong, maybe I'm overreacting. I've been tempted several times when I have like Cooper to take Watson with my 20th pick. I've yet to do it. I really want to do it, but I can see him being a top 10 quarterback back half of the season. Is that? And I'm not the first one to say like Watson, this whole situation stinks.
Yeah,
But-
well, I think there's a lot going on with the Watson situation, right? It feels like he's always injured, and I'm gonna do finger quotes because it does feel like a guy that got paid guaranteed money, and he's just looking for a way to keep getting the money and then just get the hell out of there and never be seen again. You
What
know,
a mess.
like it's a whole thing. So I wouldn't be shocked if Jameis is out there. I mean, look at what they did with the quarterbacks. They kept 4 of them at the 53-man cutdown. They finally released Huntley because they were saying they were trying to trade one.
Because
But,
he's probably like better than most teams' third, I would assume. Is that the thought process there?
Yeah, he's definitely he's probably better than a lot of teams' 2s, to be completely honest. So I think they were just trying to do that, but I mean, they were looking at keeping 4 guys around. I think the Watson thing is just real bad. It makes it hard for me to do too much Cleveland anything, even though they run at a fast pace and everything like that. To your point, though, Winston probably is the play. We were talking about this a little bit earlier today. I normally wouldn't take a backup quarterback. If I'm going to take them anywhere, though, it'd be on DraftKings. Like, I think that Winston's the best DraftKings pick. 20th round DraftKings, because you're not doing cumulative scoring. You're just trying to get him on the field week 7, week 8 to hit that playoff stretch. Whereas like on drafters, you're doing cumulative. You're burning a roster spot, just hoping that he's on the team, like starting, by week 4 or 5 or something.
I think I took Penix once on DK. I think he's another one that's kind of interesting because I feel like I've been having snipe for Cousins.
Yeah.
And then I took Penix as like, and I had London and Pitts, and I just have both of them sitting out there, and like you can tell yourself a story about that. And also Cousins, it's kind of cloudy as far as his injury, right? I mean, I assume he's fine, but I don't think he played in the preseason. I could be wrong. Maybe he got like a pinch of plays, a couple of plays. I don't think he played much if he did play.
Yeah,
he's old, and he had a severe injury. I think
and they drafted Penix in the first round. Like they
very, very early in the first round, is my understanding.
Yeah. They drafted him, and everybody was shocked. The entire world was shocked. So I think he's a DK pick too. He's actually the other guy I brought up when we were making this point. Like, if you're gonna do it with this stuff, like I think Penix is a guy to do it with on DK. I just can't do it on underdog with 18 rounds.
Yeah,
because every roster spot means a little bit more. And again, cumulative scoring, Penix might not come in until week 12 or 13. That's fine if you're doing it as a 2 or 3 quarterback build, especially if you're doing it with like an elite quarterback, like a Jalen Hurts or something, and you're just trying to get through. That stuff's fine. But yeah, I don't love it on cumulative scoring, but overall, I think it's fine. We can get Wilson now.
I think that's the play.
Let's do it. And then I see where I'd like to go on this wrap. We'll see what happens, though.
By the way, did Fields not enter that conversation as another backup flyer?
But I look at Fields differently because I look at him as someone you can draft on every site because the upside. Yeah. And I think that I personally think he's starting. I would say he's definitely starting at some point. I can't imagine Russell Wilson getting through this whole season. And I would say that some point is quickly.
The counterpoint is the counterpoint is I think Pittsburgh can just win some ugly games. Like their defense is supposed to be really good.
Sure.
And they win some games. You know, people are looking at Russ and the tape is terrible, but they're 4-3. So we're going to take this guy out. You know what I mean? Like, so I mean, I think Fields is the guy you should play because Russ, there's just no ceiling, right? Just none. It's over. And
Taking
Fields maybe even
Sharps
develop.
here.
Who are you taking?
Sharbs, Zach Charbonnet.
Oh, there you go. Yeah, we talked about him earlier.
Yeah, no, I completely agree. I just think it comes. I know they can win the ugly games, and they can be like, "Well, no, Russ is our quarterback," but that ground already got shaky because like when they both were on the team, they immediately came out and like Russ is our starting quarterback, and then that sort of started to topple right away because Russ doesn't look great, and we make fun of Fat Keenan. Did you see the training camp pictures of Russ?
He's a little husky these days.
Looked a little big, man, for Russell Wilson.
Subway benefits, the perks are kicking in.
I mean, why wouldn't you see what you have in Justin Fields if you're Pittsburgh?
What did they give up for him? I feel like it wasn't much, right?
6th-round pick.
Yeah, it was very little.
You're paying nothing to Russell Wilson to begin with. You have no money attachment to him. He's still getting paid from Denver. He's literally getting paid the league minimum from Pittsburgh. Like you have no attachment to this guy at all. He wasn't your quarterback last year. You traded for a guy that's probably nothing, like in terms of like a real NFL quarterback.
Yeah.
But you got to see this year at some point before you figure out what you're doing at quarterback next year. If you're drafting somebody or if he can actually play for you for a few years or something. So Russ can't play for you for a few years. Russ is done.
Well,
you said it. He's cooked, man. He's just
it's over. Like he always was an overachiever, like a late round, a third round pick or so, undersized, and he got everything he could and then some out of his body, out of his athleticism, and hell of a career. And I guess he's a Hall of Famer. I'm not the guy that says that. I suppose Russ is a Hall of Famer, right?
He's borderline. He came in the league at the right time, right? Like his game was suited for what you could do to NFL defenses at the time. And as soon as the team switched to this too high safety stuff, it takes away everything that Russ does. And now he can't adjust. There's no adjustment for him. I thought he was one of them. Like when he was on, he was one of the smartest running quarterbacks I'd ever seen too.
Yeah.
Dude never got hit, right? He would always find a way to get down or get out of bounds and stuff. Like he did. He had his.
Did he get that from Lockett or did Lockett get that from him? Because Lockett does the same thing.
That's a good point too. Yeah.
Who took that from who?
That's a good question. But yeah, so I mean, like he's done, man. Like he's done. We know he's done. He looked like he flashed maybe once or twice last year, but
who we taking?
Antonio Gibson is fine as well. Do you have a preference?
I mean, Allen's the upside shot. Do we feel like we need to go for the home run at running back, or just we need a stable presence? We have Stevenson, so do we want both New England running backs? Is that good or bad? It raises the ceiling and it hurts,
Yeah, I never mind buying a backfield based on if the price isn't too bad, but we'll take Braylon Allen just because of the upside that he possesses. We are at a 2.561 build at the moment.
2.561. Okay.
Yeah. So we are getting...
By the way, I did you know the last time the Steelers did not have the last time the Steelers had a losing record? Do you know when the last time they had a losing record?
A losing record?
A losing record.
I mean,
like
it's a long
8-8 counts is like a non-losing record. So 8-8 the streak continues.
You can tell me like 97.
I'm not going to tell you 97. It's before. It's after that, but it still is. It's crazy impressive.
All right, let's make our pick, and then I'll try to think a little more. I do like McMillan.
I'm fine with him. Dortch was right there too, though.
I know we have so much Arizona, though.
Yeah.
We have Murray, we have Connor, we have Wilson and McBride.
It's a good team to have a lot of, though, I think.
Yeah.
I don't know.
We don't have Marvin Harrison.
No Harrison.
Yeah.
But if Harrison, again, not rooting for it, but if Harrison somehow something happened to him, then all of a sudden you're in business. So yeah, the Steelers. When was the last time the Steelers had a losing season?
5.
2005 they were 11-5. Yeah, in chat they're saying Tomlin has not had a losing season ever yet, and it's an interesting question because, and I'm curious. I have a follow up for you. It actually was, you were close. 2003 they were 6-10. The next season they were 15-1, but it's still an incredible run.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't want to knock Tomlin for it. It's a hell of a run. It's spectacular. But there's almost like
it's purgatory. Yes, it's what it is.
It's like the NBA when you're like the 7 or 8 seed every single season, and like that's you're too good where you can find, you can get in the lottery and get yourself a stud, but you're not good enough where you can actually make a run in the playoffs. So you're just stuck in NBA hell. And again, it's incredible what Tomlin's done. It's a spectacular record, underrated coach. But you almost kind of want to seal it. You want to hit the floor. You want to bottom out.
Mm-hmm.
And then you can come back from it. And it's even the last time they lost, right? 6-10 when they did bottom out. The next year they came back there 15-1. I'm not saying you should intentionally bottom out, but like the way they're
or if you're not,
teams,
you better be winning. You better be the Patriots, right? If you're not bottoming out, you better have that 20-year run where you're contending almost every single year. They're not contending. Right? They might make the playoffs. Have you taken the Steelers as a viable contender?
No, it's like the old Fisher, like Dave wants that stuff with the Dolphins. It's like, if you want 9-7, they'll give you 9-7. If you want 11-5, you're getting 9-7.
Yeah, you'll get 9-7.
You'll be happy with 9-7.
Yeah.
Maybe you get a playoff game. Probably going to be on the road. Probably going to lose.
And we crucified Jeff Fisher for this to bring Jeff Fisher back up. This became the Rams thing, and he got absolutely decimated for it. But yet we occasionally just let coaches get away with this every once in a while.
What do you want them to do, though? You want them to like not try to win? Do you want them to not try to win? Like it's a tricky conundrum.
But I also think that I think the Steelers is a unique situation because I think that they have their nose to the air because they're like, we've only had 3 coaches over the last 130 years.
Insane, right? Ridiculous.
And I think that they care more about that streak sometimes than because there should be talk about Tomlin being on the hot seat or something.
Why though? Like he's it's like I hear that, but like he's also winning with like arguably bad teams. Like you don't think of Pittsburgh as a great team, and they were 10-7 last year. 9-8, 9-7, 12-4, last 4 seasons, and nothing really to show for it. But there's people are showing up, they're waving their towels, they're paying their money, they're drinking their beers. It's another profitable season.
Oh, they'll make their money. Pittsburgh
got their Iron City beer.
Yeah, they're adamant about their team.
They run that town.
Do you like any of these tight ends? Do you like Fant?
I kind of like Fant a little bit. I'm okay with Jonnu. I tend to push it. No, this is kind of where I start taking these guys. Like I usually get Likely, not usually, but Likely's one of those guys, one of my favorite amongst this group. But he's already gone.
I like Likely a lot as well. We'll grab Fant. We have a Seattle player already. We could do some team correlation there. That works for me. We have 257. Let's take a look at running backs. We're looking at some gross stuff. Justice Hill, Roshan Johnson, Shipley, Cam Akers. Anything standing out to you there?
I think I like Madison the most amongst that group, and is a. What about Shipley? You probably have your ear to Philly. What's your take there? He's got to be better than the dude that they always keep bringing back but never give the ball to, except for the Giants.
Yeah. Oh, that's Boston Scott. Boston Scott's the Giants killer.
That's right.
Yeah, I like Shipley. I like Shipley as a one-off. I mean, it's all contingent value-based stuff, but when we're taking our 6th running back, I think he has a decent ceiling. So we can take Shipley.
Like if something happens to Barkley, right? What is the distribution now as far as the backfield for Philadelphia? I think Shipley's the top guy.
Well, I think it's going to be dependent on where he went down in the season. So if he goes down week 1, 2, or 3, I think you're going to see Kenneth Gainwell get the shot at it, right? Okay. If it's later in the season and Shipley's more acclimated with the system, I think that you'll see Shipley at that point. Now, I still think no matter what happens, if Barkley goes down week 1 and they give Kenneth Gainwell the crack at it, I think he's going to fail again at this point in time. Like he's never shown that he's going to take that role. So I still think it's Shipley's role to come take by week, 7 or 8 or something like that. I'm arbitrary numbers, but you know what I mean. Like it's going to be
Yeah.
a few-week process, but Shipley's going to end up being the lead back there no matter what. So he's Thanos. He's inevitable if he goes down.
Yeah.
So I think it just depends when that starts based on what part of the season Barkley were to fall during this season.
I'm not seeing Scott on the depth chart. Is he not there? Is this not updated? They only have
No.
3 actual running backs?
Yeah, he's gone. I can't remember
Practice squad?
if he signed somewhere, but he wasn't there anymore. Maybe he made it to the practice squad, but I don't think so. I think he went somewhere else.
Yeah. Interesting.
If he even went somewhere else. Let's see.
Only keeping 3 RBs.
He's in Pittsburgh now.
So we need
Speaking of-
one more pitch. We're going to be tilting so hard when Boston Scott is like getting oh boy.
Yeah.
Pittsburgh offense. Not something we're looking forward to. At least me. I'm sure all of us not really looking forward to whatever the Steelers are going to pump out this year. We got 3 more picks. Our
3 more
quarterbacks
picks on the
done,
last
right?
draft of the night. This is our 13th draft in a row.
So that's like about 45 minutes or so is the average time, give or
Yeah.
take. Is my math okay?
Yeah, it's about that. And I was like, the only time I didn't click draft right as soon as the one ended was just when we were setting up the one with the 3 of us.
Yeah.
So we I'm not doing another one. I have to go to sleep after this.
When was the last time you slept? You said you were up late last night or you probably slept last night standard, right?
I slept last night, but I get up at 7 a.m. because the dog gets up at 7 a.m. every day.
Yeah.
So we have a structure, me and him. and I'm not the boss. I don't know if you know this, but
What kind of dog you got?
He's a he's a mostly husky. He's got a little Pomeranian on him. He's a Pomsky, but he's 60 pounds.
Oh wow.
So he's not.
Does he ever make an appearance on? Oh, there you go. Okay.
That's what he looks like.
It's funny. I was just Googling a Pomsky image that like the same thing just came up.
Yeah.
They look very similar, I suppose. Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
He's awesome.
Huskies are awesome. Yeah. I don't know much about
smart.
Pomeranians, but Huskies seem like awesome dogs.
He's almost all husky. Like all of his mannerisms are everything's husky. And the only thing that's not husky is he has his energy moments, but he's not constant high energy like a lot of huskies.
Yeah.
He's pretty chill for the most part.
What did you name your dog?
Gotham.
That's right. I knew that. I know I've heard that before.
Yeah.
Yeah. I knew there was a tie in there someplace.
When
Are
I
we
got
still
Noah
do you have
Brown?
Mims ahead of Reynolds? If you had to pick one of those two?
Yeah. But I'm down to take Noah Brown as well.
I think I would take Mims over Brown. I don't know.
So the only reason why I like Mims more than Brown, but the only reason why I would edge out Brown over Mims is Mims has been drafted in almost every single draft this season. Brown has not. So
where you going with this?
You're getting some ownership leverage on Noah Brown. He could still come back to us here. I mean, we could still do both if we wanted to. There's plenty of players I like over Noah Brown, but like again, that ownership leverage is huge sometimes.
And there's a path. There's a path to him being the second receiver on Washington because there's not a lot blocking him. Of course, he just came from the receiving corps in Houston that was arguably the best 1, 2, 3 in the league. Right? I guess you can make that argument. And he when he got an opportunity last year, he was okay. He was, as far as the box score, he was fine. He had his moments.
He's what we want out of a 19th round pick, right?
Yeah, I don't hate Brown. I think I'm gonna move him up myself. Where are we at as far as drafts on drafters? What number is this for the all encompassing?
For all encompassing?
Yeah, what number is this? Like because you said
200, something like that.
Wait, on drafters?
For every single draft I've done on drafters? Because
there's other ones who find. Yeah, what else is there besides the main? I haven't really seen anything else.
They've released $2 tournaments, so they did 150 max $2. I maxed one of those, so 150 of those. I did some more, and I did that high roller that you actually did the other day. So I'm close to 200 on this.
I don't want to be a snob. Don't take this the wrong way. This is absolutely not me being a snob, but is it worth sitting there for 40 minutes for $2? Did you do that on auto draft?
No, when I did
is that worth
those,
your time?
they were all slows.
Okay. All right.
And
So yeah,
Drafter's interface for slows is the best interface in sports for slow drafts.
should I be doing these slow drafts? I just assume like all the sharp people are doing them, so like it's a little bit more donkeyish in the 30-second stuff. Am I wrong in saying that? Is it the wrong assessment?
I think mostly sharper people are doing the slow drafts. I don't like slow drafts personally. I feel like I make more mistakes in slow drafts, which is weird.
Okay.
The way my brain works, I'm better at solving the problem right away. The more I look at something sometimes, the more it just gets away from me. So
Okay.
my personal preference is fast. I just did the slows just so I could max a $2 tournament for $300, right? I just fired 50 one day, 50 6 days later, and then 50 another 6 days later or something like that.
Is it gone now? I'm in their lobby. I
It
don't
might be
see it
gone
anymore.
now. I'd assume it's gone at this point.
Yeah.
But they dropped like 2 or 3 of them throughout the summer. So, but it's a great tournament to max, and those were great tournaments to teach people best ball too, because it's $2.
Yeah.
It's drafters, it's cumulative scoring. So I would, if anyone was like, I want to try best ball, that was like what I would steer them towards. It's like, well, this tournament's only $2. You can learn how to do it. You can get comfortable
Get
with
some
the
reps.
ADP,
Yeah.
get your reps in. I had a friend hit me up like 2 weeks ago, and she was like, should I be firing into best ball? Should I be drafting in best ball mania? She hadn't drafted anything at all summer.
Yeah.
And I'm like, absolutely not. Like, do not do that. Well, find something cheaper.
Not the best place to dive in.
No, you don't want to dive in there. You want to find other tournaments. Find one of their cheaper tournaments. I don't care what platform it's on. Get yourself familiar with drafting before you even start firing these bigger stakes, huge tournament things. Like,
You have 11 hours and 40 minutes of drafting, Rob. The very last button you have to click is right now. 11 hours and 40 minutes. This is the last button you got to pick. You're all done. We're going to round up. We're not going to do another draft, like you said.
no.
So you got to make it good. You got to make it good. Who's the lucky winner?
I can't do Miles Sanders for the last pick. It's the right. It's probably the right pick, but we're gonna do.
Who else
Dylan.
is it?
We're gonna do Dylan Labe. We're gonna do Labe. The final team is Kyler Murray, Dak Prescott, James Conner, Ramondre Stevenson, Tajay Spears, Zach Charbonnet, Braylon Allen, Will Shipley, Dylan Labe. Wide receiver is very fun. We have CeeDee Lamb, Jalen Waddle, Devonta Smith, Xavier Worthy, Brandon Cooks, Michael Wilson, Jalen McMillan, Marvin Mims, Noah Brown. Tight ends are Trey McBride and Noah Fant. We got a huge Arizona stack, got a nice Dallas stack, got some individual team stacks as well throughout here, including Seattle.
I like this.
I liked it. I like this team better than the team we just drafted, I will say.
I think this is pretty good. I think this is we did pretty well. I think it's a pretty solid squad.
I think we did as well, Dean. I appreciate you coming by and hanging out and joining.
Yeah, man,
us.
it's fun. It's fun. I like talking. I like talking the best. I mean, I've been talking baseball, and this is not me complaining, but I've been talking. It's a great gig. I've been talking baseball and Sierras and ERAs and all that stuff, whips and what. Not I really don't talk whip, but no, that's not the point. But like, I'm thrilled to talk. We're always what's next. What's next? Like in 3 weeks, I'm really looking forward to basketball. Like you can't imagine.
Right. You're like, when's baseball start again?
I'm so sick of football. This is the worst. This is such bullshit.
That's what we do, man.
Vultured at the goal line. It's the dumbest sport. Like, why do we keep playing this? But yeah, I'm thrilled to pivot to a brand new sport. Excited to talk about it. What are you doing as far as this platform? Are you gonna have like a weekly show? Do you know just yet what you're pumping out for the people?
I don't know. Honestly, I don't know what I'll be doing coming up for football season. Like I said, this next September, October for me is going to be just absolutely bonkers crazy between the travel, the video editing we have to do, those live shows. I work a full-time job on top of all of that. So like
Jeez,
yeah, I was doing
you keep busy.
I was doing 90 to 100 hours last year of work a week. It was crazy between RG, the full-time job and the ghost stuff. So
You better be good at multitasking. I assume you are.
yeah,
Or
I'll
just
be
time management, I suppose.
yeah, it's been time management stuff. It gets to you sometimes, sometimes it doesn't. But point being, just lots of stuff to do the next 2 months. So I'm not sure. I can probably sneak in a show. I'm definitely gonna hopefully jump on to just at least review movies with you guys on Wednesday nights.
Yeah.
Because I always have fun.
So is that the
doing
plan?
that.
Like Steve is going to produce us. That's the way we kind of did it last year. Steve would produce the show. He would produce the entire show, and you would jump in at the end of the Pick Six show where we talk a little bit of movies. Is that we haven't discussed this, and I guess John was kind of throwing it out there earlier, but I guess that's the plan going forward. We probably should have a conversation at some point. But most weeks you'll be available to jump on.
Yeah, I think I'll be able, because it's going to be mostly Wednesday nights, right? So I should be able to jump on a Wednesday night. Tuesday night would be the tough night. So if you guys do have to pivot to a Tuesday night, probably not. But yeah, and yes, that was the final draft. We cannot do another. I am too tired to do another. Drafters was in here earlier giving out tickets to the tournament, which was awesome. Love the support from Drafters. Love doing. I think we did. What did we say? We did 13 drafts on Drafters today. That was what
You
we
said
did.
you knocked out 13. Yeah.
13 drafts in a row without stopping. A lot of fun. I just want to remind the people before we get out of here that on Drafters right now, if you draft 6 teams this long weekend, over the long weekend, every 6 teams you drop, you get a bonus ticket that will drop into your account on Tuesday. So you can do that up to 5 times. So you draft 30 teams, you get 5 free. You get 5 free tickets. If you draft your first 10 teams, you get a bonus ticket. Your first 25 teams, you get a bonus ticket. 50 is 2, 100 is 3. Max enter and get $100 bonus funds. Get a Drafters t-shirt. You can stack these tickets. You can get up to, what is that? 8 tickets. I don't know if you're going to do 100 drafts this weekend, but if you can get that many bonus tickets. So
I think I hit triple digits today. I think I'm over about 100 or so myself. Obviously I didn't hit 100 today, but throughout the entire draft season. Well, is that Drafters, the company hanging out in chat?
That's Drafters hanging out. They want to do
Drafters?
one more giveaway in the chat. Let's do something easy. I will find.
I got something that might not be that easy, but I have like a game. If you want a game,
let's do it. What's the game?
So on Grinders Live, if you watch the Grinders Live show for baseball, Tuesdays we have Mondays we have Movie Monday, and Thursdays we have Fleet Thursday. Fleet, of course, that's what the kids are saying. It stands for athlete. Yes, that Steve Buscemi gift, me holding the skateboard over my shoulder. Insert that somewhere. So I have some of my old games in here. We would give 5 clues. I would give 5 clues, and within the 5 clues, you could tell me what movie we're talking about or what athlete I'm talking about. And the first person to correctly guess will win a prize. Do you want to play Movie Monday or do you want to play Fleet Thursday? Do you want a movie or do you want an athlete?
Let's do a movie because that's what I want to do.
Okay.
Athlete makes more sense, but we'll do a movie because we review movies together. So we'll tie it together.
All right, so give me 1 second. Let me pull up. I have some of my old ones sitting right here. Here are my. Let's see. Let me pick out. Okay, I got a movie.
I'm going to play along, but I'm going to guess in the private chat to see if I'm
okay. Right. So do you want me to drop the clues now? The way we play, I mean, I don't know how you want to play. Well, like you can only have 1 guess per clue, right? So you can't just completely spam the chat.
Yep. One guess per clue.
Yeah, and then we would do like every 5 or 10 minutes. Obviously, we don't have time for that, but we'll drop it every minute or so, however you want to do it.
Yeah.
But I have a movie.
Okay.
I'm going to give 5 clues and 5 individual clues, but they all have to do with this one movie. But and if you've seen Grinders Live, the chances of you've seen this one before within the last couple months or so. So congratulations to you. You have the home version, but very unlikely. You've seen both shows. You're here and you've watched a baseball show on Grinders Live. So the first clue, ready for it, Rob? The first clue
I am.
is bros. Bros. BROS is the first clue. Bros. So if you're in chat, tell me what we were talking about. You get one guess, and Rob, you can guess in the private chat. If you bank it on one, I'm just going to walk off the. If you bank it, congratulations, good for you. But I do not expect you to get it. Par is not one. Par here is like 3.5, maybe 4, depending on. We'll see.
Okay.
But I think somebody got it on 3 on my show earlier this month. But I don't know if we have guesses coming in right now. It is not Step Brothers. That's a good guess, though, Didi. Mighty Ducks. No, it's not Titanic. It's not Super Mario Brothers. It is not. We could say your guess, right? Your guess is incorrect, but I like your guess. I like where you're going with that. Dude, where's my car? And Devin guessed Super Mario Brothers. It is not Super Mario Brothers. But again, all good guesses. Shall we go ahead and drop the second clue?
Yes, let's drop the second clue.
The second clue is hook. So it's bros and hook. Hook is the second clue. Pain and gain. That's a throwback there. So yeah, we have 2 clues dropped: bros and hook. It's not pain and gain, best ball, but that is a good guess. Jesse saying Step Brothers, not Step Brothers. We did not just become best friends. And I have no interest in John. He seems delightful, but John Stamos, not for me. Hook, Line, and Sinker. Is that the name of a movie? I don't know that movie. It's not Hook, Line, and Sinker, Didi. Do you know that movie? Hook, Line, and Sinker?
I don't know it offhand now.
It's not coming to me. Devin is guessing Peter Pan. Still waiting for your guess in the private chat. I think you're thinking over there. That is another good guess. Your horror brain kicking in. It is not I Know What You Did Last Summer. And it is also not Pirates of the Caribbean. The next clue, overpass. So bros, hook, and overpass. Those are the 3 clues. I think this is when somebody got it. Somebody got this one correct, but it was pretty impressive, I think, to get it on this word. But yeah. Let's see. It's a little tricky. It's like it's set up where like it gets easier the deeper we get into it. Let's see. Dee saying just throwing shit at the wall. Did he make up that movie? I don't know. Soul Plane. It's not Soul Plane.
I think Jesse is lagging behind a little bit, to be honest, which doesn't shock me.
Oh yeah. So Jesse threw out what you threw out there. And wow, that is a deep cut. I forgot that movie even existed, Rob. The Good Son, starring Macaulay Culkin. Wasn't that Macaulay Culkin? I think so.
Yeah, he was throwing stuff off the overpass.
Yeah, look at you. Best ball moderate saying Snakes on a Plane with the graphics and everything. I've had it with these snakes. Yeah, it is not Snakes on a Plane. And Bridge of Terabithia? Is that like a romantic comedy?
No, it's like a kid's coming of age. I had to read the book in school.
Okay, that's why it's not on my radar. I don't have any children, so I did not know what that was. I felt like I've heard it before.
Yeah, this is fourth grade or so. You usually read it in school.
This is where business might pick up, as JR might say. Again, the first 3 clues: bros, hook, overpass. Feng shui. Feng shui is the next clue.
God.
did that hit for you? Did that hit? I think it hit. Yeah, you got it. All right.
Yeah.
Let's see who gets it first in the chat.
Yeah, I should have known it.
Dave is saying Talladega Nights. It is not Talladega Nights, but a spectacular movie nonetheless. Didi saying Kung Fu Panda. It is not Kung Fu Panda, but I guess it's a spectacular movie. I've never seen Kung Fu Panda, but Jack Black seems delightful.
I'm going to guess the last clue in the private chat.
Oh, okay. Well, I almost went with that. I thought that was too dead on.
Yeah.
But if we need a 6th clue, we'll use that. But
Okay.
I thought that was a little bit too dead on. And
Yeah.
I think it's kind of tied into the 4th clue, which kind of triggered the answer for you.
True.
But the last clue number 5, again, bros, hook, overpass, feng shui. The last clue is comply. Comply.
That's a good clue for this.
Yeah.
The fact that someone got this on overpass blows my mind.
Yeah,
Like
well,
I
it's
know
interesting.
why. Like obviously now I know why, but I just that's not ever a movie I would have like got my brain would have went to with that.
It's funny. They explained to me why they got it in overpass. It was a different reason why I even gave the clue. I'll tell you in a second when we knock this out. It is not Beverly Hills Ninja. I've not thought about Beverly Hills Ninja in so many years, but not the Chris Rock, Chris Farley vehicle. It's not The Departed. It's not Moneyball. We might need that sixth clue that you suggested. Oh, Dee Dee's trying to draft right now. Sorry, Dee Dee, we're getting you to multitask a little
we'll
bit.
relax.
But I feel like somebody in this chat has to have seen this movie.
You
right?
have to know this movie.
It's a legacy movie. It's one of those movies that didn't do well in the theater.
Yeah.
But like it's over time, everybody just sort of found it streaming or whatever on TBS or something like that. They still play movies. I don't channel surf anymore.
I don't
just
channel. Only when I'm in a hotel room do I channel surf, and I think I'm pretty sure that every channel just plays Law and Order SVU.
Yes. That sounds about right. That does sound about right. Not Tin Cup, not Radio, not Boondock Saints. But let's drop the sixth clue that you suggested, which I think will take us home here. Again, to reiterate, the first five: Bros, Hook, Overpass, Feng Shui, Comply, and you suggested Rug. Let's see if we get there with Rug. Rug should take us home. And we got there. Jesse gets us home with the big Lebowski. First, Bros. The reason why Bros, it's written, directed by brothers, the Coen brothers.
Yeah.
Hook is something, it's a bowling movie. You throw a hook in bowling. That's kind of a curveball. It doesn't really help you, but it makes sense, all encompassing. Overpass. The reason why I gave Overpass was because Jeff Bridges